And we're back. Hey everyone. Hey everybody. Good night, good morning, whatever time it is, wherever you are. Hey everyone. Welcome to the channel. The name is Carrie, and I'm so very thankful that you're here with me. So, hey everyone coming in. We are about to start a whole conversation. We were over there doing karaoke, and it sparked a whole very interesting conversation, between Slide and Connie and Robbie. And they were talking about, the things that blacks have been enduring over the years and stuff. And I wanted to go ahead and give them the space to continue their conversation. So fired up a whole new live. So we'll be talking about different things tonight. So it may not be any one topic per se. It is whatever. So you're just free to click the link and talk about whatever comes to mind. It's just our late night chat. It's a space for us to just do our thing. So welcome everyone. Thank you so much for coming. Please remember to like the video or share or subscribe. Okay, I'd really appreciate it. Remember, there's any topic that you want to talk about, you can come on up and do so. There are certain topics I don't really engage in, but you are free to do it if you want to. Like politics, it's not my thing, and certain things regarding sexuality, it's not my thing, as well as religion for the most part. It depends on what is being said. I'll jump in, but you're all free to say your part, say your piece. It's an open space. Like I said when I started my channel, it's an open space. It's no thing with no tribes over here or any team of this or team of that. It is whatever. It's YouTube. It's a social media application, and everyone is able to use it freely. It's your own device, your money, do your thing. So everyone is free to come over here. Just be respectful. Okay? All right. Hey Connie girl, you're back.
Hey, I'm back. I don't see nobody else.
I think they're taking some time to come over because I haven't
Oh,
seen Sly or Robbie as yet. They're taking their time to come back, I think. Let me just
okay.
play this one more time. Okay. And we're back. Okay, Connie. I don't see Robbie. Where is Robbie? Let me share the link, the live on my community wall, see what happens. So we're back, and Connie was having a conversation with Robbie and Slide Jones, and I really wanted to hear your views, to continue the conversation. So we had to just drop it off from karaoke and continue it over here in a different space under a different title. So let's see what happens, and anyone is free to click the link. I'm going to go ahead and pin the link, so anyone who comes in, you can just go right ahead. If there's something you feel compelled to speak on, you can do it. Doesn't matter the topic, doesn't matter if it's well, it can be controversial, it can be news items, it can be things in the beefing sector. It's whatever. Okay, Connie girl, you can go ahead. I don't know. Let me know if my microphone is working because I get the feeling that it is going it's a little bit distorted. Or is it going? Is my audio clear, guys? Please let me know. You can type it in the chat. Let me know if my audio is clear. You're muted, Connie.
Yeah, you sound good. Yeah, you sound good. You clear.
Okay. Yamin is back. Welcome back, Yamin. Thank you. I forgot you changed your name. The artist. I think your name was Willie, the artist. I think. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Hey, Miss Cruiser. Hey, everyone coming in, and of course, hey to those in the clouds. We are back. We are back, and Miss Cruiser is second on the scene. I think you're second, not third. Yeah. And welcome back, Miss Trinigale. Welcome, and thank you for coming back, Yamaine. And there goes the artist. And of course, those who are in the clouds, welcome back, Heaven Sent.
Miss
Thank.
Cruz, come on up here with me, please. Y'all mean somebody? Because Carrie says she don't want to touch the subject, so
I mean, I'll come in when I can, but they're just, certain stuff I don't touch.
yeah, I understand.
Like religion in particular, I don't do. Like debates on religion is not my thing. You know,
Yeah, it's not really the place to do it. It's really not the place. The topic is we were talking about how black people are disenfranchised and what that looks like in our society. But what I really want to talk about is, what is the solution? Because we can have these conversations all the time, and like we all can identify what the problem is, but like what is the solution? And I think we was going to get there with the other panel, but they're not here yet, and maybe somebody else can bounce back off of me about some things that's going on in my head. Miss Willie. Okay, hey Willie. Or the artist. So Carrie, my question to you is, do you guys experience like racism and like a systemic um or like yeah, maybe like white supremacy
where you mean?
in Jamaica, like where you're from?
Oh no, mm-mm. And if that happens, we clearly don't hear about it. No, that is not well for right now. It's not a problem. Mm-mm.
Yeah.
Those things do not happen. You may
So
have issues with people who may not be at a certain socioeconomic tier, for want of a better term
girl,
to
you
use,
hear
as
what
others.
going on over there?
What?
I'll put it in the back chat.
Okay. Yeah, that is
Yeah.
why I'm telling you. That is why when I hear like African Americans speak certain way about like people from the Caribbean or from the West Indies, I should say, talking about, oh, they think they're better than us, and nobody got time to be thinking about like color or where you're from or stuff, because we just see people as blacks. We just see people for who they are. You're black at the end of the day. There's no line of demarcation. There's no, oh, you stay over there and you stay over there. There's nothing like that. So I was so surprised the other day that people were trying to come with that tactic, to make it seem as if
Come up,
people were
Joanna.
trying to. Oh, Joanna is back. Hey, Joanna. You know that is weird. And of course, tourism is one of the things that supports most of these islands. So you find that we're more tolerant. Hold on.
Yes. More welcoming and tolerant. Yep.
Way more welcoming and tolerant than you
Mm-hmm.
think. So
Yep.
there's no issue with violence, against any person of
Those people have
color
never been
or
to
white
Jamaica. The people
people or
that saying
anyone.
that, the people that saying that, Carrie, I guarantee you, they have never
That
been,
they just
never stepped
use
foot
preconceived,
on the
yeah,
island.
or they
Because
just
you would know
have
it's
this
a
perception of
whole
what this place
different,
is.
it's a whole different vibe, man. It's so laid
Yeah,
back, man. Like to the point where you
it's
like,
more
man,
warm and welcoming than you think. So the
yeah.
few things that people talk about, the violence and stuff, violence happens
So why do you
everywhere
think
in the
people
world.
say that? Why do you think people say that
That's a good
Jamaicans?
question.
What? Because they haven't experienced the culture. So what makes them think that from their experience of
What
being
makes
around
them think
Jamaicans
that they
over
are
here?
qualified to talk about it? That's the real thing.
But
Especially some
but
people
what
who
makes
have
them think
time there to
that?
stop
You
and
know
so
what?
and so. And they think because they know a few people from the place or they hang around a few people that that is how everybody is. That is not how it goes. And some people are just not qualified to make speeches about things they don't know about, because
I mean,
they
because if
came
that's the
from
case, then
somewhere.
you got snobby black people that from America, like African Americans who snobby, who look down at other people. I mean, it takes all types to make the world, right? So no matter where you go at, you're gonna have like different type of people. But for the most part, what I've known about Jamaicans have been very laid back and cool people, man. But very proud, very proud. But if you are insecure already, if you have like I'm not gonna say like low self-esteem, but you know what I'm saying, like insecure about yourself, you're gonna feel some type of way when you're around a Jamaican, because Jamaicans are very, for the most part, not when we say the most part, because most of the Jamaicans that I know, they very laid back and cool. But you would have some Jamaicans who's very proud, and but that's all types of people. You're gonna find African American people who are laid back and cool. You know what I'm saying? And
Right. And they
you're gonna
mistake
find
it for
some who
people
are
being
very proud
cocky and
and some
stuff.
who stand out and very boisterous. So it's it's like that with every culture. So I don't know what people saying about that part. And
Right.
Hello,
Joanna is from
ladies. How you guys doing?
Hey,
Hey
Joanna. Hey,
Joanna.
Is this
Connie.
Aisha up
Hey,
here?
Rex.
No, this
No, that's
Connie.
Connie.
Oh, Connie. Okay, okay. You sound like Aisha.
Mm.
Your voice sounds like Aisha. Yeah, I was trying to read the name. I couldn't hardly see it. But what did you want me to come up for, Connie? What I had done?
No, you didn't do anything. I just wanted to hear your take on it because we're from other sides of the country. So
uh-huh.
I don't know how you experience, being around Caribbean people.
Can you kind of give me some feedback because I
Well, right
came in
now,
late. I came in late at the last
right,
live, so I don't know what the conversation is about.
right. So right now we're talking about how people look at Jamaicans, and they always saying that Jamaicans are boisterous, like think they better than other people. But I know you come from like a multicultural area.
Yeah.
And
I've
so,
never heard that though, but okay, I'm listening. I'm listening. Go ahead. I'm
so
sorry.
no, that's what I was going to ask you. I mean, did you experience that? Because I don't experience that.
Yeah, no, I don't. I have never experienced that. Excuse me. Um, like you said, I come from, born and raised in Los Angeles, California, so it's like multicultural. We got
Hmm.
a little this everywhere, a little Haiti, a little Chinatown, a little this, a little that, everywhere. So
Hmm.
I even like sometimes can't even comment when some people have a topic on race, and they find it hard to believe that I say that sometimes that I don't experience the race, as far as the black and white thing
Yeah,
as
I've
the other
heard you
states
say
because
that before. I've
yeah,
heard you
because
say that before.
yeah, because I didn't experience it. So I try not to speak on it because I haven't experienced it like, Southerners, you know what I'm saying? Like people from the South. So I
Hmm.
can't really conversate, I'll be wanting to jump in and chime in on those conversations, but I really can't because I didn't experience it. And people feel as they be like, oh, Joanna, I don't believe that. But it's true. It's true. Like I don't
Well,
experience it like people from the South experience
it's
it.
it's not as prevalent, but you guys had Rodney King. You know what I'm saying? Rodney
Yeah,
King was over there getting
yeah.
his ass
I mean,
beat.
it's racism everywhere. It's racism everywhere, but I can't say I won't lie and say that I experienced it, and I
Yeah.
can't say that to you, or if whoever is from the South. I can't say, oh, I understand how you feel, because I don't know how you feel. You
Okay,
know,
so growing up, when you were going in grade school, did you have like many cultures like back in the day? Was it still
um,
the same
well, actually, the neighborhood, that I grew up in, I would
without
say
being specific? Yeah.
I would say that our schooling system, from grade school to middle school to high school, was probably 90% black, and then the other 10% was probably Hispanic.
Hmm.
Yeah. So yeah, yeah.
So you
So
guys never had like the police was following you while you was walking home from school,
not when
or
I was younger. No, not when I was younger. No, no, we didn't experience that. I did. I
I'm a
didn't
little
experience that.
I'm
I
a
didn't
little bit
experience
like
that.
Joanna. I have never experienced racism until maybe like
wow.
3 4 years
Yeah.
ago when I
Hmm.
was in I was where was I was in Tennessee, and it wasn't anything really bad. It was just this woman. She was looking at us like me, my friend, and I, as if who
Hmm.
are these two weird people colored like our colors? Like she was looking
Hmm.
at us like, how dare you be walking on the same space that we're walking? So we
Hmm.
kind of went over where she was, walked and be looking at her like, well, bitch, try something, try something, and
Right.
that was
Right.
just like the most. And there was this
Yeah.
other, yeah, I don't
Yeah.
think
So
that's the only time I've ever, because just by the look she was given and stuff, she was like, nobody deserved to be walking where she was and stuff. So we made her see that she
right.
needs to go over some more because we're walking here. That was
Okay.
just
Right.
my
So
friend and
that's
I.
Yeah.
that's like that's the South. Tennessee, that's like closer to the
But
South.
I have
But they
never
and they are more
experienced it
overt,
before that.
Carrie. I'm just going to explain this to you because I've been plenty of places on the East Coast. I've never really gone to the West Coast, Midwest, but on the East Coast and the South, I've been up and down the coast. And so I know for a fact that when you go to the South, they are very overt with their racism. And that's why I hate when people in the North be
What do
like,
you mean by when you say overt? What do you
very
mean by
overt,
that?
like what she's saying. Like my son is a teenager, right?
Hmm.
And he went with his friend. I'm just gonna tell you something that happened recently.
Hmm.
He went with his friend, a white boy. Him and his
Hmm.
friend, they went to the dollar store to pick up some snacks. Dollar
Hmm.
General. I don't know if y'all
Okay.
have Dollar General in your area,
Yeah. Yeah. We have
but
them
they
here.
went to Dollar General. They went to pick up some snacks, and they was gonna go back and play games at his friend's house.
Okay.
And so they was in the store, and a black lady, she was a cashier, but the white lady was the manager.
Hmm.
And my son, he got a cell phone on him. His friend got a cell phone on him too. Nobody called us, but listen to what happened. They walk in the store. My son say he saw the lady was eyeing him, and it was
Hmm.
going down the little snack aisles and stuff. And she kept eyeing him. And so they came when they got this stuff, they pick up whatever they wanted to get, came to the cash register, they check out, and as they was leaving out, the lady said, "What you got? You need to hand me over what you got in your pocket."
Mm.
And he was like,
Racial.
"Ma'am, I don't
That's
have
what you
nothing in my
call racial
pocket."
profiling. Racial
Yes,
profiling right there.
she pointed him out, not his white friend now.
Right. That's what you
She
call
pointed
racial
him out.
profiling. Hmm.
And um they never called. They didn't call us. They didn't call us. I'm like, I done told you what to do. I'm like, when a situation like this happens, you got to get. But it was a spur of the moment, and I don't think he really realized what was happening at the time. So the
Hmm.
black lady told him, not the white manager. The black cashier told him, "You need
Oh,
to hand me what's
she
going
was
on."
black. Oh, she was
Yes,
black. So
yes.
she was racially profiling him
She
for
No,
was
the
from her own
cashier
racially
was
color.
white. The,
profiling
the cashier
him.
Oh
was black.
wow. Oh
Yes,
wow.
the cashier was
That's
black, and
interesting.
the white lady was a manager. She was, she was behind the counter, but she wasn't, handling their
Right.
transaction. But anyway, so what she was saying, you need to hand me over what's in your pocket. So he emptied his pocket. He emptied his
Mm,
pocket and he said, these are my earbuds. I've been had these earbuds. You don't sell them in the store. They're AirPods. You don't sell them in the store. And he got froze up, and she was like, well, just empty everything, your back pocket, everything. And so he just started emptying
mm.
everything. Before I found out about this, they was already back to the house.
Oh wow.
So just imagine how bad that could have went. They could have called the police
Right.
on my
Right.
child.
Right.
In the
That's crazy.
South, it's so
Okay.
different.
Did
So
they
now I
apologize
understand.
to him?
No, hell no. We had to go back
Didn't you
to the
go down
store.
and cuss the? Mm.
Me
Why
and
did
my
you
mother,
con?
we went back to the store and addressed the situation, and they brush it off like, oh, he was looking suspicious. He was looking
Right.
suspicious. Okay, he was looking suspicious, but not the friend he was with, because you didn't never ask
Right.
him anything about what was in his pockets, but you asked my son.
Yeah,
And
that's
I told him,
crazy.
I said, this could be a settlement, and y'all don't even know it. And y'all Dollar General, y'all don't have that much money, so you might want to back up off of us. But I'm letting you know he's never coming back in this store, and I'm telling everybody that I know, don't never come back in this store that's black.
Mm.
There would
And
have
that's
been
the
a
That's
best
whole.
I
I
could
crazy.
would have
do.
called a
That's the best
newspaper.
I felt like I could do at the time. But if you get
Right.
the South is very prevalent, is very overt. But you still have racism up north, because I've been up north. I'm everywhere. So, you know what I'm saying? I ain't telling nobody my locations or nothing. Up north,
Hmm.
it's not the same. It's not overt. It's subtle. It's very
Right.
subtle.
Hmm.
It's like they'll
Yeah.
give you a look. It's very subtle. But
Hmm.
because I came from the South, I know what it looked like.
Right.
Yeah.
And
That's
it's not me being
crazy.
paranoid. I'm not paranoid. It's just I know that look. I know what it look like. And I know
Yeah.
when they talk to you, I know when they talk down to you, like I know what I feel like when somebody talking down to you, like they trying to play you a little bit, like you don't really know nothing. Yeah, I know that feeling too.
Yeah.
And
Hmm.
you know more than what they know. But you just you just
Oh,
let them pass.
I'm not saying that, excuse me, I'm not saying that just because I wasn't born or raised in the South that I don't understand what's going on. It's just that I haven't experienced the things that they have experienced because I have experienced it, but in a different manner, not as though, if I was raised in the South and to hear that. Most of the time, like I said, I'd be wanting to chime in on those conversations and 50% of the time I'd be so angry at it, the conversations to see at this day and age that this shit is still going on.
Okay, this is
And
how it is, Joanna. I hate to cut you off. This is
no, you're
how it is.
fine, you're
This
fine.
is how it is up north on the East Coast.
Hmm.
On the East Coast up north, got
Hmm.
New York, New Jersey, Massachusetts, Pennsylvania. You got all those areas, right?
Hmm.
This is
The
what they
red
do.
states, those are the red states, right? That's right.
Not Massachusetts, but
Not mass. Okay.
what they do is they would literally, like, say for instance, you in a line, right? You in a line, you checking out your. Let's say when you at the grocery store
Okay.
and you got a white lady. Oh, let's say for instance, you the first one in line. They'll say,
Uh-huh.
"Hey, how you doing?" If
Okay.
you say it first, they'll say, "How you doing?" Okay,
Okay.
that's to be expected, because people up here, they quick with it. They don't like to be doing a whole bunch of conversations. See, I'm from the South, so I like that. We have conversations at the register. We talk and stuff, how the weather is and all this. But up here, I get that. I had to learn how to adjust. And
Hmm.
when they started being like kind of like very business like with me, but then the white lady behind me, they're like, "Oh, hi, how you doing?" "Oh, yes, and then start talking like very nice to her. I'm like, okay, that's the subtleness, because you'll
It-
see it as,
It's
oh,
subtle,
yeah,
yes.
it's subtle. It's very subtle. It's not to the point where they just narrowing their nose at you or making facial
Hmm.
expressions. It's a
Oh,
Yeah.
subtleness to
shit.
it.
Yeah, see, I couldn't because the way my face is set up, I'd have been lynched. Like my daughter literally bought me a shirt, and she said, I mean, the shirt says that if my mouth don't say it, my face definitely will. Because I that just look on my face, like, yeah, yeah. Like I think that if I was born and raised like in the South, they would have been done something to me because I just can't. I can't. And I'm just happy that I wasn't raised around nothing like that. But I feel bad for those who did, or it's still going through it, in this day and age. It's
See,
crazy,
that's the thing that people still think. I don't know what they think if they can get rid of us. There's no way. It doesn't matter what you
Yeah.
do. And there's gonna come a time when people are not gonna just keep, being nice
Oh
and,
no, definitely no. It's
taking care.
already happening now, Carrie. It's happening
Oh,
now.
people are not gonna be as passive as they once were. People are
Yeah.
gonna start going through extreme measures for them to
Hmm.
realize, you don't do
Because
that to other human beings.
this might
There's
be a
no
little
one
off
race
top.
that's better than the other. What made you think that you're better? What qualifies you as better? You
This
know,
might
the
be
fact that
a
you need
little
melanin in your skin means you should sit
Mm.
right.
your ass down, you
This
know?
might be a little off topic, but do you guys remember when the pandemic first started happening and that little fucking Trump was calling it the China disease? He
Yep,
Right.
was
I
calling it
yep.
remember
China
he was
disease.
trying to put it on the Chinese.
Right.
Yeah, I
And
remember.
Okay.
Trump
And
and Trump is
so
from New York.
right. And so everyone, well, not everyone, but there were a lot of encounters of the Asian people being beat up, jumped, or what have you, right?
Hmm.
within within weeks of that happening, they got a bill passed with the anti-Asian law passed. That they call it a hate crime. Do you know that to this day in 2022, July, what is today? July 22nd, 2022. Do you know we still don't have an anti-black law? Do you know that?
And that is telling. That
Yeah,
is
we
telling,
still do not
you
have a
know?
hate crime against African Americans. We still, and that bill was passed within 2 weeks. We still do not have an African American hate crime law.
Well, Joanna, that's the part that I'm talking about. Regardless of where you're from,
Yeah.
you still have to fight for
Hmm.
specific laws based
Yeah.
upon your race. And that's what makes it all a whole systemic white supremacy, a
Yeah.
whole systemic oppression, because we as black people, do you not even see, like, I think I mentioned this on Karen's platform one time. When you go on like your cable or your Netflix or your Hulu, they have like a black section.
Hmm.
They don't have a
Yeah.
white section. They have
Right.
like black experience or black movies or black,
Hmm.
black dramas or something. They don't have white dramas. They don't have
No, not
white
at
they
all.
don't have
Not at all.
white movies. That's already an oppression that we are not able to address, because that's the systemic part of it.
Yeah.
We are given things because we are black. Why
Hmm.
everybody can't be equal?
Right.
You're
Right.
labeling us because you know that you have not done our people right. And that's the thing that I want to say is, I have been in even business settings. Let's get aside from social settings.
Hmm.
Business settings.
Okay.
I was working at a job, and I'm not going to get too specific,
Hmm.
but I could not wear my puff because I'm natural. I could not wear my puff in my hair. I could not wear
Hmm.
braids.
That's crazy. I will be
Yeah.
puffing it up. I
And
will.
I got
No,
to
I
the
remember,
point.
and they just recently just started letting like the newscasters, wear their natural hair because it was frowned upon. It was frowned upon if we would come out with our natural hair, on the news stations and things like
Yeah, but
that. But
I told them girls that I was working with. I was like, this is not right. We cannot just be sitting here wearing our hair in no wigs and crochet and stuff like that. No, I want to wear my hair out like everybody else wear their hair out.
hmm.
And so they did come to an understanding where we could wear our hair out, but we couldn't have like
Hmm.
long braids. We could have braids like bra length. but not long. Like
Right.
down to our butt.
I don't get it. Because if someone of a different race lets their hair down, it's fine. It's straight, it may be a little curly, whatever it is, and it's fine. So you mean to tell me, because if we let our hair, well, I don't have a puff like that, but if we let our hair down because it doesn't lay down or drop down like everyone else's, it's a problem because it puffs up and whatever. That
Mm-hmm.
makes no sense. So you're okay to let your hair down, but I can't, and I'm supposed to look a certain way so you can feel comfortable,
To
or
appease
also
you,
right to
because
Mm-hmm.
appease
my
you
hair go up like antennas
and
to the
maybe
moon.
customers and
I'm
stuff.
supposed to like narrow that. That's what I hate about this whole European. It goes
That
back
could
to the
never work for
European
me.
way of thinking.
That
Because
could never
what
work.
is good hair? We can go back to the whole conversation of what is good
Good
hair.
hair to me
People
is
talk
healthy
about good
hair.
hair as like
Good hair is
it's
healthy
loose
hair.
curls, or it's straight hair. That's not good hair. You know
Any
what I
hair
mean?
to me that's
Any
healthy is
hair
good
is good
hair.
hair.
If it's healthy, it's good hair to me.
Yeah.
If it's
I've
healthy.
seen I've seen somewhere some time ago, not it wasn't recently, that there was like this school and they have to wear uniforms. So everybody has to be in uniforms and look a certain way.
Mm-hmm.
And I like
Mm-hmm.
heard this woman saying, "Why does she have to have her hair like that? What's with that bird's nest up there?" And I'm like, "What do you mean by bird's nest? Because her
Mm,
hair is out, it's a bird's nest? Because
mm.
she's proud and she has her afro in, you know,
A black woman
it's
said
a
that.
problem. A black woman." I
Mm,
could
Yeah,
not
that's
believe it. I'm
crazy.
like, do you hear yourself? Can you hear what you're saying? So look
That's
around.
crazy.
Other people, their hair is down. Obviously, because it's straight and it falls down, it's a problem. Look at even those people and their hair is permed. Their hair is permed. And if they let it out, it's still like having your hair down. What is so different about this girl, feeling good about herself? She
Mm-hmm.
may have felt so beautiful that morning, doing up her hair and doing her puffs and stuff. And you come here to try and belittle this girl to let her feel bad about her natural hair,
on her
something that
natural hair,
grows
her
out of
hair
her
that come out
scalp.
her skull, her hair that
Right.
come out her scalp. You gonna tell her that her hair is not
And
good
you're
enough?
trying to let this girl flourish. This is a little girl I'm talking about, probably 12, 13. And
It's
I'm like, you
crazy.
don't do that to children. What are you trying to
Mm-mm.
do? Let her not love herself? Bring her self-esteem down? Are you trying to break her? Are you trying to say that this is how you're supposed to look? Your hair should be straight? Or if you're not white and your hair doesn't look a particular way, don't let it out. Let your hair out just like anyone else. You know what I'm
Or
saying?
if you a person that has coarse thick hair with the very small curls, you know how in the Geechee term we call it peasy, or some people might call it nappy. But if you have hair like that, they say you're not pretty. You're not pretty. Your
That
hair
is
is not
sad.
pretty. You don't look good. And that's why I love how Viola Davis had did that scene in How to Get Away with Murder. Did y'all see that scene when she took that wig off and she was taking her makeup off on How to Get Away with Murder?
I don't remember that.
Girl, you gotta watch How to Get Away with Murder, girl. It's on Netflix. And in one of the scenes, she took off her wig, and then she was a prestigious, lawyer and professor at a well known, college in Boston or something, Boston or New York or somewhere. And in one of the scenes, she was at her house and she was just going through it, and she just took her wig off, and her head was so peasy, girl. It was peasy,
She
and
emancipated herself.
she took her makeup off and she showed her true self.
Hmm.
She's the first actor that I ever seen do that. But it made me think, like, that's who we are. That's our people.
Right.
That's our
A-
people.
APC in the chat says, in real life, why are we putting weave on a 2-year-old? I have seen that so many times. And, I get it. These children, they're here. it is not strong enough to be taking these type of things. I
Taking
see
the
people
weave. Yes.
perms and weaves and
Am I
weaving
still
their
here?
hairline, their root of their
Yeah,
hair.
Joanna.
So
Oh, because
it
my
weakens
phone had
it.
rang. My phone had rang. I apologize.
Yeah,
I
they
thought it
be
was
Okay.
putting
going. I thought it was going to drop me.
yeah, they be putting the weave on the little churn. And I be like, what in the world? And they be looking
Yeah,
so stupid. It looks
you
so
try to
stupid
stretch
because
it out, and
you can
stretch it out, and give them an extra length because their hair is
yeah,
not to be curly.
if they can do it to where it look natural, that's okay. But I'm talking about the weaves they be putting in these kids' head and having
Yeah,
braids long and just
They're turning them into
outstanding. Like it's just
adults
so
with time.
overt.
That's what it
Yeah.
is. Let them grow and be children and, just appreciate being children. I know sometimes you may
exactly.
have some that the hair is short and you may want to put the extensions, but
Yeah.
the braids at the end of the hair, but do not weaken the roots of your
Yeah,
children's hair. You're
yeah.
messing it up for them. That's what you're
Because
really doing.
my daughter has that type of hair. I call it the snapback hair. When you comb it and then it be wet and then it snap back.
Yeah.
Because it's the shrinkage. Because
Shrinkage. Yeah, the
she has
shrinkage. My daughter had
because
her hair
yeah,
shrinks up.
yeah. And so when you see people putting those perms on their little kids' hair, they want to keep that a little length to try to make it look like the kids got long hair. But all you're doing is just damaging their hair at that time. First of
Yeah,
all,
and
it's too
some
young.
moms are just lazy. That's what I
Yeah,
think.
too
If
Yeah,
young
you're
to
they
not
be
do.
having them
find time
chemicals on
to
there.
comb your child's hair, you're gonna go ahead and put chemicals in their hair at such a young age,
Mm.
just so
Exactly.
your life can be easier. That makes no sense.
Mm-mm.
Not only to they doing it to try to make their life easier. They're trying to do it to try to make their kids look like they got long hair. 'Cause like I said, my daughter had that snack back. Well, I would comb her hair and her ponytail be, past her shoulder, but once it dried, it'd be above her shoulder. You know what I'm saying? Once it dried up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
But if you
tight
stretch
curls.
it, then it was longer. But
And then it's longer. So you know what I do
right,
to my
right,
daughter hair?
right.
After on wash day, what I do is I don't style her hair. I just put it in two big French braids or two big
Mhm,
cornrows and let it stretch
mhm.
out on that first day. Put
You
in the
know,
two and then
look,
and then on the second day, after it done stretch out, it done dried up, it done stretch out a little
mhm,
bit.
mhm.
Then I add more water to it, put a Jamaican black castor oil on the scalp. I continuously put Jamaican black castor oil on my baby scalp
I'm about to take you off
because
another subject again now, because when you said the two French braids, we call them French braids. Other races will call them cornrows, right?
yeah,
We call them two
cornrows.
French
Yeah,
braids. We call them French braids, right? Do
yeah,
you know that
cornrows.
they?
We call them cornrows too.
Yeah, but do you know that they try to name that the Kim Kardashian braids? The
I
two French braids
I
going to the
never heard
back.
that
know.
shit.
The
How
Kim,
how
Yes,
in
you
the
heard
world is
Kim
that.
that?
Yeah,
Kardashian.
Their noses are
yes.
so far up in that girl's butt.
They tried to call them the Kim Kardashian braids, the
That
two
was
French braids
crazy.
going to the back, and we've been wearing them for all our life. But
All our life,
they
girl.
call
All
them the
my
Kim
life, I had to
Kardashian.
fight, girl. All my
Child,
life,
they
I had to
they
fight.
call them the Kim Kardashian braids, honey. I said, you got to be kidding me. You
Everything those
got to be kidding me.
Kardashians do, people take it and like it's gospel, like they're some gods or so. They're human beings at the end of the day, and they're the ones who steal so many stuff from people's culture anyway. So I am not even gonna bother. They want to have asses like us. They want to have lips like us. They want to wear their hair like us.
But
They
that
even
took me
steal
out.
ideas from people's for fashion and stuff. I don't understand why, because they did those two cornrows in their hair. All of a sudden, ooh, this
Yeah,
is
they're called Kim Kardashian.
you
Girl,
know
when I
who
heard that, Carrie,
it can
I
never
fell
be
out. I
anyone
said,
black
you
that came up
But
with that. Gotta
Joanna,
be some
they
white
have been
people.
appropriating our culture like ever since Kim that sex tape came out. Did you notice they've been
mm-hmm,
appropriating the culture
yeah.
for
And just like
years?
now, Chloe, she had just had a surrogate, to have another child by her first baby daddy, well, her baby daddy, because she only had the one kid. So she has
You
a
talking about
surrogate.
Tristan? You get a baby
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Thompson?
Uh, yeah. So she had a surrogate, and it's a boy. And so I'm like, okay, so either either this is what I'm thinking. Either she wanted to have one baby father like the rest of them,
Like the rest of them.
like the
Because
rest of them, just to have one baby
Courtney
father.
said at one point, Courtney said that she was gonna, if she hadn't, before she got with Travis, she
Hmm.
said that her next child was gonna be with Scott, but then she got with Travis, so I guess I
Yeah,
don't
she's the
know.
only one. She's the only one. Courtney's the only one that never messed with the black man. All the
And got
rest of them, honey, they got to have that melanin in they ass, honey.
mm-hmm.
All the way down to their mama. You see what the mama doing now?
Yep. She with Corey with his big ass.
Hmm. That's crazy though.
Big
But yeah,
behind, big booty Corey.
they all had to have them a little piece of that little black duckism, honey.
And
All
Kylie, I
of them.
hate seeing Kylie's lips because
Oh my
when
god.
I used to watch Keeping Up with the Kardashians a long time ago,
Yeah, that's when I
her
watched it too,
lips
a
are so
long time ago.
thin. Her lips are extremely thin. You barely see a bottom lip. You hear me?
But
You can go
she
back
looked
and
just
look at
like
them.
Chris though. She looked just like her mom. And the only one
Exactly.
who keep herself out of it is
Oh no, she looks
the
like
the model. Which one? The
Kendall.
other Kendall. Yeah,
Kendall.
she keep herself out of the mess. She keep herself out of the news media.
she
She
does.
she
She does stuff to her body too, but she does it in a subtle way that is not as pronounced. But she
right. But
does
what
it.
I'm saying is she keep herself out of the limelight. She don't. She's not. You don't hear too much about her like you do with the rest of it.
Yeah, the other ones, they are attention seekers. They are
Hmm.
attention starved. They
And
are
they get it from
driving.
their mama. They get it from
Oh
their
yeah,
mama.
that's the only thing they know to
Girl, we
do.
done went all off subject, but yeah, they get it from their mama.
We're
But
all over the place. It doesn't matter. We got
yeah, it's so.
so many topics to go. And Clyde was saying earlier on that when your hair curls back,
Hmm.
goes back, it's a sign that
Hmm.
your hair is healthy when it returns to its
Yes,
curly tightness.
yes. That's what I
Right,
said. Good hair to me is healthy hair. Good hair
mhm,
is healthy hair
right.
to me.
And I'm glad that Connie spoke about the black castor oil because I got some. I need to start,
Oh, I have
getting my
some of
hair
that.
done again with it.
I have
So,
some of that.
because it
I
really
put
does
it in
feel
a
good to
because it
grow.
come in that little glass. It comes in a glass bottle. So I have bought like from the Dollar Tree. The little bottles that you can buy from Dollar Tree that you can put mustard and ketchup on that squeezes and it has a
Mhm.
little hole on the top. I have
Mhm.
bought a couple of those, so I pour that black castor oil in that, so I can just take it and just squeeze
Yeah.
it down my scalp.
See.
Just squeeze it down
Okay.
my scalp.
Yep,
Easier
Hmm.
to
I do the
apply that
same
way.
thing. I do the
Oh,
same
Mhm.
really?
thing, Dewan. I buy
Really?
from the
Yeah.
dollar store.
Uh
Even
huh.
those spray bottles because I like to fill like spray bottles up with water, or I'll
Uh
have
huh.
one spray bottle with just water and another one with water and olive oil and another
Uh
spray
huh.
bottle for for different purposes. And so I just buy them from the dollar store and I'm just
Yeah.
rack up.
Yeah.
And then
I had got two bottles.
they have those little bottles where you can just pretty much just drip it on the scalp.
Yeah, and then put the little lid
Yep.
back on there, snap it on there. And I like the way it feels because it's got that pointy tip on it. So I just take it and just run it through my scalp and I scratch my scalp with it, while I'm going through.
And I even use sulfur 8. People probably don't use sulfur 8
Oh
no more, but I
man,
love sulfur 8.
man, honey, when I tell you when I was a child, my grandma used to
I
put
don't
that
like
stuff on
it
my hair
though.
and it used to be stinking.
I
So
do
you could
not like
Mm-hmm.
the
tell,
smell of that shit. You go
oh
around
my
people and you
God.
smell their hair and like, oh my god, do I
I
have
ain't
hair
gonna
like
lie,
Yes,
this?
it
you
be
can smell
stinking
that stuff
now.
a mile away. You can smell that stuff a mile away.
Listen,
But
Jawan, it be stinking.
I tell you what, honey, you could tell it be working because your scalp be burning. You could tell it's
Uh,
working because it,
they
it
got that cool
yes,
sensation.
it got that hot, that cool sensation to it.
If I
Yes,
know I'm gonna be home on a weekend or stuff, I'll put it on a Friday, so by Monday or so
yeah,
it will wear off. But I'm
And they
not going
even
around people with that
people in the
smell.
chat, they even have sulfur 8 for kids. It's a
yeah. I saw
sulfur 8
that too.
kids
They have
collection.
shampoo. They have shampoo
Yep,
too.
shampoo.
Uh
Yep.
huh. They have shampoo too. Look
Yeah.
at us telling our age.
Yes. And how about cholesterol? Y'all remember they had the
Oh,
cholesterol in that big jar?
what about that I know everybody know that what was the green or the blue grease and you used to have to get your hair pressed
Blue
on
Oh,
that
Magic,
shit.
Blue
girl.
Magic.
Blue Magic, yeah.
That's what I've been using of late.
Uh,
And when you
you-
had to get your
oh,
hair
you
pressed
too,
on
Carrie? I bet
when you
you
had
have
to
Blue Magic too, Carrie.
I sure do.
I
listen, when
use
you
the
had to get
coconut
your hair
oil.
pressed
Girl.
when
I
you had to get
sure
your hair
do.
pressed on Saturday and that grease melt down in that grease, they put that pressing comb on your scalp when you was remember back in the day you used to get your hair. Well, me, I used to have to get my hair done every Saturday,
Every
and I used to go to
Saturday
side and when they melt
for church
that
on Sunday.
doggone when they melt that doggone grease and that shit be hot and you be
Hmm.
running
Oh
from that
wow.
straightening comb,
Right.
holding your ear, you just be running. My
My
grandma used to be
brother,
saying,
my
"Stop
mama, she
running,
used
and
to.
she gonna get burnt."
Joanna, let me tell you how funny this story about to be. My mama, she used to do my hair in the kitchen at first, but then she moved to her bedroom, and then we still had the hot comb on the stove, right? So she would
Hmm.
make my brothers go back and forth, and they would be holding that mug like it was a torch. Like they would hold that mug like a torch going through the house and head
Yeah,
to the bathroom. Here you go. And she pressed it out
I
with
know
the okay, come
exactly
back, go
what you
put that
talk
on the
about.
stove.
I
And
know
then we could
exactly
the
what you
house like
talking
a torch.
about.
I've
I
never
know
Yes,
experienced
exactly.
it. I've always wanted to have like coarse hair. My sister had to get hers done, because my sister's hair was so thick. Sometimes my mom would be combing their hair, and trust and believe that that comb is gonna snap in two. You hear me?
Oh man,
So she
and
had
don't be
I
running from it. And you trying to hold your ear and running and jumping every time, and that comb ain't even in your hair, but you just feel like he coming towards you, and you jumping and
right. So I've never had to experience that. So and my mom used to always say she wishes I had, like thicker hair. I'm a little bit more of the 3C type. I don't know if it's 3C
okay.
or 3A
I
or
think
whatever.
I'm more on the I think I'm more like probably on the C because my hair is not coarse and it's not thick, but it's a good texture. It's a good texture. Like if you wet it, I can see the coils. The coils, the curling up on it, without no chemicals on it.
Right.
Um, um, yeah. But I never had long hair. Never had like really long hair. My hair always been like probably the longest it's ever been was probably shoulder length. But I never had like long hair, because nowadays these kids, their hair is down there to their damn ass because ain't nobody 100% pure, black no
Oh
more damn more. You know what I
no.
mean?
yeah. I've always
So
had long. I've always
these new,
had long hair, and the only mixed breed that I know of in my family is white and Native American. Excuse me, white and Native American. But
hmm
even with that, like my family, we've always had long hair, but still, if that doesn't matter, you know what I'm saying? Why should
yeah,
your hair matter? You know what I mean? Like we
right,
are
right.
good people with great talents, man. Joanna over here doing her crafts and doing her own hobby that she loves to do, that she made a business
hmm
out of. And I
hmm
mean, nothing should be diminished to our hair. I mean, that's what white people want us to be talking about.
Right.
But
But nowadays, you see them wearing weaves more than we do now. I
Yeah.
was watching our
Oh, they
newscast,
do. They wear
our
those wigs,
local,
girl.
right. I was watching our local newscast, from LA the other day, and the lady had blonde hair, but you could tell the different colors. Like her blonde was a little darker than the weave part, so you can tell where. But
where
they
it
put in
started,
those
where
clip
it
ins.
ended.
They put those clip ins
Hmm.
in. They put clip
Yeah,
ins.
they've been doing that.
They've
They've been
been
doing that
hiding
for
that for a
Yeah,
while now. They've been
yeah.
doing that shit for a while. It was the
yeah.
store.
Mhm.
It was concealed. We couldn't pick it up,
Mhm.
or we weren't paying much attention because
Right,
they were
right,
wearing their color here, whether it's blonde or
right.
whatever. So we wouldn't have noticed it, or it was
Girl,
already
I
straight.
wish I had
So
a
they've been
I
wearing
wish
those
I had
things for
saved
a
this
long
video.
time.
I saw this like I said, Carrie, we everywhere. I saw this short on my Facebook the other day. And you know how the sororities we do our stuff. Our stuff. Why
Mm-hmm.
was it a
Yeah.
chain of fucking white women doing that? And somebody put on a caption. They was like, we can't have shit for ourselves.
I don't know good and well the white girls ain't
Yes,
doing
they was, honey.
doing
It was like 15 of them
they
in a
were
little
line
train.
stepping.
Yeah, in the chain. Yes, doing their little. I said, well, I'll be goddamn.
Can't
Not
have
they
fun.
were
If I,
line stepping,
yes,
child.
they was, honey. Yes, they was. I said, well, damn, I done seen it all. I
Mm,
done seen
mm,
it
Well,
mm.
yeah,
all.
man, they call them extensions, but at the end of the
Yeah.
day, they're wearing fake hair like everybody else.
Yeah,
Well, I'm not included in everybody, but because I don't
yeah.
really like
That they
I
call
don't
them
wear wigs.
extensions.
You're right, Carrie. Me and you the same. I don't really. I have wigs, but I don't wear them. Like I wore last time I wore a wig probably was last year around this time.
Hmm.
But I don't knock nobody for doing it. But my head get hot real fast, so
really.
that's my main reason for not wearing
Oh, I saw. Here me go again, watching shit on the
Yeah,
Instagram.
yeah, man, you gotta
I think this lady was in Arizona, and it was a black lady though, and she had a nice little weave on there, but she was like, "It's so fucking hot." She had a water bottle. She said, "This shit got to come off my damn head. It's too hot." And she was pouring the water bottle. Did y'all see that? Did y'all
I
see that?
know, but I can see it in
Yeah.
my head.
She was pouring that water bottle around her edges of her hair, trying to get that glue off. She said, She said, "This motherfucker got to come off my head. It's too damn hot."
I don't wear wigs. I
That
No,
was
don't.
I'm hot
so
headed.
funny to me.
I sweat in my scalp too bad. I cannot wear no wigs that often. In the wintertime, that's cool,
Hmm.
but and sometimes in the wintertime, but for the most part, I'm wearing my natural hair.
Hmm.
I just don't want to feel
I'm
nothing
about
else.
to put some more. I'm about to put some braids in my hair.
You know what I
I just
laugh at sometimes? I'm sorry. Go ahead, Joanna. I think
no,
you
no,
cut.
no. Go ahead. I'm just speaking. Go ahead.
You know what I laugh at sometimes when
Hmm.
people are putting like they're saying, "Oh, my hair is all natural." Like, this is no human hair. And I'm like, "Do you hear yourself? This is 100% human hair and it costs so and so and it's expensive and and they're boasting on other people telling them they're wearing plastic
Right.
hair and all this stuff and I'm like, "You do realize this is coming from another person's scalp,
Another
Right. It's
right?
not
person's
even
You
your
scalp.
hair,
do realize
ma'am.
it's
It's not
somebody
your hair,
else's hair,
ma'am. Yes, you
somebody
paid
else's
for it.
energy you're taking
Yes,
and
you paid
putting
for it, but it's
forth,
not yours.
and you have the audacity to be boasting about it. Like, come on, who are
Hmm.
what are you saying? And I have to give this disclaimer.
Well, I ain't
I'm
gonna
not
lie.
knocking anyone who
I
wears
just
wigs
started. I just started. I
braids
used to
and
wear
stuff.
weaves. I used to wear weaves all the time, and have a frontal or things like that. But then when the wigs became popular, and then you didn't have to like do the sew in and all that, I ain't gonna lie. I went to wigs, and I got some. Look. My hair is good, like you
Yeah,
just said, Carrie.
I don't think I
But
could do
yeah, because
I'm
wigs
finna
is
go.
actually a good protective style.
Yeah, and
Okay,
right
this is the
now I'm
question
finna
I
go to
have.
Sister Locks. I'm finna go to Sister Locks within
You're
two
gonna
Oh
have to
weeks.
yeah,
cut your hair back.
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, I'm
You're gonna
I'm
have
go
to go
within in
natural
two
to
weeks.
start that, Joanna.
Oh no, I am natural. My hair is natural,
Oh, you
literally
do?
natural. I
Oh,
have no chemicals, no nothing on my hair. Yeah, and that was the
that's
whole purpose. That was the whole purpose of me starting to wear the wigs because I had my hair cut to get all the chemicals off everything. So I'm like 100% natural. And then in 2 weeks they're gonna start the process of my sister locks. So
I don't think I would do sister lock because I was thinking of locking my hair once. I know
mhm,
someone who had sister lock and it was so cute for years. She had it in
my
her hair
sister's hair is
and
so pretty. My sister hair
she
is
would
so pretty.
she would go tighten it every like couple
Hmm.
weeks and stuff or
Hmm.
whatever. But over the years, it takes your hairline out because of the tension when you go to get it tightened.
Yeah. See, it depends
So
on the texture of your hair also. Okay, so my
Yeah,
sister has them and she has fine hair, right? My
yeah.
daughter
I got
has them.
fine
My
hair
daughter
too.
has them. My daughter has them, but she has coarse hair,
And she
right?
doesn't. And I
So
guarantee you, your daughter doesn't have to get her hair as tight as your sister.
right, and hers is not as small as my sister's either, because she has thick, coarse hair, and hers is not as small. My sisters are tiny, tiny, and they're past
Mm.
her shoulder now. And I remember I went with her. the first day she got them done, and I wish that I would have sat down in the chair next to her and started when she did, because when she started, it was above her ear. Now it's past her
Yeah.
shoulder.
Once
But they
you
look
take care
so
of your
beautiful though. They look
scalp,
so beautiful.
grow. Once you take care of your scalp and your hair, it'll grow fast because you don't giving
Yeah.
it a lot of heat or chemical and stuff. But I'm
Right.
just saying,
Right.
I'm not trying to dissuade you,
No,
Joanna.
no, no, no.
But
I'm
I
gonna do
know
it anyway. I'm gonna do it anyway.
right, two people in particular, just give it like 10, 15 years. Trust
Hmm.
and believe they had to cut that shit out because every time you look, the hairline keeps going because of the tension. Because your scalp is
Right.
cold when you go get
Yeah.
those things. So it's all
Yeah.
neat and stuff. Things
Yeah,
look
hair
really good
porosity fly.
and neat, but
Yeah. As
after a
long as you
while,
don't pull on, when they style them, you know how they style them. As long as they don't, I don't think as long as you don't put no pressure, too much tension, because Almond Brown does really nice locks.
yeah, I've
Have you
Mm.
seen
ever
her.
watched her? Have you ever
Yeah,
watched her do locks?
oh
Yeah,
yeah,
I haven't
she
watched her.
does.
I do
that's
hair.
what I thought.
Mm.
Doing
Yes, go to her page, Connie, on Almond
Mhm.
Brown page. She
Mhm.
has a shop. She has a shop, and
Yeah, I know
yeah,
she have a shop. I never
she
watched her
does.
do hair though.
yeah.
Oh,
She
okay, yeah,
shows she's
go,
done it on
yeah,
live
watch
all the
her.
time.
Yeah, she does hair live all the time. She
Yeah.
does really nice interlocks too.
She's the one
Yeah,
Carrie,
who
can you highlight Clyde's comment?
which one? Okay,
Y'all
this
know
one.
Oprah?
I wanted her to
I can't
speak,
even
to elaborate.
see.
Yeah,
I'm sorry
I
Clyde
want.
doesn't
Yeah,
click links, but
yeah.
Clyde
About
saying
the
that
A
this
B
is
C
hairdresser.
D
I
F.
think that's the one that passed on.
I
Let me
mean,
know if
Carrie, I'm gonna drop down and I'm gonna
okay.
switch. I'm gonna switch devices because I'm reading off of a cracked phone and I
Oh,
can't see the comments. So I'm gonna switch and go to my iPhone. So
okay.
I'm gonna drop down right now and I'm gonna try to set my earplugs up to the other phone
All right.
so I can read the comments. Okay.
Okay. Do you Clyde, are you saying this whole hair chart thing with 4A, 3A, those numbers and stuff? Are you saying that he's the one who created it? Clyde
Hmm.
says it's he should be beat coming up with that mess. Oh, you
Yeah,
don't like
because it's
the
a whole
idea?
big mess.
The main thing regarding our hair is porosity. I just
Hmm.
recently found out, well, I think because it's a little bit confusing for me because I have fine hair. My hair is something else. I don't know. I wish I had thick hair, but I like it. It's I don't know how to explain it. Curly and wavy. I don't know. Whatever it is, but
I think it's something like if you have a cup of water, and if you take one strand of your hair and you put it in that cup of water, if it floats, it's low
mhm.
porosity, and then if it if it sinks, then it's high porosity, and if it kind of stays in the middle for a while and then floats, it's like I don't know, medium. I don't know, girl.
I've seen someone do that test
Yeah,
online before, and I'm like, I don't really see the big difference. But
yeah, I
okay,
don't,
girl,
yeah.
if you saw it, you saw it. I'm like,
But
okay,
it's
girl.
something. It's something about like whether you should use cream or custard or jellies. Whether you should use cream, like heavy base products on your hair, or whether you should use like
Oh
light
Lord,
base products on your hair.
hold
It's like
on.
that.
We got an interesting person in the background. Let's hear what this is. Oh my
Okay,
God. Hi.
that might be
Yes, sir.
Joshua.
Hey, it's me.
Oh,
It's
that's
me,
Josh.
Carrie.
Okay.
Yasin. I was trying to figure out. I'm like, no, I don't think it. Let me put this down. Look at that name.
MK. But hey,
Lord
it's
have
me.
mercy. What the full name is, y'all? They say
Oh,
Foxtail
it's
butt. What?
Foxtail butt plugs.
Nah, see, you ain't gonna be coming for my Kenny boo. Yeah, I can't deal with you. I can't deal with you. Why? Y'all man, why are you trying to start controversy?
Why not?
They've been going at it for a while, Connie. Isn't that
I
a
know.
year now? Maybe well,
I be in y'all mean bushes. I'll be
Yeah,
there.
it's not
I
a
be
start. It's
watching
continue.
it
It's just
all
a
the time.
I'm almost sure I heard
But
relax.
I
everything
like
Roman
both
Yeah,
of
said
them. And
the
see,
other day.
it's a
Uh,
continue.
I trying to remember which live I was watching, and King Roman was going in the other. It was this week. I'm saying, "Ooh, child, what it can do now," you know?
A word.
And Yachting has been going at it for a while too.
Okay.
Yeah, I think y'all can. I think
Are
y'all
you up
can.
there in the
I
clouds,
think. I think
Ken?
y'all can
Right.
settle this right here now. You don't think so?
I don't know if Ken is
Um.
in the clouds. Ken may
Yeah.
be asleep.
I, I feel no obligation in it. Since he didn't consult with me
No,
before
not
he attacked me,
obligated. I'm
and
not saying you're gonna be
when
obligated, but
DKL
I'm just saying
pointed,
if the opportunity
yeah,
arose,
well,
you know,
and when DKL pointed out to him, and when DKL pointed out to him, that would have been the right time when he said, "Hey, why would you attack y'all?" He didn't even say anything to you. He said, "I don't care." So I don't care. you know, I don't
he
care.
probably was
I really
already
don't.
defensive at the same time. He probably was already defensive.
Remind, because that's the first time I heard Yamin address
He could have been.
Ken was on DKL's platform. But can you remind me of what actually happened for
Yeah,
for those who do not know?
yeah,
Yeah.
I've given him some. I've given him so many passes. Well, I think he's a cloud chaser, based on like how he attacked me. I think it was something he wanted to do already. But what had happened was, I was talking about men who refer to other men as being ugly, and I didn't put any names on it, and it wasn't targeted towards anyone because it fit the conversation. But I said a man that has a standard of what an ugly man is to him also has a standard of what a gorgeous hunky man is to him. And DKL put that on the screen. When DKL put that on the screen, Kim was already up on the panel with him, and he decided to take shots at me. It started out with him calling me heterosexual and saying that I don't know what I'm trying to be. So it started out there. And these are stereotypical tropes. This is what I mean that he wanted to do that anyway. He knew that one day if he ever did decided to hit at me, it would be in the stereotypical things that you guys say about me. So
Sexuality comes
he did,
up.
yeah, yeah. So he did that. And then he also mentioned that I cannot speak. You know what I mean? So I mean, there it is. I mean, his
What does he
mouth looked
mean when
like
he say you can't speak? What are you doing right
um
now, though?
I haven't. Yeah, exactly. And he pretended like he didn't know me. He was like, "Who is that? Yagamin, Yagamit." He was saying this, but when he had less than 100 subscribers, he would have set me on his panel to help further his topics. Like that's what I remember.
Oh, so you used to be
But
over there supporting him?
when he had less than 100 subscribers, just
Oh
men.
wow,
Yeah, but
that's
they
Oh,
all.
you
that's
used to be on
fine.
Ken's.
Yeah,
You used to be on
Oh
Ken's
wow.
panel.
of course. After this was before he stabbed Goddess and all of them in the back because they were his beginning. Like when he started out, like the Goddess and the flows, they were over there as well. But yeah, I
And
would be
you
on the
mean to
panel.
tell me y'all fell out because of a comment on DKL?
Yeah, but he was waiting to do that. He's been crossing over, and he has to show Bay Nation and the other people whose ass he has his nose square up in like that. He has to make it look real, like he's actually parting from certain people and all this shit.
Okay, Ken,
So
come on up,
that's what he
Ken. I
does.
know you in the bushes, Ken. Come on up. Because y'all need to squash this.
Um,
This don't make no
I'm
sense.
not. I'm not even looking for him. He's a
What
liar.
is
I
Yai
don't even
too?
expect him to be honest or anything, and I don't have him to do. You know what I mean? That's just another homosexual I don't have to deal with. Mm.
Hmm.
Sometimes,
Wow.
Connie, sometimes when people say stuff, they already cross the line. It means they were already thinking stuff.
See,
It already
she's
shows the
unaware
character
of
of the
like my
person.
personal history. Yeah, like when I
Yeah,
hit
you
back, it's for a good reason. Yeah, but I've given
right.
him
So
passes. Yeah, like
yeah, sometimes once someone crosses the line, like there's well for me, there's like no
Mm-hmm.
reason for me to even like go back and try to fix stuff.
Okay.
That's
yo,
what I do in my life, in my
Okay.
yeah,
because
especially
I'm
with him,
patient with
it's
people.
irreconcilable with him. Like
Is
he's
that
not
are
even
you
Right.
speaking from
usually.
a personal
Yeah.
standpoint, Carrie?
Of course. Yeah, that is how I am. And I'm just saying for
So you
the
mean to tell me that you mean to tell me that there is nothing in this world, nothing in this world that can make you come back from something that could just be a misunderstanding?
Sometimes there's misunderstanding. Sometimes there's people who just show their evil self, and sometimes things come as a
Show their
blessing.
evil self
Right.
as
But
like a
then
result of the
that,
misunderstanding, like they
right.
show themselves.
Yeah, but then it also helps you to realize the negativity within the person. So it makes no sense you try to like fix stuff because you already know that this is something that's within them and it will never leave. So it doesn't even matter if you make up and apologize and stuff. You'll always know that this person has that negative energy within them.
Yup.
So you don't
That's
want
what
to
it's
waste your
about.
time making up with them.
Right. And I think
I got one
I
particular
Okay,
person.
see, Carrie, see,
I
that's how
haven't spoken
me
to
and you
them
don't
for
agree.
years.
Me and you don't agree on that.
Mm. I'm not that
Because
type to be apologizing and stuff and taking shit
no,
back
I'm not
and
talking about
forth.
apologizing, but you saying like all of a sudden, okay, just say for instance you have a friend, right? And say for instance you have a friend. You know your friend. Your good Judy. You know your good Judy. You know her or him. And you know how they is with other people. And then they turn around and do something to you, and then like, all of a sudden it's the negative energy, but then all before you was cool with the negative energy, y'all was vibing.
It's a difference to me. It is a difference.
So how all of a sudden it's
Maybe
negative
it,
energy now that is
well,
geared toward
but
you?
I'll say this. It may be that what the person was doing was pretending to be a good person. So it may have
right.
seemed like they were a good Judy because they were sending a whole
Right.
representation, a representative of themselves. Go and do my PR work, show me in this light, show me in that light, right? But then when they actually slip up and show you who they really are, you got to accept them for that person who they showed. You got to accept that this may actually be the real you right here. And the fact that you could sit and think and come up with some of the stuff that you came up with, it means that this is what you truly
Right.
are and this is how you truly feel. And it makes no sense
No,
I try to make, amends with you because you're still going to be
Right.
that same person at the end of the day. And it
Right.
means you'll do it again. It
no.
means you may do worse.
That's how me and you and me and y'all ain't gonna not gonna agree on this because
We would
you
never.
already okay, maybe I'm different. I see people from a mile away.
I usually do.
From a
I
mile
usually
away.
do.
I see
I
them.
usually see them from a mile away too. I usually do.
So I'm not I'm not jaded in the fact, you know what I'm saying? I'm not jaded in when it comes my time, then now you're this horrible person. Like y'all gotta get real with yourself. We have seen people's characters on here, right? So how all of a sudden when it comes to hit you personally, then all of a sudden I
There's no all of a sudden. Mm-mm.
Right.
There's no all of a sudden. There's no all of a
That
sudden
argument
because
doesn't
you've
apply,
heard
at
me
least not
even
with
right,
him. Yeah. At
especially
least
if
not
it's
with
with
him.
a specific person you're talking about,
Yeah.
Connie. There's no all of a sudden because you've heard me. Well, if you have been, I've been on here on this very platform, and I've mentioned I don't agree with everything the person does.
Right.
I've said it on my platform on numerous occasions without that person on the platform and with that person on the platform. And that person have
Um.
even said something when I said, I don't agree with everything this person does. I just, whatever. And they, why do you always say that? And I'm like, because it's true.
Mhm.
I've said it
Yup.
here. I could find a video of it. I've said it, you know?
Mhm.
So it's not all of a sudden. I acknowledge people for who they are. I accept people for who they
Yeah.
are. And this even brings me back to this whole thing with Eva Demetra when she was over here one night and the whole thing that happened on here. People were outraged, people were upset with me and stuff, but I saw
yeah,
Demetra for
tell
who
me
she was and I accepted
who was
her.
the person that you was talking about that was so outraged and they turned around and was in support of her?
That was Soapy, Dr. Soap.
Oh, I don't, he
Yeah.
got me blocked. He got me blocked, so I don't never
He's
see
a
nothing.
weirdo. He's one minute he's fine with you, the next minute he's something else. But I was saying
Okay.
that because he's one of the persons who who was over here. He was in the chat that night when Demetra was on the panel. He was very vocal about how he felt about her and stuff. But then guess what? When she went on her journey, he was the first one to be on his community wall, bigging her up and stuff. And Demetra this, and I'm like, look at this punk bitch. And I'm like, look at you. You were so upset about what she said and how she spoke about this person or that person. But I know truly down deep who Demetra is. So I accept Demetra for who she is because I
Yep.
know who she really is behind all of the hollering and stuff and the
Yeah.
alcohol. Because I know I can tell what her real
Yep.
true
You
personality
can
is.
tell.
So I'm not
Hmm.
gonna,
Okay.
because everybody's upset with her, I'm not
And
gonna
it's not
bring her
true.
up here. I like Demetra. I
My
genuinely
Yep.
like.
beauty's like a bunch of roses.
There you
Oh,
go.
I'm sorry.
So I'm like, look at this person who was repulsed with Demetra. They were so upset, you know. And
You what I
then
said, I don't
when
know what
Tony
I
heard about
know,
her,
but
was there supporting, and I'm like, look at that flip flopper right there. Look at
murderation.
that. So I'm
Mm.
saying I normally do pick 99% of the times I do pick up on a person's vibe or energy from very early on. So
Mhm.
that is really how
Yeah,
I am.
Yeah.
yeah. I could pick up on some
So when
people's
stuff
shit
happens, it no,
before
not
they
all of a sudden this
introduce
person
or
is, and it's
present
never been that
themselves.
way.
Yeah. I mean, because every situation doesn't always have to end up. I mean, and oh gosh, it's seeming like this, man. Man, that's why I go to other sectors, man, because I have to have a balanced view of YouTube. You know what I'm saying? My YouTube life got to be balanced, man. I can't be over
Most
here all the
definitely.
time, man. Like for real, this shit be
You
eating.
can't
Like
take you can't
You
take
have to be
everything
able
at
to
face
it's too
value,
recharge.
it's like
Connie.
too much negativity. I can't do
Allow it to
well
breathe.
with. Yeah.
Connie,
I
I
I'm
do
sorry.
not let things affect me. Like, oh, I'm so sad that so and so happened, and I'm like, oh, really? I've been okay, like, oh, that didn't have to happen. You were this and you were that. I'm like, no, it's another stranger on YouTube that I met. The stranger showed who they are, and life goes on. And like it doesn't affect me. I don't allow things to like affect me that seriously. I'll mention it or talk about stuff, but it doesn't mean I make it affect my personal life. I cannot allow it to. I cannot allow all these different energies from different people to affect my body, my being. I cannot do it. You know,
Mhm.
that's just how I am. I'm sorry.
That's why that day
Um,
when I
eh,
came up here,
here's the
Go.
go
Who
ahead.
was talking first? Go ahead, Connie. I'll mute.
oh no, I was just gonna say,
I'm on a delay.
like that's why that day I came up there and I was trying to ask you what was going on, and he was like, you was in a mood, like you didn't want to talk about it, and I'm like,
I remember.
okay, well, I can respect that. And then, like the next day, you just up
Oh
and talking
yeah.
about it. I'm like, well, okay, well,
And
that's how
he
she feel
even
today. So I'm gonna let her do her thing and let
Connie,
her go off.
on that day when Connie, when you asked me about what was happening, I was
Cause
trying not to
I
discuss it.
sincerely did not know what was going on. I really did not know.
Yeah, I remember when you were asking that, and I just didn't want to discuss it because for me, what I was trying to do was just take a clean break, just move away nice and clean and, without anything happening. So when you were asking about it on the panel, I'm saying it's okay, Connie, I was changing the whole thing because I didn't want to be in a mess with back and forth and all of that because that's not my thing, you know?
Right.
So, and I even said it in the back chat. I don't know if you saw it because when you were asking while I was speaking to you, I wrote it in the chat. I said, you'll find out one day. I don't remember if you
No,
saw
I
it.
Yep.
didn't
I did
see that.
type
No,
that.
I didn't see it.
Were you
Mm-mm.
on the panel on that day, Yamaine,
Yeah, I
when she
think I
was
remember
asking?
you.
Yeah, yeah, man
Yeah,
came
and I
up there
typed
that
it in the
day.
back chat. I said, one day you'll know. Because I,
I
I
didn't look at
really
the back
planned
chat.
not to. Yeah, I really planned not to have any conversation about that person at all. But then she's such a liar and stuff, and it was really interesting to see how a lot of people were watching one live and everybody came up with their different assumptions, their different conclusions as to what happened. So that was something that showed me that this person has been picking and looking for stuff the entire time. Just looking, nitpicking, looking for stuff. And I said, okay, I see where you're going with this.
Uh,
So, you know,
Um, I have I actually have two questions. Carrie, this is off topic. But what are your thoughts on people who grieve about people being sensitive in the beef sector?
can
That's what I
you
want to know.
can you elaborate?
I'm speaking loosely too. A lot of times I hear like, "Oh, you're being too sensitive. You're being oversensitive. You're being sensitive." Sometimes it's sensitive, and I hear
Some
that
people
like
are really
some
sensitive.
people in the beef sector who park their ass right here in the beef sector.
What you mean by that though? I mean, are
There
you
are
saying
some
like
people who are really sensitive on here. So like people say stuff and instead of just answering or trying to figure out what is wrong or responding to the person, you take it up on yourself and you try to find other ways to hurt them, whether it's through doxing, whether it's you just don't know how to deal with people
I
coming
don't
at
think
you.
that was his question.
What was it then? What were you asking then,
I
Yami?
think it is though. I think it was. I
Oh,
think it was though.
you scared me,
Yeah,
Connie.
cause yeah, like she gave the answer that and I really wasn't expecting the
You
answer, but
said
she
what?
answered the
No, your
question.
question.
Like
The
what?
question that you asked. You said, "What do you think about people being overly sensitive?"
Who? Yeah, not being overly sensitive, but other people whining about other people being sensitive while in the B sector.
Okay, people whining about people being sensitive.
Oh, they're complaining about why are people being
Right.
so
It's like
sensitive in
Yeah,
the sector. Like they're
that's
saying,
yeah, they're
oh,
that's what I
people
thought he
in
complaining
this
said.
and
sector.
grieving. Like, oh, you're being sensitive now. You're being sensitive. Like you hear these cries.
Oh,
That's what I heard.
okay, okay, I got you.
So, what you think, Kara?
I
Yeah.
don't
But I did have a
know.
question. She already
Go
answered.
ahead, Yami.
I did have a question for Connie. I wanted to know have have you ever been attacked by someone for the first time and based on that time you knew like from the insults that they used that they were waiting for a day to say those things? Have you ever got the sense of that?
No.
Can
In
y'all
real life
can
or
y'all
on YouTube?
block that troll? Block that troll. So I'm not in the chat. I mean that spam.
Are you saying in real life or on YouTube?
Anyway, just coming through your
Yeah,
ears. You hear it. Yeah. Mhm.
yeah. And that's why I understand where you're coming from. Like, that's why I never put that. That's why I didn't push it again. I didn't push it again because I see exactly where you guys coming from, and that's why I'm just listening. You know, and I'm just trying to get like an understanding, but I'm still listening because um I'm not in y'all position, you know? I'm not.
Yeah, that was bound to happen. That was bound to happen anyways,
Yeah,
because
it
it's not
was.
the first.
It was inevitable.
Yami, it was
Mhm.
inevitable. And Yamin, I know I don't want you to get in trouble when you go back over there, but you know that you have a channel and a voice, you gotta be careful. That's all I gotta say to you. Because
Yeah.
when you're silently supporting as a mod, she has no problem. But
Be
once you
careful as
start
to what y'all mean is a grown man. He pays his own
no,
bills.
being careful as in being mindful of what is gonna happen. That's what I mean. Be
I'm
mindful.
pretty sure
Once
y'all mean been around long enough to know
he, he he'll
what to
he'll know,
expect
he'll
with certain
see. But
situations.
but I'm gonna repeat myself. When you're silently helping and supporting, it's not a problem. Once you have a platform and you start doing your thing and you have a whole voice out there, it takes its time and it becomes a problem. That's what I wanted to say. New biology
All
says
right.
anger feelings
I don't
are
think
the same as
I
drunk
don't think
feelings.
I don't think I'm going. I don't think I'm going to come to eat my words, but
Mhm.
hopefully you're wrong, and hopefully you're wrong, and I think you're wrong, but hopefully you're wrong.
Ha.
Yeah,
That's
well, I hope she wrong too. I do. I do. I really do. Yeah, man, you got to get this avatar off the screen. Come on, yo, I mean, why are you doing this to? Why are you doing it? You being
Okay.
messy.
Yeah, I know,
Ken.
but
Are you up
like,
here,
damn,
Ken?
like, uh,
Are you up in the clouds, Ken?
King
yeah,
gonna come and drag your ass. You sitting over there playing
all
around
is
with his
fair. Like,
avatar.
it, I'm undraggable when it comes to him. Like, you mean he's gonna like make some shit up, but I'm undraggable. Like, he can't drag me.
Yamin and Ken's been going at it. I don't even know. Hold on. Is this?
Come on up, Nubiology. Come on up. I love to hear her sense of reasoning. She has such a calm voice, like y'all mean, like and Carrie. Carrie have a calm voice. Oh, everybody have a calm voice except me. Why I gotta be so geeky and just what I'm saying, overt. I can't help
Um,
it. I really
family of.
can't help it. Unless I'm about to have sex, I really can't help it.
Ooh, ooh, ooh. What did you say, Connie?
You telling all
I'm
your
not-
secrets.
I just can't help it. If I'm having sex, I'll be real
Ooh,
calm and real nice and sensual. But I just can't help it. My mouth is really loud.
you're loud. Are you serious? I would never. I would never. I would have never thought that you were a loud person. Family of Six Rock says, but that's with everybody I've seen. It's not just one person. Okay. I'm assuming that is with what I was saying. Okay. Oh, you mean with different content creators? Okay, I get what you're saying. Okay. So Sly Jones heard that. You know that's his area. Oh Lord, that is Slide for you. Yeah, yeah, that's what she
Um,
said.
Carrie,
Yeah.
there's a new video of the Sesame Place footage from a different angle showing the two girls that were snubbed, and just like a foot or two away from them, that same costume character had like hugged a white girl.
Yeah, I've been seeing different videos of that thing. That was so
and
sad. Those are
and when I
children, you know? You don't do that to children.
and when I jumped right, and when I jumped up and left your last live of the karaoke, that's because I wanted to quickly do upload.
It all you already put it
So
out? You already made your
yeah.
upload? Okay, let me share it.
Oh
Okay.
yeah, it's real
Yeah, I
short.
watched
You could,
it.
yeah, if you're
I
able to
watched.
share, you could.
Yeah, I'm gonna share it the video in the chat, the one that you just uploaded. Yeah,
Yeah.
I was saying that this and the fact of the matter is that I think I've seen two different angles when this was happening, and like that character literally went to only those who were white. And then whenever the black children put stuck their hands out, he would be like, no, 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 you know? And I'm like, how do you do that to children? You know? How do you do
Right.
that? How
Colorblind
are
my
they going to
butt.
be? They're
Well,
so
yeah,
happy to
they'll
see
do.
these cartoon characters or
Yeah.
whatever they're called. And then you're going to just burst their bubble like that, like, you know, just letting them know, oh, no, 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 don't touch me. So even when you're there working, you don't even, you are still showing racism against these children. These children are innocent, you know? They don't know about racism or hating
Exactly.
people of other color. They learn these things from their
Right.
parents. They learn these things from family or what they watch on TV and stuff. They
Mhm.
don't grow up. They're not born. They don't grow up thinking about people's color. They just see humans. They see another child to play with.
Right.
They are innocent, you know? So it is crazy.
Right.
So most of the things that people children, if they
And
do
close to the
act that
spiritual
way
world.
towards other people, it's because of what they learned from their
Yeah.
parents. It's a learned behavior. Oh,
And they are
Nubiology
their
said she's gonna come
grandparents.
up.
Yeah.
it's quite unfortunate that parents don't take the time to discipline their child and teach them other things, but you're
I'm
teaching them how to hate. Why do you want to teach your children how to hate? That
I'm
should be.
sorry, I don't know what y'all
Mhm.
talking about. I'm not on TikTok.
It is on YouTube too. Oh, let me go find the video.
Not
Let me find.
TikTok. But yeah, like nah, no TikTok for me.
What y'all talking about?
She's gonna
Go ahead,
show it, I guess.
Yummy.
I guess
Tell her
she's going
about
to
it.
country. Oh, you're not gonna show it?
No, let them go click on your thing and give you some.
Oh,
No, man,
okay. I thought
you
you
be
were.
building your
I thought you
channel,
said you would.
Yummy. I would do
Yeah.
it if you wanted me to, but I'm just saying you want. I'm trying to put the
Okay.
link in the chat so people can click on it. So
No
and
doubt.
subscribe.
No doubt. No doubt. I
Yeah,
feel
you
you. I
you
feel you.
you don't want the clicks and the views from my channel. You want it on yours.
Okay, well that's why I need you around. But and stuff
You
like that.
Yeah, you got to think about that part too. So it's for those who are listening. Don't think it's a bad thing I'm saying. I'm just trying to say he's building his channel also. So if I played over here, people won't go to his channel to watch it. So I would much prefer to drop his link so you go to his channel and watch it. And also subscribe when you go over
Okay.
there. Right. And it's a 2 minute video. He normally doesn't do like long videos unless he's doing like a
Right.
little open panel here and there. But his videos are really short. And a lot of us, we just want to watch stuff and keep it moving. So that is one of the advantages of this one. So you can go ahead and talk. Let me go fetch it real quick.
Yeah, and how about when they be having like the kids be showing off. I think y'all man, you was on that platform with me one day with Duchess about the whole um I forgot Dwayne Wade son daughter name Zaya.
Zoya. Yeah, whatever. Yeah.
And
Zaya.
I just really couldn't understand it. Like I just couldn't understand the way they doing that whole thing. Like how you making kids more mature than they should be and putting them in the light of predators
Hmm.
and the world. This makes me so uneasy because I mean, like thinking that type of way. If that's the way the world is gonna be, then I'm gonna be a strict parent. You know what I mean? Like I'm gonna be a strict parent because I'm not about to have all that going on. My kid's not about to have no Instagram at 10 and 12. Like
Right.
it's not about to happen.
Hmm.
Hey, Joanna.
And I mean that.
Mm-mm.
Joanna, you're muted, Joanna.
All right. All right.
So I dropped the link to Yameen's channel, and for those who are watching or for those who will be coming on the repeat, please subscribe to Yameen's channel. Ooh, what's that sound? Oh no!
Yes, please subscribe and thank you.
Did you
What kind
hear
of
that, guys?
vibrator is that? Is that
Is
a
it from my
jackrabbit?
end? Is it from my end? Something went horribly wrong a
Terry,
while
are
ago.
you testing out the rose over
The
Oh
there?
no! Hell
jackrabbit.
no! No!
The
Terry,
jackrabbit. She got the jackrabbit.
Hell no! I heard it. I'm
Terry
like,
over there
what the
testing
hell is
out the
that?
rose, y'all.
No, I just had my phone. I wonder if that's what caused it. I had my phone real close to this. No, no, guys, no, that's
It's a
not.
jackrabbit.
I think Joanna came back.
That jackrabbit is working.
No, that is not true. Oh my god, no. Okay, so guys, please go ahead and subscribe to Yamain's channel. And also the video he spoke about just now, I dropped the link to that video. It's 2 minutes, so it's a quick watch.
Kelly, can you drop one of me?
Thank you
Okay,
guys.
this is the one. Okay, there you go. There you
Okay. Good grief, Charlie Brown. I just went through some mess trying to.
This too,
Holy
Jumanji.
moly! Hi, everybody. I'm sorry for being so rude. Hi. I just went through.
Hey.
I
I
have a
just.
question.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
I didn't get to watch the entire thing today because I peeped in. So, what did Lovely say? Because I saw you over by Lovely Loves today. What did
Hmm.
she say? Did she remember what happened
About
about last night? Hold on, I
no,
gotta.
no. I don't like try to make Lovely remember something that happened the day before because she won't remember. So
Mm.
I'll just come in and just act like nothing happened. You know what I mean?
Uh, we got
Because
someone here in the back. Is that you, Rex?
You know it's me.
Unmute yourself. Okay. What's going on?
How you doing, young lady?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm doing great.
Are you still in Aruba?
Nope,
Aru-
I've been back.
Oh, so how was your time over there in
Well,
Aruba?
I took my family.
oh wow,
We
that
had a good
sounds
time. Yeah, I
interesting.
got 5 days.
Mhm.
Wish I could have did 2 weeks, but I had to come back to work. I got
That
shit to
sounds
do.
interesting. Did you have a great time?
Yes, the
Oh,
kids
that's
What
had
is
a
it
real
like
good
cool.
over
time.
there? I've never. What is
That's
Aruba?
what I'm about to ask. Like, what is it like over there? Like,
Yeah.
what do you do over there?
Yeah.
And I didn't get like you might have thought I got drunk. I got drunk 2 of the days, but the other days I was pretty cool and shit. Rode the
I
four
know you got
wheelers.
drunk when you clicked the link the other day.
Rex, really? Because Rex, I done seen you, and you probably don't even know who I am, but I've seen you on some lives when you've been lit,
Lit,
taking
lit,
lovely,
lit, 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 lit,
taking lovely words, but you'd have been lit. So you mean to tell me you went all the way to Aruba and you didn't get
Well, he
Well,
sure did.
2 of the days I did. My
He
first day
did.
there, and then like my third day there, and then
Oh,
a couple of
you just
days I didn't because I had activities set up for the children. So that's why.
okay. So you
Okay,
just was
what do
just
y'all do?
chillaxing.
Well, I rode a four wheeler, but we got on the boat when well, like a couple of my daughters are too young to do some of the shit, so they couldn't do what we wanted to do. But like when what's it called the jet ski and stuff, where the boat pull you, you on a jet ski.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, I get it.
Aruba is located where?
Well, I went to the part more. What's it called? Es Estistan or Aruba, I guess it's called. If I'm saying it
Yeah,
right.
like
That's the
what
style.
country? Like what country? Like I'm asking because I don't know. I'm not gonna sit up here and try to act like I know. So it's
Yeah,
like
I
in.
don't get. I listen. I just book tickets and I just fucking go. Just like I couldn't tell you some of the places. Like I went to St. Thomas with a fucking St. Thomas. I
Mhm.
didn't go there. So
Aruba
I
is
don't know about
located
that.
off the coast of Venezuela.
Yeah, that's what
Okay,
I'm
thank you
saying.
so much. Thank you so much.
But I
I swear
couldn't tell
I'm not gonna get
you.
up here. I'm not that type of person to get up here and be like, oh yeah, I know. Nope. If I don't know, I'm gonna ask.
Yeah, but I'm a person. I don't even pay my own bills. My wife paid the bills, and I give her the
Right?
money.
Okay,
She pay
you
the
just
bills.
there, huh? Just there for the
Rex
Yeah,
said
I'm
he
ride.
just
just
there.
go with the
Yeah,
flow.
yeah.
Just there for the ride. That's what's up,
But I
though.
mean,
That's
I
what's up.
enjoyed myself and all that. Everybody enjoyed themselves. So, but I'm back to
Well,
work now.
good. That's all that
But
matters. That
how you been
that you
doing,
guys had a great
Carrie?
time.
I've been doing good. I've been getting better. You know,
That's
things
good to
things are
hear, Carrie.
And
That's
I
yeah.
good
saw
to
you
hear.
before, Miss Joanna. I mean, I'm from like Brianna's channel, but
Yeah, yeah.
that's like my YouTube
I've
niece.
seen you over there several times. That's why I
Come
said
up
you
here
might
behind the
not
bar.
be really familiar with me, but I've seen you lit. So that's why I
Yeah, I was
mentioned
lit.
that.
I was lit. But they got like 3 islands in like Aruba and shit. But maybe when I go back next time, they got one supposed to have pink sand. I wasn't at that one though. I don't
Yeah.
Do
even
you
know.
mind me asking? Was it expensive? Is it expensive?
Yeah, that shit expensive. 'Cause I took 6 people with me. I
Oh,
mean, including
okay.
myself and 6 people. But I mean, if
Okay.
you go with just you, maybe like your husband or your boyfriend, whoever,
Uh-huh.
Passport movie.
it's probably really cool.
Okay.
But it's expensive.
What did it run you
I mean, with
about?
the hotels and all that. Because if I coulda, I would have stayed in like a villa. Because that's what I wanted to stay in. But I'm like,
Uh,
that's gonna cost too much. Where you could like one of them things where the
uh-huh.
floor is see through.
Right, right.
Yeah, you
Oh,
can
So
see the
so I'm
fucking
nosy.
ocean,
I'm
shit
nosy.
like that.
So with 6 people, how much did that run you?
Well,
I'm
each
not
ticket
not
was
including the dining there or anything. I'm just saying like the trip, not including the dining and all that. I'm
well. I'm
just
gonna just
like,
go with the plane tickets for round trip
okay.
because my my 13-year-old they count her as an adult for some fucking reason.
Uh
She counted as an adult over 12, and my younger one, I don't know,
uh-huh.
it's probably paying close to like I know I got tickets. My I think about like 863 per person,
Oh
something like that.
wow. But you know what? It's not bad, for a good time, It's
Yeah, I
memories
think
and
I was supposed to be getting a deal. That's what my wife was saying. I'm not sure, but like I said, I don't do all the other shit. I just
you
well,
just
she kind of do
go.
all that, like even the bills. So I just
Well,
kind
that's
of do
good. As
that,
long
but
as
she
you had
trying
a
to get the
great time,
bills.
that's all that matters. That's as long as you guys had a good time, that's all that matters.
The reason I let her
Can
do
you?
that, I remember one time I went to Illinois, right, Carrie, because I had to work, right. She got me
Mm-hmm.
a deal. I had the rental car, and I got a whole. What I think I got a rental. No, the plane ticket round trip and a rental car for $1,100 for 16 days. Even though
Oh
I ended up
shit, you
staying
was
for 15
winning.
days.
You was winning on that one.
Yeah, that ain't bad
Yeah.
at all for 16
No,
days.
you was winning.
It
That's
also
what
So
depends
yeah,
shit.
on when you're traveling, the time that you're traveling to. So
A
that is
half a
also
month, a half a month for that price, you was winning.
1,100. I remember that part. Like I
Yeah.
said, I don't know where she went to, but I went to Illinois to work, and I thought I was gonna be there for 15 days. I got it for 16. I ended up being there 19 days, so I had to pay a couple extra dollars. But yep, for
Mhm.
1,100, a
Oh,
rental
that's what's
car
up.
and a round trip ticket.
Oh, that's what's up right there.
I'm thinking
My
of
wife like
going.
a secretary.
That is why
Yeah.
that is why I was asking Rex about Aruba because I'm thinking of going to a Caribbean island, on for
Hmm.
my vacation, but I'm not sure where to go. So I've been,
I
uh,
went
You
to
know, I have two first cousins that live in Jamaica.
mhm.
They were born and raised out here in LA, California, but they moved there and they live in different locations. But they, excuse me, they live in Jamaica. So we're gonna go out there in September.
Was it a business move why they moved there?
No, okay. One cousin moved there because of her boyfriend at that time, which is now her husband.
Oh
But
Lord.
he was from there, And then the other cousin just moved there. Just moved there.
That is like some people who just move to certain parts of California.
Yeah, yeah. It was like weird.
Like
Yeah.
you decide to do that, but a lot of people have been moving there. It's like
Hmm.
the
now.
whole Back to Africa movement,
Let me
and they
tell you,
Yeah.
start
last time I've been to
business and
Jamaica,
stuff.
Carrie, was 3 years ago, and I was at Ocho Rios, and that shit was filthy because I remember I went up. I think it's called like Dark Hill or something. It got a bunch of trees. Like even when the it's like sun outside, it's dark going up that. And I mean, there's people coming
Fern
outside. They
Gully.
trying to set Ocho
I don't know
Rios.
where
It's called
Dark.
like Dark
I don't
Hill
know
or
where
something.
Dark Hill is. But if you're
I don't know if
talking
that's the
about an
right
area
name.
where there's a lot of ferns, where you driving,
It
like
wasn't
Fern
farms.
Hill,
It was trees. It was just like it was like.
No, she said ferns. 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 Ferns.
I mean, what you mean by farms though?
it's trees.
Yeah,
Like
well,
it's like
yeah, a
a
lot of
pine,
trees.
like a pine tree almost.
Yeah.
So you were
Well,
saying you were
no, I wouldn't
driving
call them
through
pine
this
trees.
area called okay, okay,
I
go
was with
ahead.
a tourist, right? And they was telling me right now they like I guess their money is not worth nothing at the time, but that was 3 years ago, so I'm not sure if it's true right now.
And it
But I
gets
remember the guy was
worse.
trying to give me 100. He was trying to give my sister actually $100 bill for free because he like our money was worth like I think I think one of our dollars was worth like almost $108 actually. I think
Hmm.
at the time, if I'm not
Hmm.
that's
mistaken.
how it is. Like that's how it is all the time. It is that
But
I don't
you
know. I
had
don't know what
guys.
the economy was then, but our our currency is way more
The
is more
value is
valuable.
more. I
But
Yeah.
it's
just saw
usually not
that.
100 to 1 though. It's usually not a
I
hundred
just
to
saw
one.
that. Was it London, England, whatever? Their American their dollars are now matching American dollars now. I just saw
Mm.
that last week. Yeah, just last week.
Wow.
Yeah,
See,
Okay.
the
yeah.
economy is good when you hear that because when normally when
hmm
oh my
Yeah.
god,
So they said it's good for us. It's good for us if we would go vacation there, but it'll be bad for them coming here. Because the currency is the same. You know what I mean? So a lot of the companies are changing or some shit like that. I just briefly heard about it. You know how you be laying down listening to the TV and not watching it, and I was hearing it when I was like almost half asleep. But they said that the currency was matching dollar for dollar now.
so were you saying, Rex, that you didn't have a good experience in Ocherias?
No, I'm saying I took my kids to the beach, but you had guys when we was going on the tour, we was on the tours, man, and we was going up and they were trying to sell us stuff. You had guys having weed brownies, right? And they was actually coming out with this shit in their bare hands, not even wrapped in plastic. So I
Yeah.
knew I wouldn't have bought
Oh
it. Once I
wow.
saw that, I'm like, I wouldn't buy it if it's wrapped in plastic. And they bare and they like, you want to buy it? And they just trying to make some money. I understand that, but I'm like,
They
nobody's
don't
gonna
think
buy
about
that from you
hygiene
from
and all of
America.
that.
Mm.
Right. And then
Yeah.
you got
That
to
was
be
crazy.
careful with that too, because you don't know what's actually in it. You know.
Right.
Yeah. But
Some
they
of
had the
them,
shit in their
to be
bare
honest, when
hands,
you
man.
see it that way, it simply means they planted, they just have access to it. So you guys
Yeah.
gotta go in shops and so on because it's different in your where you're
hmm
as opposed to them. They're picking it. They're literally picking it.
Right. Because by the time it make it to America, it's already cut. They
No,
didn't cut it
but
and
think about
Yeah,
this
mixed it
but
up.
though,
still, if
Carrie.
anybody handing something over to me in their hand, in their bare hand, I'm gonna be looking at you like,
No,
what the hell? You couldn't
like
put it in the
They hold on
baggie?
to the
no,
stick
That's what
like
I'm
Carrie
saying.
said, that
side.
that wasn't even like Carrie was saying. That's not even like really the issue. The issue is it's like there's pure, just like coca leaves. That's what they make
And it's
coke.
pure corn.
Ain in. I don't want to say the word, but they have access to the coca
The
leaves and stuff
hydro-
like that.
the
But the but the
hydro-
thing is, it's like not even the handing over with bare hands. It's like their stuff is one
Behind
hundred
the
percent
bar.
100% pure. You know what I mean? By the time it gets to America, it's already been cut. If you guys know what I mean by
not
cut,
in,
Yeah,
right?
I
But
ain't, I
that
this,
is
ain't,
not
I'm
in
not
the
talking about
labs and
that
those
part.
type
I'm
of
talking about
places
the
that it's grown
presentation.
in the
Oh
states.
wait, what happened? What happened? This is
oh,
like
but this was
I
a brownie
agree.
though. You had to bake
Oh,
that to
oh
make that.
no! Oh, a brownie!
Um,
Oh hell no! I'm not.
Yeah,
that's
I'm
what I
talking
was
about the
saying.
That
It was a
yeah,
presentation.
that's
brownie
what I
you
was
walk
The
up
saying,
with.
oh,
brownie in
Carrie.
I
your
didn't know.
hand.
I thought it
That's what
was
I was.
the actual weed you were talking
No,
No,
about.
he
I'm
talking
Oh
talking
about
about
the
the
brownie
actual
in the
No,
brownie
same
cake with the
no!
weed
I
hand.
don't
no.
need
inside.
that. You're not gonna
That's
give
what
me
I was
that
saying, Carrie,
brownie
and you
in
don't
your
even know
hand.
what's inside of it. That's what I
Oh
was saying.
hell
You don't even
no!
know what's inside of it.
Yeah, the presentation of it all. You don't hand me
Hygiene
no
first
dessert
and
in your
foremost.
hand. Any dessert. I don't care if it was a lemon pound cake.
Right. I got you.
Yeah, you can't hand me that shit in your
Yeah,
hands
don't
though.
touch that shit.
Right,
I'm gonna be
Yeah,
eating that. Do not put your hands on my stuff. Mm-mm.
right,
yeah. I don't know
right.
if that's an American thing. That's just an anybody thing. Like you
It's
can't
just
That's
walk
an
up to me with shit
anybody
in
thing.
your
No,
bare
I
hands.
think it's more of American because they're like you
everybody.
go to establishments and stuff like that over there. They don't even wear shoes. You know what I mean? So it's just like, and we look
Oh no,
down.
they wear shoes, ma'am. They wear
Where?
shoes.
No, no,
Where?
no, 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 no. I'm saying like if you go to small places like small little cities, like even in Mexico, you see the little kids out there hustling. They don't have shoes on. They don't have, you know what I mean? That's what I meant like that. Like they just selling stuff to try to make money. That's what they're doing. But
Like
us as
I
Americans,
went
we
to
will
the
look
Cayman
down on it.
Islands, right, on a cruise, and when we sailed in, right, the Cayman Islands, this shit is like it's a small island. It got a lot of stores on there. You go in there, but this shit is like sea level. So if it's ever a tsunami, it's gonna kill everybody. I wouldn't live there either.
I love
Like I
your wife
wouldn't.
already. Your wife be having your ass moving. Huh? She be like, "Come on, just come on. I'll tell you how much it costs later. Damn it."
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I can't. I don't know. The Cayman Islands is its own private island. I'm not. I can't really tell you the exact location, but when I was there, though, it's a nice city. But when you coming in on the cruise, you can
Uh-huh.
see the island and it's like sea level, like it's surrounded by the
Like in
water.
Louisiana when it was below sea level when the Katrina hit them.
Yeah, I never been there though before, so I don't know how that looked. But
Oh yeah,
it
because
was
they said
sea level.
that they said like Louisiana was shaped like a bowl. So when Katrina hit, when the sea over flooded, they said that the how do you call it, wards, ninth wards or whatever.
When the
All of it
levees
is,
broke, yeah, the
yeah,
water
when the
was
levees broke,
caved
yeah.
in.
Yeah, they said it's shaped like a bowl. So when the water came over the levees, it just filled up, like filled the bowl up, you know. And a little bit of history, I had started researching it during the Katrina time because it actually happened on my father's birthday, August 29th, when it happened that year. Uh and they said that that's where they put all the low income, projects and homes and stuff around towards those levees. So that's where it's like a lot of black people that got affected by that. And they built that like that
Oh,
on purpose.
wow.
Yeah, yeah. They
Wow.
were all located right there. Yeah. So when the levees broke, it just filled up like a bowl.
Oh.
Yeah,
So
it was
next,
crazy.
okay, I get what you're
Hmm.
saying.
Uh-huh. And it was just only like the economy was only like mostly African Americans living in those areas right there. And it was so sad to see all those people up in that
It was.
stadium,
It was a
in that
hard time
stadium.
for. Yeah, it was a
Yeah,
Oh,
hard
yeah.
and
time.
to see them walking across that bridge, and then to see
And
the
seeing all the caskets floating on the water,
yes,
man, that shit was
because they
horrible.
bury them above the ground, like out here in California, you're buried below, but out there they're buried above the ground. Um, and like you said, to see the caskets flowing, and then the county jails were all flooded, so you have
People
these
were just waving
inmates,
they was waving their shirts over the roof. They was standing on
yes,
top of
And
the
that
roof,
was
man.
the
That shit
sad
was
sitting
part.
on the
horrible. And
house,
George Bush was just flying over them like he didn't give a
right?
damn.
Exactly, exactly. That was the saddest thing
Now,
ever. I think I ever saw ever.
do you, now let me ask y'all a question, right? You know the scariest shit I ever saw, right? Now I'm not
Mhm.
scared of many things except for like heights, but because I work construction, so I'll be on high rises sometimes when I'm doing my regular construction, where I might be on the 47th floor with no walls. I
Mhm.
might be on like a high lift or something where it go near
Ooh,
the edge, and
child, I
I'm not
couldn't
gonna go
do it. I couldn't do it. Go
but I'm
ahead.
not
I'm
gonna go
sorry.
all the way out on the edge, right? But
Mhm.
if y'all was alive then, because I'm 41, I was alive in 2001 when 9/11 hit, right? And you saw
Oh,
them
Mhm.
little things on TV jumping out the building. You're like, is they people? They jumping from
I
like the
Yeah.
80th
remember.
You
floor.
I
see
remember
that?
when it
Shit was
happened, Rex.
crazy.
I remember
That
when it
was so.
happened.
Ooh, you got me over here scratching because that was the most eerie
Yeah,
feeling
because remember you
ever to
said
see
some
those
little
people.
things jumping, and you like, yo, is they
Yes,
people? Yo, they
they
jumping from like
actually
the
was
80th floor. No way, you
jumping,
gonna die.
jumping
You
just to try
dying
to
jumping from
get
that
away
fucking
from
high, yo.
that.
Because they wasn't trying to walk through that jet fuel. And I'm like, that's the only thing that I like kind of scared of maybe is heights, like shit like
Mhm.
that. Because I'm not jumping out. I think I'm gonna try to run through that fire, but it's easy to
Ooh,
say when you're
yeah.
not in it. Because that's jet
Right,
fuel. That
right.
shit's gonna burn you to the crisp if you try to run through it.
Right. But yeah,
Yeah.
like you said, to see them people jumping out when the news camera
You remember
started
that though?
focusing. Yes,
I remember.
I will
Yeah,
be 55 on Monday. Honey, I remember it. I was
I
at
Yeah, I
work.
remember.
remember
I
that
I
remember
was
shit.
it like
at
it was
work.
yesterday, man. Like
I
the
was at
people,
work
they were
sitting in
just
the
jumping out because it got too hot, and they just had to jump,
yeah.
man. Like it was
Yeah, and yo, it's
crazy.
so crazy on TV. You really couldn't see that was a body. You just saw
No.
something jumping, but
And then
they was
and then
Mhm.
jumping from
and
like
then
the
and then like
80th
and then
floor.
like a few minutes later, all you see was a building just crumbling down.
Mhm. And when that second plane hit.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
second plane hit,
man.
yeah, but you just saw
Yeah.
them little things and you're like, yo, that's people. Because
It's
they just don't want to
people.
Yes.
get too
Yeah.
close. And you like, yo, that is people jumping.
Oh.
Yep.
I
I'm
hope
like,
I
yo,
just
they
pray to
was,
God that they probably had a heart attack before they even hit the
Before they
ground, so
landed.
they didn't
Yeah.
suffer or
yeah,
something
because
like that
remember,
because
everybody from the 65th floor and up was stuck.
yes,
Mhm.
Yeah,
they were
so that
stuck.
means you jumping from at least the 66. I'm assuming,
Oh
let's
my
say the
goodness.
70th floor and up,
I
you jumping
I
from.
don't even know why I'm up here scratching because it's like eerie to
Yeah,
remember that. I remember sitting at work. I was
Man.
on lunch. I was on lunch and I was at work and in the break room, we had the TVs in the break room. And I remember vividly just watching that on the TV
I was
happening
sitting at home with my mom. We were
live.
sitting
Yeah,
there watching
happening
it
live.
live.
Yeah, I was
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
20 years old. I remember that's why I was waking the fuck up because I was doing some other shit, but I ain't have a job. Then I was
Dang,
selling
that's
drugs.
been,
I remember.
it was 9/11/11, huh? It was September 11,
Yep.
2011, wasn't it?
No,
Yeah.
2001.
No, it was
2001, I'm sorry, 2001.
2000.
9/11, 2000, September 11, 2001. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So, oh,
21 years
goodness.
ago.
That's crazy. That's been that long. I really vividly remember sitting in the break room at work, watching it live on the news in the
That's what I'm
break
saying.
room.
People who saw that actually, sometimes we got to think about it. And I definitely got to tell myself this first. But you're
Hmm.
sitting on YouTube arguing with these people, and I'm just like arguing back and forth. Not saying who's right and
Hmm.
wrong, but like, come on, man. I don't really got time for
Right,
that shit.
right.
Other
It's
nonsense
bigger
they
fish.
talking
It's
about.
bigger fish out there to fry,
Like
and
them
we
people jumping
arguing.
from that building was serious. That's for real, for real.
Yes, yes.
Yeah,
That's
mm-hmm.
why I said I just
because
hope
they jump
that.
into their death. They'd rather jump
Yeah,
and think they're gonna survive than run through that jet fuel from that
just
plane
yep.
and
That's why I
burn to
said I
death.
just pray that they had a heart attack before they hit the ground, and they don't
Yeah,
feel it, didn't suffer,
because
or
And
anything.
not only the twin towers, we had the Pentagon that day.
Hmm.
yeah,
Oh
yeah.
yeah, it was going off that
And we
day.
had
It was
another
going off
building they
that
was
day.
supposed to hit. I think it was the White
There
House,
was
but
a
they stopped that. I guess.
Yeah, they had
yeah.
got to that
Remember,
one
it was
first. Yeah,
four
after
planes
the
though. It was four planes.
Pentagon.
It
After
was
the Pentagon.
oh
I think it
shit,
was
don't
supposed to be
make
the
me
White House, if
fucking
I'm not
forget.
mistaken.
Yeah, the
I
White
think we
House.
were
They
gonna
had
aim
after the
at the
Pentagon
White
got
we were
hit.
gonna aim at the White House. I don't remember it would be in
I
the White
think
No,
that was
House.
the plane that
after the
fell though
Pentagon
in
got hit.
Pittsburgh
After
or
the
something like
Pentagon
that.
hit. After the Pentagon had hit, then word had got around, so it didn't make it to the White House.
To the White
Remember, I
House.
think I think they
No,
helped
I don't
crash
think that
one
was
somewhere before it got to the White House, but they could have shot it down. Who knows? But they
They
said
had
yeah.
turned. Remember,
I
they
think
said
it
the
was
plane
just a
turned.
rumor. It probably was just a rumor at that point.
Yeah, but I
Because
think they
maybe
said something
let me
four
about
tell you
the
planes.
plane
something.
had turned.
Let
The
me tell
plane
you
had
something.
turned,
Let me tell you
diverted.
something, Joanna. If somebody, if a person is willing to sacrifice their life
Hmm.
to do something like that, they're gonna make sure they hit they're gonna make sure they hit everything on
Oh,
the agenda.
definitely, definitely. Yeah.
So I don't think the White House was ever in
Oh, so
motion.
you okay? So
I
you
think
saying you
it
think
probably
that was
was
just
like
a
a
But
rumor?
you
rumor.
got to,
Oh,
but hold
Yeah.
up, sis. You got to remember, them people that we talking about are followers. Like they giving their life up, following
yeah,
behind somebody that's telling them a lie.
yeah, and they paid their family off. Paid their family off for them to
Yeah,
take their,
I
take
don't know
their
who did
life.
that, but for you to blow yourself up and kill yourself for
Yeah,
somebody
like
telling
you
you a
said,
lie,
it's like a
that's a
bomber.
sin right there. That's a
It's
sin
like
to kill yourself.
a bomber who, straps a bomb on himself and go out in the middle of a parade and do all that. And then I heard that they pay the family, because he's sacrificing himself. That
But to
person is
convince,
sacrificing himself.
if they was Muslim, right, to convince them that they going to
Hmm.
paradise for killing themselves and they know that's a sin, you
Hmm.
had to really brainwash them people for them to
Oh,
do that
definitely.
shit.
They're sheep. It was sheep. It was sheep.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you can.
And
They
then
run you
now we've
brainwashed.
become so desensitized to I think
Anything.
not us personally on the panel, but I'm thinking like society as a whole has become so
Yeah.
desensitized to like massacres and bombings and
Hmm.
because it becomes so prevalent now, it's like we pray for the situation and we pray for the people and their families, but it's like it's a desensitizing movement
Hmm.
because it happens so often.
Hmm. You're
And so
correct.
now you're just like
It's just like if you
if
was
you
out on a
really
regular,
sit back,
normal,
if you really sit back, you have to really look at like which direction this world is moving into, like which direction the
right.
But
government is moving us into. Because
It's
but you
like
get
if you just living in normal society and you have gun violence and you had a cousin or a brother or a friend or whoever that got shot and killed last week. And then this week this happened. This you could, like you said, you get desensitized, like you don't even have no emotions, no feelings no more, because it,
and
it
you
it's
get
just
numb to the
so
stuff. Like
it's
I live in
normalized.
Philadelphia,
It's
and I'm kind
normalized.
of numb to
because of
people
social
getting
media,
killed. I'm
social
numb.
media is the devil.
No, it
Mm-hmm.
had nothing to do with social media. I mean, people been killing people in Philadelphia since the '80s, late '70s. So
But what
Yeah.
you just get
Yeah.
numb to the stuff.
what I'm saying is social media has brought people to the sense of not having that real emotion. You know how we talked about
Mm-hmm.
9/11 just a minute ago? We didn't really have social media back then.
But let me tell you something. Social media is just, I think it's people that don't really like, a lot of these people are younger people. I'm not saying all of them, and they don't have really a clue because they never will put themselves on the front line. They're just talking shit
Mm-mm.
on social media.
Right.
We talking
Right.
about real brothers and sisters that lost their lives for real, for real.
Right.
I'm talking
Like
about the way
outside
the
of the real
media
shit.
put things out. The way the media put things out, you do become desensitized to
Mm-hmm.
kidnappings,
Mm-hmm.
abductions. You
Mm-hmm.
become
Murders.
desensitized in a
Murders.
sense because
Murders.
how many
Anything.
you don't just fret all over every child that gets abducted. You don't fret the same way that you did back in the 90s. You know what I'm saying? It's not
Yeah.
the same
Yeah.
feeling.
Because
Well,
you
what
Yeah.
I
I
hear
would
get
say,
about
that.
it
well,
so
what I would say,
often.
Right.
okay, what I would say to that is, back in the '90s, I grew up late '80s, '90s, and I would say is, you would say that, and I would say when you saw so much of it, because in '90 was worse. So right now they got cameras and all that, so it's
Mm-hmm.
easier to maybe catch the crooks and all that. Back in the '90s, late eight, I mean, you wasn't even catching the people. I mean, people kill
Right.
people,
Right.
and guess
Right.
what?
Yeah,
Your
Right.
friend get killed
people
or
were
something,
getting
you just
away
move
with
on the
things.
next day.
So it's
Yeah,
a
they
Mm-hmm.
were
double
getting
edged
away with
sword.
stuff in the
Then it's
90s.
a double edged sword. You know.
Yeah, but social
Yep.
media only, like social media, they're just here to get clicks and
It's
views,
just
but it's
bringing
not.
it to light. That's all it is. It's just bringing it to light, making us visualize it. I mean, we can see what's going on, but it's been happening. You know,
It's
that's
been
all
happening for
social media is
years.
doing. Yeah, that's all social media is doing is just bringing it to life, and we seeing it. You know, we're visually seeing it instead of just hearing about it. That's all it is.
And then that visual aspect can have a negative or a
Oh,
positive
definitely,
influence on
definitely.
whoever is viewing it at the time.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Definitely, definitely.
It's crazy. Crazy,
Mm-hmm.
crazy, crazy times we living in. And that's what I wanted to get more into with Slide and
Child, we just been everywhere. Carrie, you still here with us, honey? We just
Yeah,
been
I
everywhere.
went out for a bit, but I'm back. I was out for a bit.
Is that newbie up here?
Oh
oh
yeah.
Newbie up there?
Hmm.
I look.
Hey
I think that's
Newbie.
newbie picture. Hi, newbie.
She
I think
sure
that's her
is.
picture. I'm just now looking at my phone right now. Hi, newbie.
You're muted, newbie.
Hey Newbie.
I
I
think me
didn't
and
even
newbie
know
about
you
to have a
was here,
birthday.
Newbie.
Newbie, when you say your birthday was again?
All right, y'all have a good night. I'm leaving though, but y'all have a good night.
Same
Okay,
to
Okay,
good
you.
night.
Steven.
Same to you, brother. It
Thank
was
you for
good
coming
talking
up,
to you.
Rex.
You
That
all
was a good
hear me?
conversation, and you
Yeah.
weren't drunk.
I
We had
think
like a really good conversation with you, Rex.
Yeah,
You should stop
yeah,
by like this sometimes.
storming here.
Yeah.
I think
Hey
yeah. It was great. It was
Look,
good
Stormy.
behind the
talking to
bar
you, Rex.
being messy. Thank you behind the bar. Look, let me put it on the screen. Carrie was on mute. She had to take a whoop, a dump. I
You had to
actually
take a
went out.
dump, Carrie.
No, I went I went to grab a bottle of water, but behind the bar is messy. I said, behind the
Newbie,
bar.
Newbie, I know your birthday is coming up because I know mine's on Monday. I remember you and I speaking on this. Yours was close to mine. What day was yours? Is yours? Is she there? Or can y'all hear me?
I
You
don't
may
know.
have
Maybe
walked
stepped
away.
away from her device. Is she taking a
Hmm.
Oh,
dump from
okay.
behind the bar?
Yeah.
We said behind the bar, you're messing up backside, you know.
Behind the
Yeah.
bar, you know, Caddy had to go take a dump, eh? She had to go
Oh
take a
no,
Mm.
dump,
you're
eh?
messing up backside. Well, he said I went to take a dump. That would have been a
Carrie,
really short
Carrie,
dump. That would have
did
been
I
a
miss
quick one.
Carrie? Did I miss karaoke?
Oh yeah, you did. It was
Oh,
it
was it
that
today?
it was tonight when you came in late. Newbie already said
Oh,
her internet is tripping, so she fell off. She's gonna come back
oh,
on.
okay, okay. I
Mm.
told you I wanted to do karaoke this week, and I forgot about it.
You and three others, and I haven't seen those three people. Yeah,
Oh,
Troll, troll, troll.
I got them. It still shows in the stream, but
oh,
I
so
haven't
maybe
seen them on my phone.
next Friday. No, yeah, today's Friday. Yeah, maybe. Oh, so
Friday,
you
next
do it on Fridays, right? So
right.
maybe next Friday. Maybe next Friday I'll be able to catch you.
Go
Go.
ahead and drop one on us, Joanna. Go ahead.
I don't know what to do right now. I was gonna have
Joanna,
Carrie. Yes.
Joanna, New Biologies is saying that it was this Wednesday because I remember it was the 20th. It was the 20th.
Okay, I knew hers was close to mine. Okay. Wait, what's
Happy
today?
belated
Today's the
birthday.
22nd,
Right,
huh?
mine
Oh,
easy.
well, happy belated birthday, newbie. I
Yeah.
forgot.
Happy
Yes, happy
birthday
belated.
to
Day
you.
to you.
Happy
Happy birthday
birthday
to you.
to you.
Happy
Happy birthday.
birthday.
Happy birthday to you.
Yeah,
And
mine's is
Joanna,
coming up on Monday. Huh?
Joanna, you know I love it when you say happy birthday, bitch, happy birthday, bitch, happy birthday, bitch. I
Yeah,
love
I
it
knew
when you say that.
Newbie and I had spoke I think it was last week or something, but I forgot the day. But I knew it was close to mine because I okay, so hers was the 20th and mine's the 25th. Okay. Yeah. I'll be a big 5'5", y'all. I don't care about telling my
Oh,
age. I don't care about telling my age because like I said earlier, I got friends that didn't even get to see 18, you know?
yeah.
So I
Behind the
don't care.
bar.
Mm-mm.
Behind the bar. You're not easy, you know? You're not easy at all. Look there. Who there?
You see what he
Oh yeah,
done?
I'm gonna have to come to your classes too, Carrie, too, because I wanna speak like a you.
You want chat like me?
I wanna speak like a you.
Listen, last Wednesday, well, yeah, blessed and new, not new biology, blessed newbie. You were supposed to come up, but you didn't get to. You were in the chat, but that's cool. Blessed and just my 5 cents taught me how to speak Pig Latin on
It was
Wednesday.
Oh,
so fun.
is I, was I? Yeah,
I can't
Yeah.
is
catch it
I?
usually if
That
I
blue,
hear
that
it.
blue.
I don't know what you're saying, but I'll catch it. So I was learning Pig Latin on Wednesday, so that was cool.
Girl,
The
just go
rhythm.
listen to Double Dutch Bus. The song
Right.
Double Dutch
Double Dutch
Bus.
bus. Yes. The double Dutch bus.
Yeah.
Hey.
Going down the street.
Yay.
Here's I, kiss I.
Yeah.
Where's my zoom?
Yeah. I did it gazoo.
I never knew what they said in that song, but I know the song.
It's always
New
right.
new
It's
biology.
always right.
New biology. I put in your comment on the screen, and because you are one of those persons in the chat that said you spoke Pig Latin, let me know if I'm saying it right. Is it Imye? Oh Lord, Imye
No.
Earth Day,
No.
Earth
I'm
Earth
sitting up
Day.
here with my eyes closed trying to see, figure out what the hell she's saying.
I
Imye.
made
Oh, it's
I
Imye,
made
not
baby.
Imye.
I
Oh,
made baby.
I you say
Is
it.
they.
So my with the I. Oh,
You gotta put the
I
M at
may,
the end.
or I may
No,
Earth
not no
Day.
I may. No, I may.
I may Earth Earth. Oh, hold on. I may Earth Bay is
Mhm.
they Aspe.
No, not no Earth Bay.
What is it? What is it then?
Earth Day Bay.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Okay,
I
can you all hear
may.
me now?
Yeah, I
Hey
can hear you.
Yeah,
newbie.
I can hear you,
Yeah,
newbie.
okay. Hey,
Okay,
how's it
Carrie,
going?
let me
Happy belated birthday.
Thank
Happy
you.
happy
birthday
birthday
to
to
you.
you.
Happy
Happy
birthday
birthday
to
to
you.
you. Happy
Happy birthday.
birthday. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Y'all don't want me on karaoke with this little froggy voice I got.
So Carrie is trying to say she's trying to speak pig Latin. She's trying to read the highlighted comment. Go ahead, Carrie.
Carrie, how you
Okay.
get all these little sex trolls coming in your panel all of a sudden?
I don't know. I gotta learn how to do the subscribers mode thing. I gotta figure out how to
Or
do that.
get you a night box. Get you a night box. Let night box take their butt out.
But how? Oh, so
Download.
they could look for spam because
Yeah, download Nightbox.
I've seen
Okay,
Nightbox in chats
yeah, if
before,
you
and I
download Nightbox and you could put control words in there, like just say for instance Joanna, like just say if you don't want nobody typing Joanna in your chat, right?
I
You
got two
this is
words.
even without Nightbox. You can go to um in your in your
I
YouTube.
have that. I
Oh,
have
you have
that.
the
I have
control words,
two words.
yeah. So
I have two words that I have
put
to
in
use.
that naked HD XYZ, and then
Yes, they don't keep the same name.
they won't be able to chat in there if you
They
put
don't
that
keep.
in there.
I can do it, but guess what? They don't keep the same names. They
Right,
have
huh?
all different sorts of names that they come with.
I wonder where them folks come
One
from.
of the
They just
many
be
ones
showing
they
up
have.
everywhere. Can y'all hear
Yeah,
my
but
fan? Is it too loud?
no.
Mhm.
But I
Okay,
think
cause I
I'm
tried to.
gonna put some more keywords like some of these that I'm seeing here. So I could probably put that in there so they don't get to be in here.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
you're seeing it on StreamYard, Joanna, but they're already blocked. They've been blocked. But it still
Okay,
shows on StreamYard when you're looking at it. But for those who are in the chat, they don't see it.
okay.
I'm still a mod girl. I'm modding behind here. The fingers still move really fast, girl.
Okay, newbie, I want to say this real quick. Newbie,
At
Uh-huh.
you behind the bar.
Woof, 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 woof.
newbie, I
Yeah, go
want to say
ahead.
this real quick. I love 90s newbie. Now I love you too. But I love 90s newbie. When she had her journals and she was talking about people and cussing people out and telling people off in her journals, I love 90s newbie. Love her.
Oh,
Y'all
you
gotta
were
go
watching
back
some
and
of
look at
Newbie's
newbie.
videos?
Yes, in her videos, she had I always hit the replay. I never get to catch her live. And child, she had started reading from one of her journals. I said, "This the newbie I like right here."
Oh,
When
she
she was
makes an
fighting
appearance from
people.
time to time. It just depends on the situation.
Right, huh? Come, comes with the territory, a newbie.
Oh Lord.
Mhm.
Newbie
Y'all
said
gotta
she
go
comes
back
up.
and look at
So
that.
what you do for your birthday, newbie? What'd you do?
I went, we went out to eat.
Hmm.
The kids are coming tomorrow. They're supposed to do something tomorrow because they all couldn't, they working, doing their different things. So they
Yeah,
can't make it
yeah,
tomorrow. So I
yeah.
basically just hung out with Mister, but he was, he said, I'm going to take you shopping and then we'll go eat and whatever else you want to do. So we're
Hmm.
riding. And I was on Lady Nika's live early that day, and he kept telling me, like, baby, I'm not trying to rush you, but kind of, can we, you know, move it along?
Let's
Let's
go
go.
shopping. Right.
So I got on my phone and I'm still listening to Lady Nika, and we ride, and I'm all looking at my phone, reading the comments. I look up, he pulled up to a car lot, and it was a convertible sports car sitting there with a boat in it.
No
I said,
way.
What?
No way,
Wow.
newbie.
yes,
That's awesome sauce. What color?
black, my favorite color.
Okay.
Girl, he's been planning
Mm,
for a while, girl.
That's what I'm
okay.
He's
talking about.
I don't think she deserved.
Okay.
I don't think she deserved this. I don't think she deserved the sports car. She was in the car on YouTube, not even paying him no attention. I think that's one of my pet peeves when you're in the car with your significant other and they all up interested on YouTube and shit. That is so rude.
Behind
That's
the
why
bar,
she
don't
doesn't
mean
Behind
deserve
the
it. He
bar. How
loves
If I
long
her.
you
was
been
him,
married?
And
if I
Newbie
was
been
her
him,
married.
I would take.
Newbie been
up there
married
to get in
for
her car.
umpteen years. Newbie been married for umpteen years. Her husband on the stand.
No,
right. And
that makes
see,
it even worse. I've been married for 11 years. It don't make no difference. I think that's rude.
Shit, I've been married
no,
for 32 years.
This ain't a competition. I ain't asked you that, but listen.
listen, he
Listen,
makes an
behind the bar is
exception
upset
for
because he's like,
you
if I'm
because
in the
he
car with
knows that
you,
I
we're riding
moderate for
together.
a
You
lot
need
of
to
people.
talk to me. You
What
know?
Right?
kind of what kind of car was it?
It's a Mazda Miata.
Oh, I like
Oh, okay.
those. I like those. Go, congratulations,
Thank
newbie.
you. It's a cute little thing.
Yes.
And
That's
here's the
what's
thing.
up.
We had a Saturn Sky years ago, and I've been crying about that car because we ended up having to get rid of the one that we had because it was just a lot of mechanical, whatever. We got rid of it, and I've been wanting, like, they discontinued the Sky and the Solstice, And I've been
Uh-huh.
wanting that car, so the Miata was the closest thing he could get to it.
Mm.
That is so cool. So
It's
cool.
super cute. It's super cute.
Behind the
Well,
bar.
I ain't give me no car, but my birthday is coming up on Monday, and my daughter was born 4 days after me, so her birthday is the 29th. So
I
we're
got
gonna
a
do
daughter on
we're
the
gonna
29th, Joanna.
huh?
I got a daughter that was born on the 29th.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, like she'll be 32, and we're doing so they're gonna do it together. My sister and my daughter's best friend, they plan to do a paint sip. So we're gonna do a paint sip.
So
Oh,
Joanna was
how
sitting there
fun.
bragging about being married for 30 years, but you don't even get a sports, but you can't even get a sports car. So who,
Hey,
what
I
is it
tell you
rather?
what. I tell you what. I love my little Chevy Cruze, honey.
Oh, that little cheap ass
Everybody
car.
doesn't
Okay,
aspire to have a sports car behind the bar.
I
I ain't
love my
talking
little
to you.
Chevy Cruze. I don't need no sports car. As long as my car can get me to Walmart and to the store and back, I'm all right.
Yeah,
Okay.
but I know you wish you could have the top down like my friend over here.
Child, you don't want no top down out here in LA. It's too damn hot.
I'm in Mississippi.
Hmm.
Same deal.
Yeah.
There's AC and convertibles. Don't you know that?
Yeah, but it's still, you don't want that sun shining on top of your doggone head, that
Why
forehead of
not?
mine.
Why
I
not?
don't. I don't. But I'm happy
Shit,
for newbie. Why you up here being a Debbie Downer, damn it?
That's
Joanna, you ever been
good
in a
about being
convertible
happy.
before?
Yes, sir.
There
Yes,
is nothing
sir.
like driving down the highway with the top down with the hair blowing
all
through
of
your hair.
all of our cars even has sunroofs, so the sunroof is enough for me. That's too
Mm.
much, too much exposure just with the sunroof. But
Is
I'm happy
your
for
real name
newbie.
Joanna?
That's my real name.
You ever seen the movie Joanna Man?
Yes, sir.
How you feel
And
about
you know,
how did that movie
and
make you feel when that
I
movie
was
came
born
out?
before that. I was born before that show came out.
I
And,
know. I'm not stupid,
okay,
but
now
I'm
listen to
saying
this. Here's another fun fact for you. What was his name when he turned from Joanna? What was his name?
Marcus,
Nope. Jamal. And guess what?
Jamal.
And that's my youngest son's name. And we both was born before
Oh
that movie came out.
wow, that is
Wow.
a fun fact.
Yeah.
My my favorite part
We
of the movie when Tommy Lee Davidson was like, "Country, country crazy." So when
yeah.
that movie
And,
came out, how did that make you feel? Like you like, damn, they all making.
um right now, okay, when the movie came out, it was funny to hear it, back then because I did have a son named Jamal also. Because when she went from Joanna, he went to Jamal, right? Now people use it as a try to use it as a diss, and it's just played out to me right now. Joanna man, Joanna man, Joanna.
Right.
It's played
Yeah.
out. It's played out right now.
I figured that
Yeah,
you probably get annoyed when people call you Joanna too.
yeah, yeah.
But
It's
there's a
played out
song.
right now.
What's that song called? Joanna, that African song. Joanna. Jo. So you got other
I don't
people.
know, but I know Keith Sweat song "I Wanna,"
Ha.
So if
but
that movie plays
he
next
really
to
be
you, then
saying
it puts that
Joanna,
whole song on you, girl.
uh,
Oh, he be
uh,
saying
uh,
Joanna.
Joanna. Hey, give it to me, give it to me, give it to me, give it, Joanna.
So Joanna, what is the secret?
You better
What is the
twist that
secret,
song up, girl.
Joanna? What is the secret to being married for 30 years?
um, I don't know. There's no secret. He just got one husband and three children and one baby daddy. Shit, that's just it.
That
I don't know.
you didn't give me no
Oh,
advice or no
I'll give you
secret
a
this time.
secret. He's a truck driver. He's barely here. There's a
Mm-mm.
secret.
Oh wow.
There you go.
So that's
There's
like a
another
cheat
fun
code.
fact. There's another
So
fun
let me ask
fact.
you. So let me ask you a question, right? You don't get lonely
Yes,
when he on
sir.
the road.
Wait, why am I in the hot seat?
You don't get lonely. You don't get lonely when he on the road.
Nope.
No, sir. No,
Why
sir.
not?
I mean, no, sir. Just put it like that.
Was there any in 30 years?
We'll
Has
leave
there
it
any
there.
in 30 years? Has anybody ever stepped out the marriage or either party?
Well, I'm sure.
Wow.
I ain't stupid.
Have
I
you?
already told you his occupation.
Have you?
Why am I in the hot seat?
Have you been faithful in 30 years? The
Get
whole 30 years?
out. Let's move on. Moving right
Oh
along.
Lord.
Somebody
Next
was
question.
creeping.
Next
Somebody was
question.
Listen,
creeping.
Joanna,
Next
this is
question.
how behind the bar is. He is messy.
I already
Behind the bar
know.
is
I've listened to
messy.
him. I've listened to
Wow.
him.
You
I'm
heard the
actually
questions
sub.
he came up here with. But the boy messy
I'm actually I've
like
been sub to him for quite a while now. I've been sub to him for quite a while.
I don't believe that,
that
Joanna.
is all in fun though.
Name one of my shows. One of my shows, Joanna. I don't believe you.
I didn't say I watch you all the time. I said I've been sub to you for quite a while.
So what's the point of subbing to somebody if you're not going to watch a
I
video?
don't know. Because I maybe when I subbed to you, it was probably a show that I was interested in, and I watched it and I subbed up. But I have been subbed up to you for quite a while.
I appreciate your sub anyway. I
Yeah,
appreciate
I
that.
have been subbed up to you for quite a while.
Did you hear me DJing on Kiri's show a couple weeks ago with the reggae?
No, I didn't.
Oh, you
No, I
missed out on
didn't.
all the good shit.
Yeah, I gotta get my shit together.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah,
The-
I ain't gonna lie
So the
to
We
you.
got
cheat,
a
I ain't
so
gonna
message
lie
from
to
your
you.
mod. We got a
the
message from your
cheating.
mod behind the bar.
So, what's that? What's that?
She
I
said you had a
said we
message
got a
from your
message from
one of
your
your
mod.
mods.
Where at? In the chat?
My man said, go on your bed and stop being nosy, boy.
Oh
Go
shit!
on your
I,
bed.
I wasn't even reading the chat. I wasn't even reading the chat. She's one of my number one stalkers on YouTube. I like her.
Who
I
is
don't
it?
mind.
I
I
can't
don't mind
see.
females stalking me. I just don't like when the men stalk me.
I thought she was a
Oh
moderator.
yeah.
She is a moderator, but she's also a stalker. I didn't say it's a bad thing. That's a good
Who
thing.
was it, Carrie? They must got me blocked because I couldn't see.
No, I don't think she'd block you. My
Oh, it's
did.
my boo. Oh, okay. I
Yeah.
see her. I see her. I see her. My boo.
No,
Okay.
I love my boo,
Hey,
even though
my
she's my
my.
stalker. But
No,
so
but behind the
basically,
bar, no, seriously, I've been sub to you for a minute, like a long
I'm
time.
offended though
But
that you don't watch my videos, so it don't make a difference to me.
you don't watch mine. Sub to me, and
I
then
will. I will. And
and then
what's your YouTube channel name?
my name. That's it, Joanna.
Oh, okay, it's gonna be hard to find that, but I'm gonna find it.
Right. If you're not in the algorithm, but I really don't go live. I just put my products on my page because you know I handmade products. As far as like rolling trays, tumblers, things like that,
So what I
t-shirts. So
learned from you just now, a secret to being married for 30 years is always have somebody on the side as a secret in order to stay happy.
Oh
Yes.
wow.
no, that's not what you heard from me. That's not what you heard. That is
Uh,
not what you heard.
That's what I got out this
Subscribe to her
conversation.
behind
You
the
said
bar.
you
Tell
That's
her
sure.
what you
You
took from
said
this
that you are
conversation.
sure that your husband is cheating on you. You're not
I did
stupid.
not say that. I
Yes, you
said it's a
did.
possibility. I
No, no, no.
said,
You said that you're not stupid
why
and you
you
are
keep trying to
sure.
put me? I'm not stupid at
All
all.
right then.
And I
So you
said
did.
you heard his
So you saying
occupation.
that your husband is cheating on you? That's what you
I
said.
said it's a possibility.
No, you said you're
I
not
said
stupid.
I wouldn't put nothing past anyone.
That's a shame
Anyone.
that you can be married for so long and still be suspicious about him being having infidelity.
I
That's a
did I
shame.
tell you I was suspicious?
Yes, you
She didn't
did.
say she was suspicious. She
Did I
said,
tell you I was
don't put
suspicious?
nothing past no one. My mom
No
told me
one.
Right.
growing up,
No
never
one.
swear for
I
Right.
don't put
anyone.
Okay,
nothing past
behind the
But how
bar,
is
anybody.
he not
behind
trust
the
your own
bar.
husband though?
Can I ask a question behind the bar?
No, it seems like y'all ganging up against me. I'm asking legitimate questions.
He
Gang
gonna talk about we
We're
ganging
not
up
ganging
against
up. We're
him, but he put
answering
me in the hot
questions.
seat. He put me in the hot seat, but now we
But
ganging
listen,
up
she
against
clearly
him.
said that she's not stupid.
I'm not.
All right then. So you have suspicion of him cheating on you.
No, that's not what she
No,
said.
that's
Yes,
not
it
what I
is,
said.
Carrie.
Behind the bar,
No, that's not what I
how long
said.
you been married behind the bar? How long
It'll
you
be
been married?
11 years next month.
Okay, so what's your secret to being married for 11 years? For
To
people who haven't been married that long.
make sure that your significant other is your best friend.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
You,
Okay.
he was
And we are.
Still have dates. Go out on dates and still do surprising stuff. Still
Okay.
bring flowers. Still do
Yeah.
things, cook, clean, all that
Good
stuff.
answer. Good answer. Good answer.
So has anybody stepped outside the marriage in your home?
Good question.
Absolutely not.
You see how long he took to answer that?
And guess what's my occupation?
Well,
Guess
you're a
what I
truck
do for a living,
driver.
Joanna?
You're a truck driver.
I'm a truck driver. So don't be stereotyping us truck drivers out there. Shame
We
on you.
actually, my son drives one of our other trucks. My husband drives one. My son drives the other.
Yeah. But
I get it,
I'm
Sean.
not.
That's
I'm
not
not throwing
really
no.
sufficient.
And
Huh?
guess
I get
what
those same type
nubiology
of
business
questions.
is?
All right. I'm not throwing no
What
jacket on you behind
nubiology
the
business
bar.
is behind the bar?
what's your question, Kiri?
Guess what nubiology's business is?
She sounds like she's an entrepreneur, right?
Tell him, newbie, since we're talking about truck drivers here.
She
Right.
might be a dispatcher.
Sounds
Are
like
you a
she owns.
dispatcher?
She sounds like
Are
she
you
owns a fleet of trucks.
right? Are you a dispatcher,
Sounds
newbie?
about right to me.
I dispatch.
Yeah.
I have my
See.
broker's license,
Yes, and so do I.
and
I need
we
y'all to give
have
me a
several
load to the
trucks. That's
coconut
what we
tree. I
do,
want to
and
get a
that
load
is
to the
my
coconut tree.
second career. I retired from my initial career. I had to give that up.
Same here, newbie. Same here. So I have my broker's license. I dispatch, and hey, it is what it is. You know. Hey, hey,
So let me ask you
hey.
a question since you were dispatched. What is the proper percentage that you should get per load of a driver? What is
Come
fair?
off of a driver,
Yes, when you dispatch a load to a driver, what percentage should you get from an owner operator?
at least 30%.
That's too much. That how are we gonna have 20?
No,
That's you're robbing the driver.
he's
No,
my
If you're sitting
husband. He's
at
my
home
husband.
behind
because
the
The
see,
computer,
money is staying
You
here.
know where she live, her cost of living could be higher. So you
Yeah,
can say
I
no,
mean,
that.
Caleb.
no.
she's
I
taking
I
mean,
thirty
don't give my
percent
drivers any
of a
and
overtime.
driver's.
the money is still in the house.
Right. I give my drivers loads where everybody can eat. I don't take any
Yeah.
load that come along.
So how much percent do you take, young lady?
30 is the standard.
Yes.
That so y'all sitting here robbing a truck driver that's out there busting
Wow.
his ass, and y'all behind the computer taking 30% of his money.
In the
That's
air.
crazy.
In the air.
Oh,
Diesel fuel, diesel fuel is $7 a gallon, and y'all taking 30% of his profit. That's
You know,
fucked
see,
up.
I'm in California, so it's way more than that.
So, so that's fucked up that y'all robbing the truck driver. I'm offended.
I
Why
disagree
you in your
because
feelings
my
beyond the
drivers don't
bar?
pay for their own fuel.
this is
What's that?
hilarious. Oh
You have
Lord.
your fuel card. You have your
They have
fuel
a fuel
card.
card. My drivers don't
Yeah.
buy their
You
own
have your
fuel.
fuel card
My
and
drivers don't have to worry about maintenance
yeah.
or any of that. They
No,
get out there and drive.
that's it. Come on, Nick. Come on,
Oh, you
beyond
know
the
what?
bar.
I'm thinking about owner operators. That's what I'm thinking about is owner operators.
Hmm.
Owner
We are
operators.
owner operators. We are owner operators.
No, no,
We
no,
just
no.
not driving. We just not driving.
Okay, I see what you mean. I see where you're coming from now. So if you own the truck and you put
Hmm.
the fuel in the truck and you're doing maintenance on the truck, that sounds
Hmm.
that sounds
Exactly.
reasonable, 30%. But I'm
Yeah.
talking about if you was to dispatch, like suppose I was an owner operator and I called you, say, yo, I need you to find me a load to say New York. You're gonna take
Hmm.
30% of my load on money?
That's negotiable.
Mm.
My
Yeah. I was just
my
gonna say
truck,
we got to talk about it. We got to talk about it.
my
What
truck,
what is a fair
30
percentage
is
to
the
you?
standard.
What's a fair percentage to you? Because you seem like you done got in your feelings. What we do
Right.
to you?
I know I'm
What we
asking
do
you
to
a question. No,
you?
no, we talking business right now. Why are you getting offended?
No,
I'm
you
asking you.
no. This is not what this panel is set up for.
Yes, it is.
You can talk to it.
Y'all were just talking about Hurricane Katrina and 9/11. Why could I talk about business? Nobody want
Because
to
you
hear
and
My
about
your
fair
that shit
percentage
you
is
done got
40
in your
years ago. Y'all
feelings,
talking about some shit that happened 20 something years ago.
and you and your feelings because you driving trucks,
answer the question. I want to hear him answer that. What's a fair
right?
percentage to you?
All right, so I think that a dispatcher that doesn't own the truck, doesn't put fuel in the truck, no maintenance on the truck, shouldn't take no more than 10%.
What?
Hmm.
Yes,
Huh? Well, if he
finder's fee.
okay, so okay, you have your finance fee. So is he take is the driver keeping up on the maintenance and all that stuff by himself?
Yes, he owns the truck. You just found the load.
Okay, and I'm directing you out to New York,
Yes.
and you're gonna take care of everything. You break down, you ain't calling me. That's your responsibility.
Yes, because I own the truck. I have my own
Right,
little towing services my
right.
own little things my AAA, whatever they have,
Mm-hmm.
I have that. That's already under my insurance.
Okay. Well, hey, good luck
If
out there.
if I'm the DOT owner, if I'm the DOT
don't
number,
call don't call me.
and
Don't call me.
I I have my
And don't
own
call
authority,
newbie. And
and I
don't
have my
call
own
newbie
authority.
either.
But that's the beauty about what happens today. This owner operators can find their own load and get 100% of their profit.
Yeah. I mean, we don't have a fleet of trucks. We only have two. You know what I mean? Like I said, my husband drives one, my son drives the other. But like I said, the money is still in the house,
Are your
regardless.
trucks paid
So
off,
no
or you lease it?
leasing. One
Okay,
of them
yeah.
is leasing. One of them is paid off. One is leased. One was bought used. One was bought new.
Oh, okay. What you think is better, the finance a truck or lease a truck?
I think the lease is better to me because you could trade it in, and upgrade.
Right. But that mortgage. I mean, I'm sorry. The truck note be like two
That's
thousand a
you.
month.
You said it right. The fucking mortgage.
Yeah, you might as well call it a mortgage.
Yeah, you said it right. The mortgage, double
Yeah, that's
bunks and everything. Double
and,
bunks and everything.
and you got to have the $1 billion insurance policy and all that good shit. You know
Yeah,
what I mean? Yeah, it's crazy out there. But yeah, I mean,
gotta pay for them damn numbers on the door. You gotta pay for all that shit.
yeah, the DOT numbers and the
Yeah,
interest stickers and all that shit.
yeah, you gotta pay for all that.
Wow, Joanna, you
All
sound.
that.
I underestimated you. I was listening to you earlier when you said that 9/11 happened in 2011. I thought you was dumb as nails. But shout out to you.
Mm-mm.
Oh no, I misspoke.
I see you not. You're smart, and I'm proud of you.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I'm proud of you
Absolutely.
too for being out
Well,
there on your grind,
I
being
appreciate
out
you
there
even giving me
grinding.
this knowledge and information,
Didn't he
especially
just say
that
dumb
you
as
told me to
nails?
stay married for 30 years, just have a side chick, right?
You gonna
Wow.
just make me? You just gonna make me say that shit, huh?
Why are some people? Why are you ashamed to just keep it real? I don't
I'm
get
not
it.
ashamed. I say you just gonna make me say something that I didn't say.
Shit, you might as well said it. I can read between the lines.
Messy.
Like you said, I'm not stupid.
It is what it is. God damn it. We still married. Put it like that. Fuck it.
I feel you.
Well,
I feel you.
it
So what's the
I
secret of not getting caught though, Joanna? That's what I want to know.
I don't know. You answer that
What
question.
in the world? What
Who
is
are
going
Right.
better
He
on?
just
cheaters,
What is
Joanna? Who are
happening
better
here?
cheaters, men or women?
Carrie, he just gonna
women.
make me be a damn cheater, ain't
He is messy. That's behind the
he?
bar. Messy.
So who are better cheaters, Joanna, men or
I
women?
have no clue, sir. I have
Women.
no clue. I have
Women are
no
better
clue.
cheaters. Men are sloppy at cheating. They don't know how to cover their tracks. They don't. They think they know what they're doing, but they have no idea. That's all
Hmm.
they know.
You better
Or
tell him,
and
Carrie.
then also it depends on what you call cheating.
Right.
That's a fluid concept.
Sometimes y'all might be mad at each other and split up. Shit, we wasn't together.
And sometimes
No,
cheating
no, no.
doesn't
Don't
even
give me
come
that
down to
cockamamie excuse.
a sexual
You're together
encounter.
until you get divorced. Get out of here with that bullshit.
You about to have
Pe-
me choke off my drink.
People be always trying to find little loopholes and shit like that in
That's
life.
you. That's you over here digging for info.
I like you, Joanna. I don't know why, but I do.
I can
I
tell.
appreciate that you do. And sub up to me, damn it, because I told you I've been subbed to you for a minute.
But you don't watch my videos, so I don't get no type of
I don't matter. Do you know how many people I'm subbed to? I can't watch everybody. I gotta dispatch. I gotta do
How
this.
did
I
you
gotta
find out about Behind the
household to
Bar,
take care.
Joanna? How
I,
did you
I
find out
found
about
out
me?
about you years ago, like even before I even came over here in this sector.
Wow, that's crazy,
I come from the Kanika Jenkins sector. And
Oh, I
yeah,
remember
I've
that.
been subbed up to you for years. Like
So
literally.
you familiar with that All Access Viral Media guy? He's trash.
Who?
Some guy that used to cover that story.
No, what was his name?
All Access Viral Media, bald head guy with the big beard.
Oh no, I don't I've never heard of him.
How you feel about that
Joanna's link
conspiracy
is
with
in the chat.
Kanika Jenkins? Do you think how you think she died?
I think she was murdered.
So why is it on film? I don't understand.
Why is it what?
I don't understand. She was found in the freezer. So you think she was murdered? How
Yeah, I think she
so
was drugged in that freezer.
how did she die though?
She didn't die in that freezer. She didn't die in that freezer because the freezer was it was not how you say it what's the word I'm looking for?
I don't know.
Accessible for like 2 years. That kitchen down there was not accessible for like
So
2 years.
the freezer didn't work.
No,
So she
it was
wasn't
a
frozen.
restaurant. It's a restaurant that was downstairs of that hotel that wasn't
Oh, so her
accessible
body
for
was
like two
so
years.
her body wasn't frozen.
No, not at
Oh
all.
shit! I didn't know that.
No, not at all. No, it wasn't accessible.
So how you think she was murdered? Do you think she was drugged? Do you think she was beat? What you think happened?
Both
Oh wow.
drug and beat.
Do you think she
Yeah.
was raped too?
Yes, because her pants were pulled halfway down when they found her. Yeah,
I mean, her pants gonna be pulled down by being drugged, but I hear you.
yeah. That's we went through all that. Yeah, but
Okay.
and drugs. Yeah, she had grass and leaves and all that stuff, grass stains on her pants and
But she was stumbling
in
through the
her
hallways
hair.
though. But Joanna, she
Yeah,
was stumbling through the hallways walking.
right,
Like,
right. And at that point, I think that was the point when she was drugged
You think
and
somebody saw her walking drunk and decided to take advantage of the situation?
yeah,
You
and
think
then
that
she
she
was
did?
wet. She was wet when they found her in the freezer, but the freezer was not accessible. It has not even been in operation within the last 2 years. What's the guy named Chevy Chase? Not Chevy Chase. What's the guy name? They now opened that downstairs kitchen. It's a sandwich shop now. What's the guy name? From he do a lot of comedic shows. Not Chevy Chase, but I can't remember his doggone name. But anyway, yeah. So now that downstairs kitchen has been turned into a sandwich shop.
oh, okay.
Hmm.
Do you think they got like a special series named after Kanika Jenkins?
No, no,
That would be disrespectful.
no. Plus, they didn't want to take no accountability for anything that happened there.
So nobody was arrested for that particular murder.
Nope, nobody.
Oh wow, that's
Mm-mm,
crazy.
nobody.
And I think her friends had something to do with it too.
Oh yeah, definitely. No, either that or like they set her up or something. But yeah,
Hmm.
when you saw her walking down that hallway stumbling, at that point she was already drugged, and I think they got her from outside. This is just our speaking on it that we did for years. You know, got her outside, did whatever they had to do, and then drug her in that freezer and shut the door.
Joanna, my three beautiful angels is in the chat. She said she
Uh
also
huh.
started off in that sector as well, and she
Uh
says
huh.
she's been saying that for years that it started that she was raped and beaten and drugged, and she's also
Hmm.
asked a question: what do you think about King Rob and his foolishness? Whoever King Rob is, I don't
Oh
know him.
yeah, I believe you. Who said that? My three beautiful angels. Okay, I see the comment now. Yeah, he definitely, to me, had something to do with it because if we look at the footage, we see him in the hotel on the footage. You see him in the hotel.
I
Yeah,
think whatever happened, it started out in that room,
yeah,
in that hotel room, because you could hear her in the background, like like saying to
yeah.
somebody, like,
When they were singing
yeah,
and dancing and
yeah.
partying and
And
all
what
that
that girl
stuff.
name is, her friend. What that girl
Monisha,
name?
Monisha.
And when she was on live, because it was her birthday,
Mm-hmm.
and she was on live, and you could hear her, you could hear Kanithia really in the background, and she was like, somebody was a guy or something was trying to talk to her, and she was like, she
Yeah,
was trying to fight him off,
she was
or
saying, "Stop,
but
leave me
she was already
alone."
drugged. She was already drugged, so it wasn't like,
Yeah.
oh stop. It
And
wasn't
then
like stop, stop.
you
It was like,
saw a lot of
yeah,
that
it was like a
footage.
slow motion type of stop, like don't do
Yeah,
that,
you saw a lot of that footage through Irene's glasses. Remember she had those
Irene,
mirror.
yeah,
Yeah, remember
Irene.
she had those mirror glasses
Yep,
on.
yep,
Hmm.
yep, yep. It was a whole big thing. I followed that whole story.
Yeah, yeah.
That whole story. And then that guy that was following it, he ended up getting killed. What his name was? He used to have he had the
Zach,
dreads.
Zach.
Yeah, Zach.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Hmm.
You think he was killed in connection with that, or was you think that was
I couldn't really
separate?
say that because he did coverage because he was like he had like a podcast or like what they doing now, like a content creator. So he did a lot of footage on stuff in Chicago on different people. So we can't like pinpoint it on him to say that, that's the reason why he got killed, because he covered a lot of different things in Chicago. You know what I'm saying? So it could have been anybody,
Yeah.
not just her. So yeah.
Bill Murray.
Bill, yeah.
Bill
Oh,
Murray.
there you go, newbie.
Hmm.
You
Yeah,
looked it up,
Bill
newbie.
Murray.
Yeah, Bill
I
Murray.
did.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. They made that downstairs kitchen into a sandwich shop, and he's the one owned it.
Even the hotel, they didn't even handle that situation right,
No,
man.
you see the security guard, the young guy who was like, it's almost like he was chasing her, like running around, like following her and things like that. Yeah, yeah, it was crazy. And then everybody in that township, because that's what they call it, a township, where that part of the Illinois, um, the firefighter, the police chief, the the medical examiner, whatever, they all was like brothers and sisters. Everybody was related to somebody.
Everybody know each other. Everybody were family
Yeah, yeah. They called it a township.
or close friends because it's a small
Yeah.
town.
hmm Everybody was related to somebody. The chief of police was the brother of the fire chief. The fire chief was the husband of the medical examiner. It just went like that. It was just crazy. Yeah, they called it a township. Township, not a city, but a township. And they were close friends with Trump.
Oh Lord,
hmm yeah. Oh,
behind
when
the
I
hard
tell
truth.
you that was the 4 years of going through that, like we were literally private investigators, child.
Yeah, I remember
Literally.
the whole YouTube. Well, that sector was just
hmm
inundated with Kanika. Like everywhere you go, it was Kanika
hmm
Yep.
Jenkins. Kanika like everywhere you
That's
turn,
how
And
I
that
ended up.
guy, the black
it's
guy who was
too much.
affiliated with the politics, what his name was? The
Um,
skinny guy. Oh, what his name?
that's how I ended up on YouTube. From that case, that's how I ended up here
I
five
forgot
years
his
ago.
name, but he was affiliated with the politics. But he was like an alderman. I don't know. He might have been not have been an alderman or whatever you want to call it in that city.
hmm
But he was
Oh,
very
they didn't. No,
active.
no. That's why I kept saying township. They didn't call it a city. They call it a township.
Yeah,
Township. Yeah.
yeah. I don't remember his name, but he was very But he seemed to be very concerned about the way she passed and
hmm
what led to her death. But I don't remember his name. He was an activist. Yeah, I don't remember his name.
hmm
But Jawan, if I ever remember, I'm about to look. I'm about to go on mute and look
Yeah,
it up.
just drop it down because I know how it be when we trying to think of stuff and you can't think of it.
Yeah,
But I'm glad newbie just popped up and said Bill Murray because I couldn't think of his name. I
yeah,
knew he was a comedian, like an actor, whatever. But yeah,
Yeah,
he purchased that kitchen when you would thought that they would have shut
yeah.
that thing down because it
Jedediah.
was
I think his
already
name was Jedediah.
Jedediah. Yeah. Oh, Jedediah. He was the biggest liar out here. But
He was lying, wasn't he?
yes, he was.
I knew it. I
Yeah,
knew it.
Jedediah was the biggest liar out there. But you would have thought that what happened in that kitchen that it was already down for 2 years. You would have thought that they would have just like closed it off. But then when Bill Murray purchased it and turned it to a sandwich shop, it was like a slap in the face. Like they have no memorial. And then when they brought her body out of the freezer into the prepping area of the kitchen, and when they had her mom and her sister to come identify the body,
They went down in the freezer. They went to identify her down in the
yeah,
freezer.
right, they
I
brought her
remember that.
out. They brought her out on a stretcher, and they
Yep,
had to identify her doing near the prepping area in the kitchen.
yep,
And
yep.
okay, there go another person, the coroner. He was brother with the firefighter. You know what I'm saying? Like everybody was related. Everybody
They
was
was
related, and it
covering
was
it
like it
all
was
up.
so. awkward. Like, why would you have a family member come identify somebody like that in that location where she just passed? Like, normally you would go to the morgue or the hospital or what have you. No, they had them and they pulled the sheet back off of her, and then you saw the mom run out, and the sister stood there, but it was like crazy, like
Yeah,
literally
it was
crazy.
crazy.
It's crazy, but at least she was covered. When my brother was murdered, his body lay there for 13 hours uncovered.
Oh wow,
What?
wow. And this happened. I'm so sorry to hear that, newbie. But this happened the same time.
What?
You remember the guy that was at the high school
So
and they found
sad.
him rolled up? They found him rolled up in the mat,
Hmm.
the mat on, and they talking about he fell inside of there. He fell inside of the mat. No, he did not. And that was happening during the same time with Kanika. So not only was we over here acting like PIs on this case, now we was PI on that case. So yeah, that's how I ended up on YouTube
Hmm.
doing that stuff. Yeah.
Yep, I was watching that back in 2017.
That's when it happened, September
Hmm.
2017.
Yep.
And the family of the guy who was found in the floor mat rolled up in the gym. They just not too long ago, I think like a year or two ago, they just had his body exhumed, to do an autopsy on him because they like literally buried him with no autopsy or anything because that family is still going through it right now because they don't believe that he fell. How do you fall into a rolled up floor mat? And he was 6 feet something. Yeah.
Mess.
What was the
Mm.
name of the person who passed?
The guy you talking about, the guy I'm talking about,
The
I
guy
can't
who
remember his
passed.
name.
Yeah.
I can't remember his name, but just maybe go to Google and type in like high schooler body found in floor mat or something like that. You might can pull it up.
Oh, the black boy.
Yes, yes,
Yes,
that
I was
that
following
happened
that
right around the
case.
same.
Yes, I
Yeah,
was following that case for
yeah,
a long time, and then
yeah, that happened right around the same time with
yeah,
Kanika.
that
So
was
we was
crazy.
doing double cases, child. We was doing
That
double
was
cases.
crazy. I remember that case. Oh my God. It
Hmm.
was like it was so and they said his body was beaten up really bad.
Yes, yes. But they said that he fell inside of the rolled up floor mat that was
Kendrick
leaning against the
Johnson.
bleachers.
Yeah,
Yep,
exactly.
yep. That's his name. That's his name. Yep.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Had dreads. I remember that
Yep.
picture. I still see
And
his
he was
face
like
right now.
6 feet. He was like 6 feet something, whatever. Too tall and big to be them fell inside of a rolled up floor mat.
And then
Honey,
how
they
his
rolled
body
they,
get
they
beaten.
rolled his
If he
ass
fell in
up.
the floor mat, how his body get beaten.
Right. They rolled his ass up in that floor mat after they beat him to death. And then he was missing a shoe. Oh, that's what they were saying. That his shoe fell in the floor mat and he was reaching into the mat to try to get his shoe
Yes, that's
and he
what they
fell
were.
in there. Yeah,
Yep.
you remember it? Yeah. Yeah. They said he was reaching into the mat to try to get his
Yes.
shoe out of it and he fell
And
in
he
there
fell
and
in that. Yeah,
suffocated
that's
and
what they were trying to
suffocated.
say. You are
But
so right.
why was he beat up? Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah,
Crazy,
that's what
crazy,
happened.
crazy.
Mm-hmm. Oh, child, we just been all over the place.
And I'm telling you, the way he had looked after he passed, man,
Mm-hmm.
ain't nobody falling into no floor mat. A floor mat
Not at
is
all.
cushion. That's cushion. How
Right.
you gonna get beat up your
And
body like
then you
that?
and then when you roll it up, it's rolled up tight. So how he going? First of all, they said
Big
his
six
shoe
foot,
was
yeah,
like a
6 foot.
Nike tennis shoe,
You know good and
and
well.
and that
He
shoe,
would have just he would have unrolled it to get his shoe. He
right?
wouldn't jump in there and try to get no shoe.
And the tight is that as tight as the floor mat was rolled up, his shoe wouldn't even drop down in there. You know what I mean? So it was just all crazy.
Yeah, that was. I
It was
remember that
just
story.
crazy.
Oh, it was
I'm sorry,
horrible. It
Carrie.
was
We just done went
horrible.
everywhere. My apologies, Carrie. We are everywhere.
Yeah. Newbie,
Is
I'm
No,
Carrie
sorry
still
no,
you
you're
here?
had to
good.
lose your
It's an
brother,
open
Newbie.
panel, so there
Yeah,
was no
and you
one
know
Oh,
what?
set
okay.
thing.
I'm Googling. I just while I'm sitting here Googling, I just Googled
Oh,
that
okay.
name to pull up and it
Okay.
pulled right on up.
Okay.
Damn.
Yeah, because I was telling Carrie, I apologize. We just all over the place on her panel.
No, no, it's an open panel for anyone to talk about whatever they want to. Must be Trinidad said
Okay.
that whole crap about him jumping in the mat made absolutely no sense.
No sense.
None
None.
whatsoever.
None at all.
And if I'm not mistaken, like I said, I think like 2 years ago, the family had his body. How you say the word? Exhumed, exhumed,
Yep.
exhumed. Yeah, they had his
Mm-hmm.
body exhumed to do their own autopsy
Mm-hmm.
because they want to know, what's going on. Because first of all, like you said, when they unrolled the mat, he was beaten, bludgeoned
Oh
to
yeah,
death.
he was bludgeoned. Yeah.
Yeah. So okay, your shoe fell in there, but okay, now explain why he was beaten. Explain why his face looking the way it is, you know. And then right after what happened with Kanika, you started hearing all these cases at the Crown Plaza because that was the name of the hotel, right? So you started hearing the Crown Plaza in Texas, like people being found, like it was crazy when we were doing our little investigation. A
Because they
lot,
were doing that black market and organ harvesting situation was
yes.
going on then too.
Hmm. And then what's the little thing on the like where the guy has the Adam's apple, but women have it like right there in the little neck. They called it a not a thyroid, but a thesis something. But they said that is a special oh my gosh. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm just lost for words. A special like organ, but it's only in African Americans,
Hmm.
and hers was missing, and hers was Kanika's was missing.
Organ harvesting.
Hmm. Yep.
They have a whole black market for it. Y'all better look it up.
Yeah.
Better know what's going on around you. That's all I can say. I
And
can't give
then
a whole lesson on it, but I
and
know
then doing
exactly what you're
doing
talking
the
about.
same time, there was a black guy who was from Arizona, and they found him in California, and they found him in the desert, and his organs was missing. That was around the same time when Kanika was missing. Because once we started on that case, we just started looking up like different stuff. Yeah, he was from Arizona, and
Mhm.
they found him in California, right across the state line from Arizona in California,
Mhm.
and his organs was missing.
Hmm.
Look that up, movie, since you looking. It start with a T. It start with a T, and it's a part like I think it was like in the neck area or something. But they said that um, that was missing from Kanika. I think it started with a T. I can't think of the word though, the name of it,
Only
because they
T I
said
can
that was.
think of is in your chest, which it would be thoracic.
No,
Um,
it wasn't that word, but it was something though. But they said it was only African Americans only had it, and they try to take the melanin. They try to do things, and it just was. Oh my God, y'all taking me back down memory lane. It was just crazy, just crazy. For 4.5 years, we sat there and just like we were PIs, honey.
yeah,
We was
dissected
PIs on that.
everything.
Hmm.
Hmm.
How is the first thing they say about her death hypothermia if the freezer wasn't working?
Mm,
Exactly.
thank you, thank you. And it had not been operational for 2 years, newbie. For 2 years, that
And
freeze,
she wasn't
that kitchen,
stiff. She wasn't stiff
that
to the point where her body couldn't
no,
move because
she was not
they had
frozen
her
at
on the
all.
stretcher. They
She
had her on
wasn't.
the stretcher when her mother came and viewed her. She
Yes,
was on the stretcher.
yeah, she wasn't frozen at all because the freezer was not operational for 2 years. But she was wet. She was wet. Her clothes were wet. her hair was wet. She had leaves in her hair, everything. So they we were coming to the conclusion that it happened outside, and maybe the sprinklers came on, what have you, and they drug her into that freezer because you can see on her right ankle the foot where her shoe, because she had on some high top, some quarter top Nikes, and one of her shoes were off, but you could see on her right ankle where it was scraped, like she was drugged, and she had
Mm-mm.
scrape marks on her right ankle. And then on her knees, it
Yes,
was like
Trinity
grass
gal.
stain.
Me too.
It was
I'm
like
still mad at Irene. I'm still mad at them because they did not protect her at all.
not at all. Nope, nope. And then I'm mad at the damn 2020. Was that 2020? Who did that damn documentary on her? Like that dude did a horrible job doing that documentary on her.
I didn't see the documentary, but
Yeah, they did
man,
a documentary, and Irene was the only one that they was interviewed. She was the only one they interviewed. All the rest of them, Monifa, all her other friends, none of them, no, none of them were on that documentary. Irene was the only one, and she was talking about how she's getting death threats and things like that.
now the only interview I seen was the guy who got killed. He had interviewed Irene,
Zach, yeah. No, this
but
was actually on TV. It was on 2020. It was
oh
actually yeah, it was actually on TV. Look it up. Kanika, I think it was called the Kanika Jenkins story or something like that. It was actually on TV. Real life of um um news reporters. Yeah. Look it up on Google. I think it was called the Kanika Jenkins story or something like that. But because Zach was doing it on YouTube. But no, this
right.
actually was on TV, girl. Actually was on TV.
Mm.
And he did a horrible job. A horrible job.
I can't find anything on this organ you're talking about.
Um, how could it? I think if I'm not mistaken, it started with a T, but it was around the neck area, and I can't think of the name. But they said that African Americans only have it. That's why it was so crazy because they was like, I don't know if we the only one have it or if it had that melanin in that part, something like that, newbie, if I'm not mistaken.
Hmm.
But a lot of it went back to melanin, you know. Yeah, and it was that was missing, and then her eyes were open. That was the most creepiest part when they, you know, found her in her freezer. Her eyes were wide open. Her one of her eyelashes was off, stuck up at the top, almost close to her eyebrow. Um, and then she had her lip was busted because you see the blood on her teeth. Um, and like I said, the rest of the scars on her ankle, and then she was wet, like she was outside and the sprinklers came on. Yeah, and the freezer was not operational, so she wasn't frozen. You know, so who's gonna? And then we started thinking about like, okay, we would start talking about when you go in the freezer at a company. You got that safety latch where you can just take your elbow and just push it, and open the door or what have you, and it won't lock behind you. But for some reason, this door had a lock that when you walk in, it locked behind you.
Hmm.
Come on now. Come on now.
I see triangles of the neck. I don't know if that's something that you were saying.
I'm a um I'm gonna think about it. I'll probably remember like tomorrow, but whenever I see one of you guys, I'll
Thymus,
just
your thymus.
Simon. That's it. There you go. There you go. There you go. That's the
Mm-hmm.
name. That's it. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
That's the name.
Near
That's
your
the name.
thymus.
That's the name.
Your thymus
Oh
is a gland, though. It's a gland in your throat.
no, I said I was going upstairs. Okay, well that's the name of it. I remember I said it was like a door towards the neck area somewhere, but
Mhm.
that was missing. That was missing.
Her thymus was missing.
Yes, yes, that's
Wow.
the doggone name. That's the name. Oh, thank you, God, because I would have been sitting up here trying to think about that all night. But that was the name. Now, where part of the body you said that's located?
In your neck. It's a gland. It's a gland in your neck.
Okay, yeah, that part of was missing. Yep. Now, what they
Mm.
did with that or what they was could do with that, I have no idea. But that was missing. I knew it started with a T. I just couldn't think of the doggone name.
Mm. 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 Mm.
Yeah, that was missing. You looked up something newbie on the assignment, like what is it for? Why is it there? But yep, I knew it started with a T. Look at you, girl, helping me remember.
It's a part of your lymph node system. So you know how you have lymph nodes. People have swell up
Uh-huh.
lymph nodes in their body. So you have lymph
Uh-huh.
nodes everywhere, right? I know
Uh-huh.
this part. Um,
Okay.
you have lymph nodes in your neck. You have lymph nodes in your groin. You have lymph nodes everywhere. It's like a filtering system, right? So the
Uh-huh.
thymus is a part of that system,
Okay.
and it's
And see, we couldn't understand
I'm trying to see whether it's something
why
that's
was that removed. We couldn't understand why would they take that part.
If you
Like,
guys
I don't
don't hear
know.
me, I'm still here. I'm just doing something real quick, okay, guys?
Go ahead,
well.
Carrie. Yeah, we over here
I'm not
conversating,
sleeping,
girl.
okay? I am not sleeping. I'll be back. I'm in the back end.
We over here conversating. But yeah, I knew it started with a T. Damn it! And you said it. You said it. But I thought back then when we were talking about it had something to do with melanin. If I'm not mistaken, I don't
I'm
know.
trying to find that
But
part. That's the part I'm trying
but
to
they
find.
said that once we started like investigating that part of the thymus, and they were saying that when the body harvesting and stuff like that, that those
Mhm.
that part of uh African Americans will be missing,
Mm.
will be
Yes.
missing.
So
That's what made it stand up.
the thymus is right below the throat within the chest
Hmm.
cavity,
Hmm.
and it's right between both lungs. So it's like that piece, that gland right between both lungs, right
Uh-huh.
at your
Oh, so
collarbone. It's a
okay,
gland right
Connie.
there.
Okay, so what is the purpose of it?
That's it's a
It
filtering
produces
system.
T cells to help to boost
It's
the
a filtering
immune
system,
system.
so it helps, like it's like an immunization system, like where
Okay.
it fights off like different um
Now, do
uh
you see anything that
pathogens
says
and
that? Do you see anything that says that? Is it in everybody's body or is it just in African Americans? You know what I mean?
that's the part I'm trying to find.
Yeah, because for some reason that's why I kept trying to say I know it started with a T and it was towards the throat area. I know it started with a T.
Okay,
Yeah,
let me
but
look up
that was missing.
thymus
That was
in
missing.
African Americans.
That was
That's
missing.
weird as hell.
Hmm. Dang, you thought of the word, man. I was been sitting there all night trying to think of that. I'm glad you came and found it. 'Cause you know how you be trying to think of something and it just bother you
Mm-hmm.
when you can't think of it. That was the doggone name, and you came up with it.
Mm,
Man, when I tell you we have 4.5 years on this, like going through this stuff, I had stacks and stacks of notebook paper, writing stuff down, going to Facebook, looking at her friends, going to this Facebook because she's friends with this friend. It was going to Facebook friends, 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 friends. You know, it was crazy. It was literally crazy. Yeah, Carrie keep having these
I'm
bots
looking it
come in
up. I'm
here.
trying to find the correlation to black people and the thymus
Okay, okay.
gland.
But that definitely
Um,
was the name of it. That definitely was the name of it. Diamond. Yep, that definitely was the name. Oh, you guys are good. Cause I remember I kept saying Nubia. I knew it started with a T and it was doing you like towards
Right.
the neck area, towards the neck area. But I couldn't think of the name. But yep, that was missing. And I don't know what the purpose of a diamond or what, but that was missing.
That is insane.
Yeah, right. And the same with the black guy that I told you that they found in California from Arizona. His diamond
Mhm.
was missing and his organ parts was missing. Yeah, it was crazy. I don't know what the I remember back then we probably figured it out, but I just don't remember now because it's been so many years. Because we was investigating all that stuff.
How did that turn? I know I've heard you said that people used to beef in that sector too. Like, what? Where did the arguments come in?
Okay, so what happened was it's like we all was in that sector together, right?
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's trying to do their investigation. Everybody was for Kanika, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then you will just have I'll just use an example, right? Then you got newbie, you over here investigating, you're the big channel, right? You're the biggest channel over there in this sector
Okay.
investigating. And then you got Connie, who over here with her channel trying to investigate. But then you telling her that no, that ain't how it happened. And then she telling you, yeah, it is. And see, the beef started. And it just went off
Wow.
of Kanika. It went off of Kanika and then just started getting personal. Then they started doxing. They started doing all, that's how it
Really?
happened. Yeah, that's where I got doxed at. But so do you understand what I'm saying? So it turned from
Yeah.
there. It turned from, and it's still going on to this day.
Really?
hmm So it
If
was
ever there
like,
was a time to enhance your calm and just chill out,
hmm
we trying to solve the murder of a black baby.
hmm
This ain't the
and then
time.
it just went left. Like, cause you over here with this large channel, and you got the most followers. You know everybody's up with you, and then
Mm-hmm.
here come Connie telling you that nah, this ain't how it happened. It went this way, and then y'all start beefing. Then I'm over here with you, in this bigger chat, and then we got they chat start going after this chat. It's the same thing, and that's how it
That's
happened.
crazy.
So now it just right now to this day it's just out of control,
That is
out of
crazy.
freaking control. It's out of control. And I left because of when I got doxxed because I was a co-host of the big channel. So
Mm-hmm.
whatever they did to him, they did to me. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
remember you were saying that. That's quite
Yeah.
unfortunate. So the hatred they
Yeah.
had for the content
Mhm.
creator who was saying something
Mhm.
different, having opposing views, they
Right.
tried so hard to hurt him because obviously their words were not enough. So they had to
Right.
find something else to see how best they
Mhm.
could hurt him. And because you were a
Yep.
part of his panel or whatever it was, you were
Mhm.
you were
Yeah.
also
The
supporting the
co-host.
panel.
I was a
Yeah,
co-host.
as a co-host, they
Mhm.
decided you got to go down with him too. So
Yep.
guess what? Let me
Yep.
find a
Well,
way to get
I
you.
know what
That's
that's like.
exactly how it happened, Carrie. Exactly how it happened. So whatever they did to him, they did to me.
I get it, honey.
hmm So I was
okay,
just, I
I
so
know
was
the
you
just,
said it, newbie.
thymus gland, it goes back all the way to ancient Egypt.
hmm
Wow, this is I might need to
so,
read some more on this before I start speaking. But
hmm
it does has a lot to do with
yeah. So when you said
that,
Egypt, that's
yeah,
melanin. Egyptians
it
has
has a lot
melanin.
to do with
Yeah, Egyptians is dark skin. They have the melanin. So yeah, that's crazy, huh? And that's exactly the name of that organ, diamond. And hers was missing, and so was the guy who they found in California from Arizona. His diamond was missing also. And his mom said that when she went to go identify his body, He had all his organs was removed plus the thymus. Yeah. So that always stood out. That always stood out.
All of that was crazy. Like, remember how it was so bad with the black women coming up missing and they were being,
Mhm.
harvested, organs harvested, and that whole thing. And then here
Mhm.
comes Corona. And I'm like, oh, so all the people snatchers got masked now. They
Right.
can walk
And you
around,
can't
and it's
see
like
them. You
everybody
don't know who
stopped
they
talking
are.
about it.
You don't know who the hell they are because everybody covered
Exactly.
up.
Everybody out here looking like bank robbers.
Mhm. Mhm. Yep.
And that one hit home for me. I won't say a lot about it because it's not my testimony, but my daughter
Mhm.
was in a very tight situation, and it was only because a cop got called. The situation got rowdy, and the cop that got called recognized
Mhm.
she was one of my former classmates.
Oh
And
wow.
my daughter looked so much like me because they were
Mhm.
going to take everybody to jail. And she was like, is Newbie your mother? And she brought my baby home. Other
Mhm.
than that, my baby would have been locked. It would have been. It was just. It was
Wow.
crazy, but
That's crazy.
it was
Wow.
a
You know where I
so-called
hear
warning.
you know where I hear there's a high rate of harvesting and stuff like that or missing black women in Washington.
Uh-huh. I've heard that
Have
too.
you ever heard that?
I've heard that too.
No.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I heard that like a lot of African American women, in Washington is missing.
Do they have a
Right.
theory for it as to why this is happening? Or are
You
they just
said
assuming?
again, Carrie? I'm sorry.
Do they have a theory as to why they think this is happening?
No, I've never heard of one.
Hmm.
But I know that Washington,
Like
I
human
don't,
trafficking or something going on?
yeah, human trafficking. But I know
Exactly.
that they said with Washington, they have like a 90% rate of, missing African American women.
That is craziness.
Hmm. And then I can't remember, I just saw, well, not just saw, but a while ago, I saw a documentary, um, not a documentary, but like a little series, and they were talking about the black women, African American women missing in Washington, and it's one particular hotel that they would take them to, and
Mm.
um, or the women will be on vacation and check into this hotel, right, and will no one will see them again. No one will see them again.
Oh
And they were
wow.
saying that, yeah, they were saying that the hotel, the owners knew what was going on, like it was their scheme. Yeah,
Hold on one
yeah.
second, because
Speaking
there's
of
a lot of
hotels, has
content.
anybody here ever been to the Cecil Hotel in LA?
The
Give me a
who?
second, real quick, guys. There's another Connie in the back.
Okay.
One
Oh,
second.
say it
Hey,
again,
Connie.
newbie.
The Cecil Hotel in LA.
Cecil?
Mm-hmm.
I've never even heard of that one.
Man. And
It's
they
me. I was just
rebranded it.
it's me. I was just putting the link in the back chat for everybody to see. But
Oh,
the link that I was
okay.
talking about
Oh,
the
okay. So you
timers.
want me to remove the other one?
No, remove. I'm about to remove it. I'm about to leave this one real quick.
Okay.
What's the link for, Connie? Oh, she dropped down. What was the link for, Carrie?
You should see it in the back chat.
Yeah, but I don't want to click on it because I might drop.
Oh, it's the link about like what's the root to the thymus and a lot of
Oh, okay.
other
Okay.
organs that black people have
Oh,
Okay. Okay.
oh,
Okay.
um
Lord.
that
Let
are
me
prominent
Oh,
organs.
this.
Let me see if I click on it. I hope it don't drop me off.
I want to be us
Let me
so bad,
see.
but they hate us. How do you hate us? But oh well.
Exactly.
they
Oh Lord,
love us.
it's a
They just
strange
don't want us
world
to
we
know
live
that.
in.
And
Oh,
they
the
don't.
science behind.
This is kind of off the subject. On this subject, you know what used to boggle my brain for years, like the fact that we can't drink out of the same water fountain, but y'all let
Mhm.
wet nurses. Everybody know what wet nurses are. You let
Right.
my great grandmother put her titty in your baby's
Right.
mouth,
Mhm.
but we
My
can't.
great
Mhm.
great grandmother was a wet nurse
But
Mhm.
you know what
Wow.
and was
conclusion I
treated
came
like
to?
nothing.
They
Once that
Yeah.
wanted
boy became of age, he treated her just like she was just a maid.
right.
Yeah.
Wow.
Cause they had
That
to breastfeed.
they
They had to
wanted that black
breastfeed the
DNA
kids.
by any means necessary. Do you
Yeah.
understand me? That's what that was about, and that's the conclusion that I came to.
Yeah. That they breastfed their kids. They,
I didn't hear
not
you
only
clearly.
was that. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Joanna, but Joanna
Oh,
said she came to a conclusion, but I didn't hear it so clearly.
Joanna.
That was me saying I came to the
I
Oh
conclusion by
mean,
yeah.
I
Oh,
mean
they,
nubiology, sorry.
letting
Barbiology.
our grandmothers and so on nurse their little white babies. They wanted that DNA. I believe in
mhm.
their mind, they felt like they would get our strength, our blackness, our power, our beauty, our
Mhm.
glory.
Right.
They would get it.
Yeah.
They,
Right.
The
make their
strength.
children
The
stronger
strength.
You
with
Yeah.
got a
The
good
the
strength.
point
white
there.
skin, but the black power. You understand what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Right. You got a good point there. Because
Yeah. No.
despite all of the things and the challenges that blacks were facing at the time, they were still, being strong, going through all of the hate of the
Mm-hmm.
being disenfranchised, all of the inhumane treatment they were getting, but they were still tough. The strength that they
Yep.
had, and I think I get your point, newbie. So
Yeah.
they
Yeah.
still,
They wanted our strength. They wanted
right,
our strength.
and so by getting those babies fed with, oh, I get it, I get what you're
Yeah.
saying.
They
Those developing
breastfed.
years are important ones. When
Right.
they
They
got to.
would go and find a mother who just birthed a child.
Mm-hmm.
African American mother the little slave farm, whatever. They would find a mother who just birthed a child, and knowing that she still had milk in her breast, and they
Right.
would choose her to come and breastfeed their children. They
And
wanted that strength. They
Because
wanted
I
that
mean, think
strength.
about it.
I'm also wondering if they just didn't care. Those women maybe didn't feel the need to have a baby latched onto their breast. I don't know. The white
Yeah,
woman.
it's
I don't
both.
know.
It's both.
That
It's
could
both. It's
lazy
both.
fiery heifers.
It's both. It's
Why
both.
they turn their nose up at the whole thing of having a baby pulling out their breast and stuff. So, oh, why don't we send him over here to, that person?
It's both. Just like you said, it's both. They were lazy. They were lazy, and they just wanted somebody else to raise their kids.
Right. And
Hmm.
so who did I see? Three Beautiful Angels was saying that they wanted our organs when we were talking earlier on about why so many black women have been going missing. You said in Washington, I think.
Yeah,
He's saying
Washington.
that they're selling people's organs on the black market. That is so sad.
Yeah,
The
it
same
is.
people they hate are the same people they're trying to get their organs and stuff.
Right.
Oh
Because
Lord.
again, think about it. We are breeders. We have healthy babies. We blink twice. We pregnant and we pushing out strong
Hmm.
babies. They
Who can run? Who can run? Who can fight? Who can play
right.
baseball? Who can play basketball? Who can run track? You
Talented
know,
people, yes.
you
Skilled people.
know. And then just think about the Creoles, right? Louisiana,
Mm-hmm.
right? You have the Creoles. All of those Creoles. Now, I'm not gonna say all of them, but if you look at the history of them, they're bright skinned. Louisiana. I don't know how they ended up in Louisiana, but most of the Creoles are in Louisiana. It's because they were the children of master.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And that's
Yeah.
where you get those Creoles from. And they actually gave them a damn name. Creoles. And how did they all ended up in Louisiana? I'm gonna have to look that up.
Connie fell off, but Connie, let me know the article that you sent. Did you want me to share it? Because I could put it up on the screen and we could look at it. I don't know if she's here because she fell off. Maybe her battery died. I don't know.
Oh yeah, I think she wanted to share it. Yeah, because I didn't want to hit on it because I thought it was gonna drop me down.
Yeah, I got the link. So let me see, make sure nothing gonna show
Look,
up.
I just looked this up. It says, "Are Louisiana Creoles are Louisiana Creoles white?" It says, "Wait, hold on. Let me put my damn glasses on. Cause I got to sleep. Hold on, y'all. Stop laughing, Doobie. Look, I couldn't even find them. Hold on. It said, today, common understanding holds that Cajuns are white and Creoles are black or mixed race. Excuse me. Creoles are from New Orleans, while what it says, Cajun populate the rural parts of South Louisiana. In fact, excuse me, I got hiccups. The two cultures, where am I at? Are, wait, in fact, the two cultures are far more related. Um, historically, and God damn it, I got hiccups, y'all.
I'm
Geographically,
actually hearing the hiccups.
you hear them? They
I can hear.
just came out of nowhere. But anyway, that's where the Creoles come from.
Hmm.
Cajun and Creoles, because they were the master's kids, and they would send them off because they were bright skinned, and they knew that they weren't 100% African American, so they would send them off because the master couldn't be caught with a child who was Creole,
Oh
Creole
wow.
shit. Yeah, and so I don't know how they ended up in Louisiana, New Orleans, but they all ended up there.
Is that the same as what in the Caribbean they'll be called mulattoes? I don't know if it's the
Yeah,
same name,
yeah, yeah,
but
yeah,
mulattoes were the offsprings of blacks and whites,
yes,
and it was
yes.
usually the planters, the plantation owners that who would have raped or had relations with
Mhm,
black slaves. Let me not say black slave because we don't use that term. The
mhm,
slaves word we don't necessarily use. Well, some people it's enslaved because we don't want to ascribe this title of slaves to black people. We don't just say oh
mhm.
the slaves. It's the enslaved because they were enslaved against their will. So the
Right, right.
enslaved people. So they were raped or they the plantation owners had sexual relations with them. So the offspring of those children were usually called mulattoes.
Mhm,
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
so they're mixed.
mhm. Right, and that's the
And
same thing.
it was quite
And
unfortunate.
it says in present Louisiana, Creole generally means a person, a people of mixed colonial French, African American, and Native American ancestry. The term Black Creole refers to freed slaves freed slaves from Haiti and their descendants. See that? They came because it was a master's kid, you know? And you came out bright skinned, and they would have known that from this family, you must have slept with the help, how they say,
Wow.
because
That's
you have this bright skinned woman. And I need to figure out though how they ended up in Louisiana. Because if y'all ever notice that that's where most of the Creoles are in Louisiana?
a lot of them. There's
Yeah.
a lot of them.
Uh-huh. Yeah, they're I don't know how I'm about to look that up too and see how did they ended up in Louisiana. Let's see what makes a person Creole. Creole, Spanish, Creole, and French Creole originally any person of European, mostly French or Spanish, or African descent, born in the West Indies or
Mhm.
parts of the French or Spanish American.
Right. So
I need to
whoever were
find
the
out.
colonizers, whatever colonizers who came from Europe,
Mm-hmm.
whether they're French, Spanish, the English, whoever
Mm-hmm.
came, and then the people who were born in in that particular
Mm-hmm.
on that island would be known
My
as
best
Creole.
friend's my best friend's mom,
Or was it
my
the
best friend's mom, like their whole family is like Creole. You know what I mean?
let me see if I can remember this.
They're Creoles, and it's just like I'm gonna type in how did they end up in Louisiana. Let's see. Let's
Yeah,
see if
that's what
that
I say. I don't view our people, my people, like where we come from. We don't. I don't view us as being Creole. I view us as just being Gullah Geechee because we came. Our ancestors came straight from Africa, from South
mm.
to West Africa. So we came straight from there. We didn't have no. There wasn't no rerouting or nothing or no other
So are
race.
you Creole, Connie?
No, no,
Oh,
I'm not
okay.
Creole.
It's
I'm
usually
not.
those who are born in the area who are from those ancestors. I hope I didn't get it wrong.
Okay, look at this.
Actually, do.
I said how did Creoles get to Louisiana? Here's my answer. It says thousands of Saint Dominican refugees, both white and Creole of color, arrived in New Orleans, sometimes bringing slaves with them. White, I'm sorry, not white. While Governor Claiborne and other Anglo American officials wanted to keep out additional free black men, the
Mhm.
Louisiana Creoles wanted to increase the French speaking Creole population. That didn't really give me no answer. But yeah, I just want to know, like, because normally you really don't see Creotians, only in Louisiana, huh? You already noticed that?
Yep.
Yeah.
I thought they were Spanish mixed with French mixed with Native American.
Well, yeah, it did say that on one of the stories one of the answers I just read. But I'm just trying to say, how did they end up in Louisiana? Because you really don't hear about them all.
Migration.
Know the
I guess
history of it.
migration. That's a good question. How did
You
they
may
get
Yeah.
want to do some
there from the
research,
beginning?
Joanna.
Huh?
You
Yeah, I
may
don't
also
know.
have to find like documentaries to get help with that, like videos, especially for
Uh-huh.
those news stations that that will do like little features on it. So you could find that, but it'll take a little time for you to find it though.
Yeah, yeah.
You
But
do you
you
know
can actually
the
find videos on
proper pronunciation of that city?
which one.
New
Which one?
Orleans.
Nolans?
It's
No.
Orleans. That's a French city. Orleans.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. Mm.
I
Yeah.
Yeah.
got
And
So
that's what they said. They messed with French.
yeah, for some reason, a lot of French settlers ended up there, and that's why it's called New Orleans.
Oh. See,
oh, there we
we
go.
learning something. We learning something.
I have the thing that Connie asked to share, so I got it. So we're just gonna look at it real quick.
Okay.
It's an article. I didn't check to see how long it was, but let me know if how the view of it is if you can see it.
Mm-hmm.
Let me make it a little bit bigger. So if you notice, she was saying something about the fact that um rhythm is improved by. Can you help me pronounce this? Is this your melanin? Melanin.
You,
Melanin.
Is it
you
you?
melanin.
So it's you. Oh, so this is what you ladies were talking about earlier on. So okay, so he says it's you melanin. Okay, you. Okay, which absorbs radio waves. Thus, blacks on average are known to be good dancers and singers. It's the rhythm that makes blacks good athletes in sport. Oh, inside our ear,
Hmm.
there's a very dark substance which determines the quality of our hearing. Blacks are known to learn foreign languages fast, and this is evidenced by our ability to speak the language of our former colonizers while retaining our own. Even black people in the West who were taken by the slave kidnappings tend to be able to speak their former slave masters' dialect but retain their own dialect when speaking to each other through slang and Creole.
Mhm.
This shows the ability to effectively master other people's languages besides our own, which is a clear form of biophysical prominence. Okay. Here, I want to go scroll down to this part that says non black races usually have difficulty in seeing this thin line. And this was, oh, let me see if, okay. I don't got to read it. We can all see it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I didn't want to pull it up because I didn't want to drop.
Yeah.
But I mean, I'll save the link. But look, listen to what I just found. It says on October 1st, 1800, within 24 hours of signing a peace settlement with the United States, first consul of the Republic of France, Napoleon, whatever his last name is, whatever. That's how the Creolians ended up in Louisiana. Because
Oh,
the French owned Louisiana.
right. So
Okay.
it's your usually the European country that and where
Mhm.
colonizing.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah, that's
that's how. So that was the question I wanted to know. That how did they all ended up in? Because most of the time when you hear about Creole, you always think about Louisiana. So I wanted to know how did they end up there. So that was the answer to that. So the French owned a part of Louisiana in 1800.
okay.
Okay,
Um
Carrie, can you
so,
start at
so,
the part
so,
where it
so
says, on the
part here.
contrary?
Where is that? Because I was reading this while you were talking. Because I was saying
Yeah,
you have some good points,
yeah, it's a
especially
lot of
with
great
the
points in there.
speech and how it was saying that it's easier for us to like mimic how they speak. Because she's on
Mm-hmm.
this part that says this part speaks about our voice spectrum and how our voice is much denser than any other race. So non-blacks seem to have less dense voices. So when a black man and woman talk, a low vibration similar to moving water or multiple voices accompany their speech, regardless of how high or deep the speaker's voices are. That thus a black man can successfully mimic men of any other race by simply closing down some of his voice channels to the desired degree. Let us stop right here real quick. Do you notice
Wow.
how
That's how
easy it
we're
is?
able to speak European. We're able to speak Spanish.
Right.
We're able to do all those other things without sounding like our own selves because we can
Right.
Right.
mimic it.
And
Right.
which
Right.
white which non let me say non-black instead of white for people to start thinking I'm being racist. Which non-black person can you think of that does good voice impressions of black people? Can you
They
think
don't.
of one?
They
No.
don't.
And if they do, there's not a lot of them out there.
Yeah,
What?
and then when they do, we look at them crazy, like, stop trying to act black, stop trying to talk
Right.
black. We'll say some shit like that, like, and then it was like, how do you sound black? How do you act black? Just like, what the heck you doing? You know what I mean?
That is interesting. Ooh.
Yeah, yeah. A lot of stuff will, if you sit back and analyze things, a lot of things will make you go, hmm.
There
Never
goes
thought of that before.
there goes an example that they gave with Dave Chappelle, the comedian,
Oh,
and
hmm.
how he's able to mimic non-black races and be quite convincing when he does it. Okay, so it explains that. Then let us see about the hair now. Our hair is woolly. And there's so many. I think I've seen mention of the. I don't remember the. Don't quote me because I've seen it in the Bible how they speak about the hairs of blacks. It was,
Yeah.
spoken of.
Hair made of wool. Hair made of wool.
It's
Hmm.
follicles. Sorry, the hair of you say eumelanin. The hair of melanin is woolly. Its follicles flat. Is there a word missing? Okay. Its follicles flat and it can change forms because it curls and bounces. And that is why our hair is so easy and can adapt to different styles, whether it's the chemicals, whether it's the irons, whatever it is. So
Hmm.
it can be left to grow into locks or it can style into many different hairstyles for real
Hmm.
without much effort because of how elastic or the elasticity in our hair.
Mm-hmm.
No
Hmm.
other race has hair with as many properties as that of African blacks. And this is
Right.
one of the reasons why we should really appreciate what we have. Oh my God, let me not say anything.
Speaking as I don't call myself a cosmetologist because I straight dropped out of cosmetology school when I hit clinic,
Hmm.
but black cosmetologists typically don't like doing white hair because it's so heavy and limp and listless. You got to use 20 cans of spray to make it hold a curl. but white cosmetologists love playing in our hair.
Oh, don't they, honey? Don't they? Don't they?
Mm-hmm.
That
Carrie,
gets on my nerves. It really does. It gets on my
y'all,
nerves.
this article gets better.
Go ahead.
This
Go ahead,
article gets
baby.
much better.
Go ahead. I'm listening. Go ahead.
Let me go back. Okay. Um, where did I go? Only if burnt by oh, no other race has hair with as many properties as that of black Africans. All African blacks. Only if burned by hot combs or sodium peroxide and hydroxide, which are commonly known as hair relaxers, does it take on similar properties to the hair of non-blacks who have round follicles and straight hair, just as it just as with bleaching. S- Just as with bleaching black skin, burning African hair makes us look white, and this should indicate that whiteness is indeed as a result of losing melanin. Being
Okay.
black is therefore maintaining the complete molecular structure that the first humans were endowed with at creation. So, biophysically, we lack nothing. So, if blackness is so important, why then is it so prejudiced by
Right.
non black and particularly the white race? That's a question.
Right.
Here's the important part. This is what I was saying, and I think somebody else mentioned it also, that fear and envy are attributed to this prejudice. So those are a list of some of the things that makes, people look at us different, you know. There is a fear of blacks thinking highly of themselves and looking down on
Ah,
whiteness,
come on.
which would upset the social order that was set up by the European colonizers and slave masters to achieve the contrary. We all know that. They wanted us to
Right.
feel bad about ourselves for what
They
reason, I don't know.
know
Right.
who we
They
are,
know.
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
and they have
Right.
Right.
Because
always
they
been
know,
like
especially
snitching.
as it pertains to our
We're
skin.
the dominant, yeah, we're the
They
dominant
know
race.
that. They don't want us to know
Hmm.
it.
Right. Exactly, newbie.
Look at how much we can go under the sun without having problems. We'll get a little burn here and there. Well, not burn, a little tone or whatever. Let them go in that sun. Anyways, envy over the biophysical prominence of blacks over whites would also see blackness being openly prejudiced while secretly admired by the
Mm.
people who suffer under the sun.
Mhm.
We
Mhm.
could probably use this line instead of saying whites. I don't want to. And for those who are in my chat in the clouds who are white, no hate, no prejudice or anything. But some of the things, they are factual.
It's just facts. I'll say it for you. Go ahead.
So if you really notice, because like when I go on vacations and stuff, and I like you see people out in the pools or on the beach and stuff, and I be feeling like so sorry for some people, especially if they don't put like the suntan lotion on and stuff. I'm like,
Hmm.
you have gotta hurt when you get out of that sun. You've been in that pool for an hour sitting, and your skin is burnt. It changed
Mhm.
texture and stuff, and I'm like,
I didn't think I
does
could
that not
burn.
happen when other people who look like myself go out there in the sun?
I didn't
No.
think that I could burn until one time I went to Lake Havasu, and I think it was during the Labor Day or Memorial Day weekend, I believe, and we were out on a boat, and I come home. When I tell you, my shoulders, my nose, my forehead, all of that was peeling. But when I tell you the pain, I was just trying to lift my arms up.
How long were you in the sun for?
It was just like a couple of hours, just being out on a boat. But it was hot, and the
Oh,
sun was beaming down. But I actually burnt, and I was like, "Damn, I didn't think that black people burn." But oh
It
yes,
takes a
honey,
lot.
we can burn, huh?
It
I
takes
am
a lot for us
so
to burn.
I've
Yeah, yeah.
been in
And
this.
it just put
Yeah, that
pain
takes a
in
lot.
me. It was more pain. Like like I said, my nose was peeling, my forehead was peeling. But when it came to my shoulder blades, on top of my shoulder, I could barely like move my arms the next day. It was so much
Just
pain in my
imagine,
shoulders.
imagine if you
Yeah.
didn't have enough you melanin.
Hmm.
It would have
Right,
been way worse,
right,
you know?
right.
Okay. There's envy over the biophysical prominence of blacks whites, would also see blackness being open and prejudiced while secretly admired by the people who suffer under the sun.
Hmm.
They also admire black people's talents with sports, entertainment. Oh yeah, we were
There you
talking about
go.
this
See, I
earlier
just
on
said we run
about how
fast.
talented, right? About
I
how
just said
talented
that.
we are in these different areas. Yes. The ancient
Hmm.
world knew about the importance of blackness. There was a time when all men on earth were black. For thousands of years before climatic adaptation and mutation led to the variations of phenotypes we now have today. I- Look at this. You know,
Mm.
somebody said this to me before, and I was a little bit skeptic. I'm like, they were saying that when man walked, because they were saying all civilization started in Africa. Africa is the
It
motherland,
did.
right? And they were saying that when, as time passed and people crossed over into other continents, or went to colder areas, I should say, that this is when there was this mutilation that happened, or mutation. I keep saying mutation that happened, and the closer and the colder they got, is the lighter their skin became, and it was a sign
Hmm.
of, ill health, according to them. I don't know how true that is.
Right.
I don't know. There was a time. Where did I go? Where was I? In those days, hold on. I think I hear someone in the back. Robbie
In
Blue.
those days, yeah.
Hold on.
But remember when I said, while she
That
said,
you.
hold on. Remember I said they want to run fast, they want to play basketball, they want to play sports, they want to do, you know, all that.
Is that you, Robbie?
Yeah, good morning. I see your meme. Good morning.
Oh, you're back.
Good morning.
Oh, hey, you took a nap, Robbie.
Yeah, yeah, I had to spend a little family time and
Hmm.
stuff like that. And right now I saw that you were still on. I was listening to the conversation, so I thought I would chime in when, when it was appropriate. But I'm
Okay.
letting you do your thing.
Okay. Oh, where was I? Thank you for joining, because you guys started the convo, and I said, we can
Yeah.
finish. Let me just start another live, and
And Joanna, it does get to the point of the thalamus gland, but it's she just have to
Huh?
keep reading. I said this
Oh,
article
okay.
does talk
Okay.
about the thalamus gland that we were talking
Okay. I'm
about.
listening. I'm listening. I'm listening. Okay.
right. In those days, black people were not called black, but smooth skinned, woolly haired, brass or bronze color that is burnt and polished, burnt skin, and so
Mm.
on, even in the science of blackness. So I'm going to keep skipping through. Okay. Oh, wow. Okay. So there we go. Made mention of it in Revelations and so on. Okay. Where do I need to start going? The number seven is also used in, I'm skimming and scamming, guys. The number seven is also used in the Bible to mark individuals with a spiritual frequency, whether angelic or demonic. I'm trying to find. Hmm. Oh, this is cool. I'm glad that I saw this part right here. That the mummified corpses of the ancient
Yeah,
Egyptians,
yeah.
along with their stored locks of hair, now stands as proof that they were blacks. Because, of course, those same descriptors that were used about their woolly hair and so on, that still stands, and it stayed through the test of times, and people are still able to today be able to find that all these people were actually black Africans from the
Right,
same.
because if you look at any of the hieroglyphics, I mean, all of the hieroglyphics, if you look at them, they're all depicted with locks. They're not depicted with long, flowy hair. They
Mm-hmm.
have locks.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yep. Yep. You're right. You're exactly right.
We can be white too. Hmm. Okay.
back up a little further. Go back up a little further. Um, just a little further where it start talking about. DNA. There you go. Right there. Start talking about Ramses. Go ahead. Carrie, you still there?
So, are you gonna tell me I've been reading out like crazy?
Yes, girl. Whole
I was
I
narration,
thought
girl.
you
muted. I
I
was
thought you
muted,
just went on
guys.
mute. I thought you just went on mute. Was
Uh,
wondering. I was sitting here waiting.
I was
Hold up, did
reading
she
like
fall asleep?
crazy. I was reading.
No, she was on mute. She was
I
on
was
mute.
I was talking about how much I read on Ramses the Third and all the Egyptian stuff. Oh Lord.
Okay, so you gotta start over now.
Okay. The DNA. I was reading, girl. I was talking about the whole mummification process that I read about. Oh Lord. All right. So the DNA found in these mummies prove that the likes of Ramses III were akin to the modern day sub-Saharan Africans. We shall conclude. Okay. The glands which are responsible for the hormones and compounds in our bodies from the perspective of the ancient world is what we're going to be looking at. You will find numerous pyramids and conical towers in Africa and Asia. The pyramids symbolize the human body, and the ancient Egyptians called it shakara, meaning stairway to heaven. The pyramid had
Mm.
seven terraces with
There
seven glands,
were-
and also energy points,
Don't
which
you
were known
wanna
as
go?
chakra
Don't
in
you
Asia.
wanna go? Don't you wanna go?
Don't you wanna go? Don't you wanna go?
The
Who's singing with me? Who's that singing with me? You,
I
Connie?
guess that's Connie.
Don't you wanna go?
The
What,
stairway to heaven.
who sings that? I don't know that song.
The OJs.
Andre.
The
OJ,
Okay.
yeah.
OJs.
I played that at my grandma's funeral.
I did too,
Stairway to,
girl. It was
really?
a hard
Stairway to
one.
heaven. Yeah.
Haven't heard that song since.
Yeah.
Is
All
this
right, go
pronounced
ahead, Carrie. Sorry about that, Carrie.
it's pronounced pineal? So it's the pineal gland.
Yes.
Okay.
Pineal.
The pineal gland was the highest gland and was called the seat of the soul. So this is this now describing the seven steps or seven glands?
Yeah, you can skip that part. You can skip that part and go a little down to where it starts talking about the pituitary gland. Up, 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 up,
It's done.
up, up, up.
Oh, the anus was the seventh. Okay.
Yeah,
What was it? Oh, here we go.
the pituitary gland.
Pituitary glands follows along with the hypothalamus. I hope I pronounced well, I think I did. Maybe just not the way you guys will sound. Hypothalamus or hypothalamus, which is adjoined to it. It was associated with intelligence. Hmm.
Hmm.
The
Yep,
thyroid
that's right.
gland, that's interesting.
That's why
Hmm.
they wanted them. Yep.
Oh, so this is this association you're trying to make to let us see why they vote.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
With
Oh.
assignment. Yeah.
Hmm. The
Okay.
thyroid gland, which is by the neck area, was associated with spirituality and ether, sorry. The
ether,
yeah. The thymus is on the chest area and was associated with air. It is called the compassion drive, and modern science links it to the immune system. The navel has adrenal and pancreas glands which regulate salt and sugar. It was associated with fire. The sex glands, gonads, were associated with reproduction and compound water. The anus was the seventh and was associated with the earth as the base and the process of elimination through defecation. This was the base of the pyramid. Who would have known that this is why the pyramids had seven? What is it called? Seven what? I don't remember the right term to use. Okay.
chakras.
Chakras. Okay. There we go. Okay. These monuments stand as irrefutable evidence that our ancestors comprehended the science behind our blackness and resonance. There we go. Thank you for sharing this article, Connie.
Okay. So she does what Joanna was saying. It did have some resonance to what to what we were talking about the thymus gland, how important it was. I
Mhm.
wish that they would have delved more into it. They kind of like just kind of rushed the end of the article, which I kind of hate, but it does resonate with me that it was an important gland that we
Right.
that we have that they knew
Mhm.
about and they never put in the history books. They never put in the books. It's just one of those
Right.
things that you have to know yourself or be taught by someone. So that's all I want to say.
I'm just seeing the comments, guys, because when I was reading, I didn't look down, so I'm just seeing them. And hey, Indigo. And there's no one topic, Indigo. We're just having an open panel, whatever we want to talk about and everything. Good morning. Hey, everyone coming in.
Are you drinking water?
Okay.
Well, don't drink nothing else.
Everyone
Okay.
coming in. Okay, you can come in, Robbie. What were you saying? Because you were having a nice spirited conversation earlier on. You can go ahead.
No, if I had any comment, it would just be that race is a social construct, and if you were to get rid of uh racism, white supremacy, basically they would lose their power. They would lose their influence. You know what I mean? If everything was on an even playing field, if everything was quote unquote equal, then things would change overnight. So a lot of the conditions
It's
that we find
fair.
ourselves in, are deliberate. You know what I'm saying? It's by construction. It isn't just choices people are making. It's deliberate, and it's deliberate uh mainly for them to control the narrative
Mhm.
with the rest
And
of the society, because they sell them a dream with Hollywood that the keys to happiness is pursuing monetary gain and owning property and having the house with the picket fence, and you
hmm
still got kids that can go shoot up schools or overdose on drugs. So that lets you know that human beings will never be satisfied, and they're always dealing with insecurity. I don't care how many guns they buy. I don't care, you can take the income gap, and you think they have every advantage, and then they're still complaining and they're still paranoid because they're
Yep.
always comparing themselves to someone else, when a lot of us are really just trying to help our brothers and sisters, aunts, family members, children, just be able to get to that first step of generational wealth. And I'm not against generational wealth and prosperity, by any stretch of the imagination, but I think a lot of times they're just crybabies.
They're just fearful. That is what I think. They're just fearful of the impact that we can have as blacks in society. They're fearful of the fact that we are very talented, we're skilled, we are very intelligent people. Well, for the most part, because you got a few crazy people who let us down. A few, but I'm saying, is this whole fair that they will not be in power, that they won't be
Yeah.
able to influence us and stuff? So that is the reason why they try as best as possible to always make themselves or to set themselves up in such a way that they are at an advantage. That is what I think. This whole fear of, people of another color being better than at things that they do, they don't want, they can't handle it, the thought of it, you know.
Yeah.
I just think it's the fear of genetic annihilation. I mean, I know that's something that may not be on the forefront of a
I've
lot of
heard it.
people's mind, but if you think about it, the whole you could say sponsoring paranoia for them to have marriage licenses, census, all that had to deal with reproduction, had to deal with them protecting the rights of a white woman's reproductive rights. Forget about
Mm-hmm.
everybody else. That's really what it was all about. Because, when they were colonizing and they would rape these women, from other continents, they saw that man, the children came out looking like Chico DeBarge, or you know what I'm saying, or whatever. Didn't come out looking like them. Like they're like, wait a minute, you know what I'm saying? That's when they started coming up with all of these social constructs to counteract phenotype, as somebody was saying in the comments. And unfortunately, religion and divide and conquer assisted them from a psychological standpoint. They understand psychology, they understand smoke and mirrors, and lastly, military might, just having just enough guns and just enough intimidation, right? Uh, Through example, by harming somebody that we consider strong and brilliant,
Mhm.
that keeps everybody else in a state
Mhm.
of fear.
Yeah.
I know I asked you this already, Robbie, but did you have a channel where you did celebrity like commentary?
Oh no, no, I've never been like a YouTuber interviewing anybody or anything like that. No.
Oh, you sound just like someone I've heard on here before, and I'm like, the more you speak is the more I'm saying I have got to remember the name of this channel or where did I hear this voice from? Maybe you just happen to sound exactly like somebody I've heard before, but I didn't mean to switch the topic, but okay.
And I'm gonna digress a minute because I, me and my brother got high for the Get Out movie. That was
Mm.
the last time I got high. I hadn't, I never, I never been a weed smoker, but he was like, "I'm gonna get you high, and we gonna go watch this movie." So we got high, and went to the movie, and then on our way back home, he was like, "What if we pitched a movie to Jordan Peele about reverse roles in society? If we started the way our ancestors started over here and just reverse the roles all the way back around, would will we be able to restore the earth? Will we be able to capitalize gold like over here? Like, will we be able to do things? And it got me thinking, like, if the roles were reversed, and I was like, bro, you need to pitch that. I mean, we were high, okay, and I'm like,
Have
you
you
need to
seen the
pitch that
movie
to
White
Jordan
Man's
Peele.
Burden?
Like, make a movie where the roles were reversed.
You mean dates
Everything
from
was reversed.
before slavery?
Connie,
Huh?
have you seen the movie White Man's Burden?
No, I've never seen that movie.
I think it's
It's
got
an
John
older
Travolta,
movie.
right?
John
Yeah.
Travolta is the star of it, and it's
Hmm.
pretty much where the roles are reversed. You need to go check it
Oh, I
out.
gotta see it. So it wasn't okay. But we had great intentions. We were high though. And it was a good feeling. You know how you feel when if
Yeah.
you ever
Oh,
been
it
high
came up
before.
with
You
it.
know how when you get that aha moment, like,
Hmm.
yes.
But was it the same thing though? What was the whole concept?
The whole concept was taking them from Europe
No,
and
sorry, I'm sorry to cut you. I mean with John Travolta's movie.
oh, sorry.
Was it what Connie and her brother was thinking, when you start from when they
It was
were back in
it was pretty
Europe
much on
thinking of
that level, and I want to say Forrest Whitaker was in that movie also. He was like an affluent black guy, and John Travolta was like his yard man or something. But the thing of it was, the blacks who were mostly affluent black people were not cruel. They wanted to share, and then that's where the problem came in
Hold on,
because
what's the name? What's the name of the movie?
white man's burden.
I'm about to look it up now.
Because uh, equal wasn't good enough for them when they saw, and the white people, when they saw an opportunity to try to take over, they did.
And they had them as slaves.
No, it was no, not slaves. They were just what we are now. Hell, didn't
Second class citizens, basically.
second class citizens. They were the ones getting stared at in
disenfranchised.
But
supermarkets
see,
and
that's no,
pulled
the
over.
way we were thinking about it was we're gonna go all the way back to like the days of roots. Like we're gonna go all
Oh,
the way back there and we're gonna bring it
Yeah,
to modern society.
that would be a cool idea. But
White
that is a
man,
cool idea, a cool for a movie. So
white
they
man
could
first.
see, from their eyes what it is that we have really been experiencing, what how it would feel for them. Instead of just watching, like the typical movies with how blacks were treated and taken away from their homeland and stuff and how they were treated. If they could see it from their own eyes and see how it would actually feel, maybe
Right.
who knows what it could do to some of these people, especially the younger ones coming up. They're the ones who need to see movies like that.
Hmm.
It could be a really good thing.
Think
It could
about
be
A Time to
it could
Kill, the
cause,
way that lawyer won the case in the end when he described that horrific incident that that child went through simply because of her skin color. He said, "Can you see her? Now imagine she's white." You remember that part of that movie?
Never seen it.
I
You
don't
never
Yes,
seen
remember
A
the
yes.
Time to
That has
Kill?
movie.
it
Oh
had
my God,
Matthew
I gotta give
McConaughey,
you a
right?
list.
Mhm.
Matthew McConaughey and Samuel L. Jackson, I believe.
Right.
It may have been an old movie, so I don't remember it.
It's a little old, but the whole thing was they didn't care what happened to the little black girl because she was black. She could take it. They stronger. They can deal with more pain. She'll get over
I
it.
think I
It's
remember
over.
this movie.
The
Yeah.
a lot of people quote the line that Samuel Jackson said in court. Yes, they deserve to die, and I hope they burn in hell. Have you ever heard that line? It came from that movie.
It would really it I think Connie and her brother was up to something when they were high. You were
Right.
up to something
And I
good.
didn't mean to cut you off, Connie.
That was the last time ever got high. Like ever.
Ah!
I'm like,
But
man,
that
And
Mary
really
Jane had
think
you
these
thinking,
about it
don't it?
though.
conversations we had that night, man.
You know how when
Mm-mm.
we're watching movies with like the enslaved people being whipped and tortured or lynched and stuff, how it makes us feel. I don't watch movies that come out like that at all. So like the last one I think I heard of was 10 Years Slave or something like that. I
12
don't
Years
watch
a
that.
Slave.
I can't handle those type of movies, so I don't watch them at all. But I'm saying, imagine just how we feel by watching it. I watch like movies, that's showed for the triangular trade or the middle passage or whatever. You guys may not know about that, but it shows, from how they were taken from the methods used to take these people from their homes in Africa.
That's
Whether they
part of the
whether
roots. If you ever seen Roots, that was part of
yeah.
the roots.
So we're seeing that, and then we're seeing how
Series.
the conditions, the inhumane conditions they had to be in for weeks and months on the ships.
Hmm. Hmm.
Then they had
Yeah.
to be take then the conditions they had to experience when they went on those plantations, it was horrific. You had people from all walks of life being bundled together. You had doctors, lawyers, farmers, you name it, different occupations, different tribes, kings, queens,
Exactly.
their servants. Just imagine the shock, and the
Right.
dismay. Just imagine how they were feeling and how their spirits, felt to be taken from somewhere and being brought to somewhere else. Just
I
think
would
about that.
I would say another movie, and I think it's on YouTube if they haven't censored it, because a lot of things get taken down. It was
Hmm.
called Goodbye Uncle Tom, and that movie uh does a very, very graphic way of depicting how they would force feed slaves with a
Yeah, I've
funnel
seen.
and
Oh
knocking out
yeah,
their
and
teeth
not
with
the
a
teeth
chisel.
out. Yep,
Yeah,
because
all of that
a
stuff.
lot of them
I
tried not
just
to
see
eat.
here's the issue whenever we speak about these things. I think it's hard for people to fathom 400 years, just like if I told you $400 billion. Like if I told you you won $400 billion, it would be hard for you'd be excited, but that number's like so, you know, big. It's like it's really hard for you to appreciate it. People act like we're talking about slavery happened 400 or 500 years ago and it was an isolated 1 day event or 1 week event. No, that was sustained tyranny. A lot of those slaves never left the plantation, never got a chance to see the world. That was their only source of reality. So think
Right.
about how brilliant we were to teach ourselves to read. Because it's not like they
Hmm.
actively were trying to teach us. You may have
Nope.
had a few people here and
Absolutely
there,
not.
but they messed up by teaching the preachers how to read just enough to read the Bible. So you got to
Hmm.
understand, like, um, in other words, their intentions never were for us to ever get out of
Nope.
servitude. So we have to give ourselves a pat on the back and know, like, you had one hand tied behind your back, and to a degree, today still have had one hand tied behind your back, and we've created inventions, we've contributed to this country, and to civilization. We've never been disloyal. And lastly, I'll land my plane here and say, look, harming black folks has always been a form of entertainment. And that's what they're trying to normalize now. When they bring back all this nasty, forget about the politics. In terms of being a leader and being a beacon for nastiness, I think Donald Trump did the country a disservice in terms of how they normalized and made people feel comfortable being nasty. And I think whether he's here or
Right.
not, the impact is there because
It's
now that's
still
what people
there.
want. They just want to be able to normalize it like Jim Crow, be able to call you the N word or just openly discriminate against you and just say, well, you know what? You're just sensitive. You're just playing the race card. And I refuse to let the clock tick backwards like that.
Right.
Right. And that is why I was coming back to the point that that is why I think that movie idea that Connie and her brother came up with, if the roles were I'm serious because you're making me think
Yeah,
about it. I'm
yeah,
serious because if that was supposed to happen, I think they would really understand how strong we are as a people to have experienced all these what's the right terminology I need to use? So I've experienced all these inhumane treatment, and we're always being seen as less than, and we still came up, and are still able to survive all of these things that happened to us that our forefathers, went through, and we're still here as a strong people. And I think it's the fear of knowing how strong we are why they act that way towards us. That is why they try as much as possible to keep
yeah.
us down. That is what
And
I
I
think.
think in our time, Jordan Peele probably would be the only like I was like that night. I was like, man, get on Twitter. Go ahead and tweet her, man. Go ahead. Like we were so into it, and a lot of those details and stuff I forgot about. But yeah, man. I mean, like it's really like exactly what Robbie just said. Like the construct of it all, like we are and that's what make us the dominant race, because we had so much against us. Like he said, we had two hands tied behind our back, and now we only have one. So
And
it's
still doing great things.
and
And
that's
still
and
doing
that's
great
how you
things.
can identify the dominant race, because if you're able to come up out
Hmm.
of that oppression, or still be in somewhat of that oppression, and still maneuver and get your foot ahead, like that's, I mean, come on, like it's no
I'm gonna keep it a
denying it.
buck.
It's
If
no
they would have
denying it.
if they would have never learned how to shoot a piece of metal through a tube and call it a gun, they would have got squashed a long time ago. That's why they always had a hard time invading Africa for many, many centuries, right? One,
Right.
because of the bacteria and diseases that they weren't used to, but mainly just the sheer force. Look, I've seen black women give old white supremacist a three-piece. They don't understand. Like, some sisters done beat up they dude just trying to get the password for his phone. So you think you're gonna see her? I saw this one white dude. He slapped this lady. She said, "Oh no, you didn't." And I said, wow, she straight whooped his behind. And what's crazy, if you notice on some of those Karen videos, when they get slapped or they get checked, they regress to
They are
almost
in
like
shock.
children. They're like, oh my
Right.
God, you hit me. I'm
Right.
like, what do you
Right.
think
No,
would
they
happen?
become the
That,
victim.
yeah, it's like when they go to Yellowstone and there's a buffalo there minding his business, chewing some hay, and they want to take pictures and throw rocks and mess with him. After a while, he says, man, y'all better back the F up. Like, this ain't a game. You know what I mean? Like, why are you shocked? And I think, look, they got a lot of
Your
practice
sound is going out.
conquering tribalism within Europe, because for a long time they will go at each other, right? But I think right towards I say the middle of the Roman Empire.
Yeah, we can hear you. Hello. Are you still there, Robbie? We're not hearing you.
Yeah, yeah, I'm sorry. All I was going to say is in the middle of the Roman Empire, once they figured how to use religion to unite everyone, right? Even when they started conquering other tribes, right? European tribes, they started pushing religion and brainwashing people under the guise of religion to get them all on code. So that's why it was easy, even if you were a poor dirt farmer, to get you to go lose your life to go fight the Crusades, or you know what I'm saying, or go on these risky missions, because religion, if you think about it, that's why transporting religion was important, because they saw how it worked in house. Like, wow, every tribe that we had a problem with, once we absorbed them and Christianized them, you know what I mean? It gave them a different mindset, right? After a couple of generations. So I think perfecting that, that process of absorption, that helped as they started going around the world. And where they didn't have the military might, they just used divide and conquer. And I would say, unfortunately,
You are so right.
tribalism is a beautiful thing, to have your own culture and your own identity, but it actually hurt Africa in that sense, because people didn't hate each other over race or over silly things. People
It
just
was
had
just the
differences,
tribe.
but they just exploited those differences.
Right, right, because there one of the reasons why some of those the Europeans could get in is because of the tribal wars that were happening on the continent at the time. So it would have been easy for persons who were captured from a particular tribe, they would hand them over to them, or so I was told. And also, so the fact that there were tribal wars happening, the fact that they had inferior weapons to the Europeans, and of course what you mentioned a while ago, the use of religion. So those were three things that got them to we that got them in, you know, let them get a foot in on the continent before they started robbing us of our resources, whether it was our physical or human resource, well, human resources mostly. And somebody made a very good point up here where they say another method is being used in today's society. So now they're going back so now they're moving in Africa as residents. So they're slowly creeping in to conquer Africa again. And I've seen videos of the Asians. There are a lot of Asians going into Africa also. So that is another thing that Indigo seems to think is another way for them to conquer Africa. Because apparently the other methods they were using didn't work. So here we go. I get it. I'll be right back, guys.
That's why I say, African Americans are the most disenfranchised people of this, and especially Black African American women, on a whole nother level. Because if you think about it, they keep telling us, you okay? They keep telling us, go back to where you come from. Where we
Right.
going? And that's why I have like sort of a disdain. Yeah, we always say Mother Africa and this and that about Africa, but I have a disdain personally because they never came back for us. And some of those tribes actually sold us off um to be taken or captured, you know what I'm saying? So, or actually not even captured, just
Already,
sold us off
or
so
already
that we could
to
be,
the war.
so we could be shipped over here. And
So
I know I speak in a layman's term, but I understand things very clearly. But that's why I have a disdain, because where am I going back in Africa? Yeah, once I find out what my tribe is, where am I going?
but
I
how
have a
easy
disdain because
would it have
they
been
never
for them
came
to
back
go
for
get you
us.
back, get back all your ancestors?
Hmm?
So you're saying you're upset because what now?
I'm
Because
upset
they
because they never came back for us. They never fought for us, man. Like for real. Like our ancestors, they never fought for us. Like we were shipped over here. Our ancestors
how
were
would they
shipped
did
over.
they have how would they have been able to get all the resources to do so as the Europeans at the time?
The Europeans didn't have resources. That's why
Even
they had
though
slaves.
that could
That's why they
go
came for
into a
slaves.
whole
Because you
other
have to remember that they started out with white slaves first, and the white slaves was like, we ain't working out here. And that's why they went over to Africa to get us. So they didn't have resources. They had the resources, but they didn't have the labor. See what I'm saying?
yeah.
So it was never a point like where they came back for us. I mean, like that's why I have a disdain.
Well,
You
you
know,
got to think
while I'm
what.
saying
Oh,
that you're talking about them not coming back, there is also evidence that Africans were traveling far and wide to other countries, other continents during that time. But I don't know. I don't
look,
know.
I've seen it notated in history books, for some of the slave logs, and I've heard it even mentioned sometimes when they slip it in movies, right? What you have to understand is nobody was going to come for us because a lot of us were a different tribe. And if I want to be more specific from a biblical standpoint, I mean, let's think about it. When Jesus and his parents were running, where did they flee to? They went down into Egypt. They didn't go to Greece. They didn't even go out to the Middle East or Northeast Africa. They didn't go towards India or Asia. They went right across. You see lots of people coming from Ethiopia to Jerusalem in the Bible, right? And surrounding areas. So it just makes much sense to me that whenever Israel was finally uh, destroyed, when people fled, I'm pretty sure some people fled up north, but I think the vast majority of people are going to try to blend in where there's people who look similar to you. You're like, man, there's no way they're going to follow us. So you're going to keep, look, if I was on the run, I would go as far west as I could, right? So I want to say there was a couple of empires over there in West Africa where they said that the people had like Jewish or Hebrew religious traditions. I would think that would cause conflict over time because people had other different practices. Then you start having the Muslims start to invade and conquer, right? And they were the first ones to kick off the slave trade. But on some of those early dockets, they were classifying the people as Hebrews. So they were saying, like, you know what? It's written that these people can be enslaved. Again, people start flipping the Bible and calling or whatever. So I'm saying all that to say it's not far fetched that just because we all look the same, if a group of people moved into my neighborhood today, right, and I didn't know them, I would automatically know where they're from or know that they're different people, that they're not people who've lived here always. That doesn't mean that everybody had to be at war with each other because, again,
It's
there's
not
divide and
what's
conquer.
going on.
But I just think that I can't see somebody selling their own mother or father or cousin. And also, too, what I believe, I don't think they understood the conditions that the Europeans were going to put those people in. They probably thought, like, traditionally, however we dealt with servitude or slavery, they just probably thought, like, okay, you know what? We're selling these people, but we're not gonna, you know what I'm saying? We don't expect these people to
They
enact
didn't know it was
the
going to be chattel slavery. They didn't know
right,
because
right,
that was domestic.
or
That one
straight
was
up just
called
rape.
domestic slavery
Yeah, just
that they
straight up
had
rape
going
and
on there.
abuse.
But they had no idea these
Hmm.
people who they captured from other tribes. Because I was
And
like I was saying before,
voluntary servitude.
so they didn't know they were gonna go in chattel slavery. Sorry to cut you, Robbie. You can continue. But there are two different types of slavery, from what I recall from my history classes.
Yeah, nah, but I think at
The
the end of
domestic
look,
slavery and the chattel slavery. I don't
at the
think some of them had. I know that a lot of people are upset when they're talking about slavery. They're like, no, these black people are the same ones who sold us into slavery and whatever, whatever. But at the same time, as was mentioned earlier, there were different tribes, and of course, when these tribes went at war, you also had prisoners of war and so on.
well, you know
So
what I
I
always tell them? Because you know how they'll tell us if we say, well, y'all flooded drugs in our community and made drugs available. They say, well, you didn't have to buy them. Well, that's the same thing. I don't care if they had 10 million Negroes available for sale. If you
exactly, they should
supposedly
never
believe in the
have been in the
Bible
country.
and you
Right,
suppose that's what I mean when people just come with justification to do what they do.
right.
And if you fast forward to today, look, America exists. The American government was created and responsible for disenfranchising us. So this is not even an issue with so much a particular group of white people or slave owner. Be like, go build a slave owner. No, this was an issue because the government sanctioned it and made it available, just like the government sanctioned and approved
Like the kings and
crack
queens at
cocaine
the
being flooded in
time
our communities, right?
sanctioned those people, allowed them to
Yeah.
go to other people's countries and you know, raid and take whatever they wanted. So while they may blame the blacks for handing over other blacks to them, they should also be aware of the fact that those people were looking areas to colonize. They were looking to, you know, build on their own the word slipped me, whatever. But at the same time, there's no one race to blame. Why did these Europeans go into Africa in the first place seeking slaves? Let's think about that part. Let me take a few stuff from the chat. And Nina, we're having a laid back conversation. You can come with your controversial self. We're just having light. Let me see what I missed. Yamain says the narrative of Europeans capturing Africans is exaggerated and ahistorical. Um, yeah, Indigo is agreeing with my previous comment about the Chinese being in Africa. Because I've seen a lot of videos where there's a lot going on. That's all I got to say. And the final comment, um, Indigo was responding about that whole controversial stuff. We won't get offended. This is not certain sides of YouTube. You can come up, girl. You can come up. Let me see what Yamin says. Many Africans who partnered did not know they were selling. Okay. They should never have done it in the first place, I understand. But then again, the Europeans should never have been in there fishing for people to put on their plantations. Okay. I'm sorry, you can go ahead, guys. I wanted to just acknowledge the chat so it doesn't seem like we were up here having our own conversation.
So,
Yeah,
Carrie,
well,
what you're saying is both
go
are
ahead.
wrong in that instance. Both are wrong.
Both are wrong, but who is worse? The ones who left their territory, their countries, to come over to Africa. What was their sole purpose? And especially for those who came in the name of Christianity, in the name of religion, you know, let's not forget.
Uh, mm-mm. I see it a little different, but okay.
I mean, well, you can look at what was done in South America and in South Africa to try to get a snapshot of what potentially could happen here. I see a police state potentially rising, something similar between what they did in apartheid South Africa when their numbers were small, and also what they did to control the Native Americans in South America with a caste system. That's kind of what you're seeing now. That's why they're pushing gender, all these identity politics, so they can further dilute the the narrative of suffering, right? So that if they can minimize Black people's suffering, then they can just essentially replace what we got going on in terms of social norms with a caste system. Be like, you know what? We don't need affirmative action. We don't need women's rights. We don't need the 13th Amendment. Racism is over with. Deal with it. And when we know in reality, you see, even just you can see the indoctrination that was done with the Spanish, right? Where if you were Black or you were Native American, you're at the bottom rung, and you had to be mixed, to be quote unquote middle class. And again, white was not just race, but it's a mindset and it's a social privilege. That's why, later on, 50, 60 years ago, they started, including other groups that used to not be counted as white. Now they can be white on paper. So people know very well what game they're playing. They don't need to be educated. They don't need sensitivity training. They don't need a history lesson. It's real simple. It's like, if I benefit from something being unfair or rigged, you're going to have very few people who want to change that dynamic, because it's real simple. They understand. Like, shoot, being classified as white is going to have me further up the totem pole, whether it's right or not, right? People understand that dynamic. They understand when they go look for a job or when they go shopping at the store or when they have interaction with police. Those are social norms. But the funny thing is, goes back to what I'm saying, they're still never going to be satisfied because they're trying to compete with the rich Jewish bankers they complain about, or whatever image Hollywood puts out and puts pressure. No, they're not trying to send their kids to state college. They want to send their kids to Ivy League college. So when they talk about student loan debt and we talk about student loan debt, we're talking about two different things, apples and
Money.
oranges, because they get into $200,000 or $300,000 worth of student loan debt, and they can't even find a job and be working at Best Buy, or nepotism doesn't work anymore, right? Because computers have replaced jobs, or they done sold some of these companies over to China. So
Right.
the choice for the white man is greed or racism. And you can see plain and simple, like, the greedy white man always has to convince the poor white man that as long as you're better than a Black or brown person or an NIGGER, you're okay. You're better. That's why you could be uneducated, serve in the military, for 20 years, get out, get you a government paycheck, go serve on the police department, right? And the whole purpose of your job, right, is to
Your
fulfill
sound
this
is a bit
inflated
distorted,
ego.
Robbie.
Go ahead.
It's clearer now, but your
Yeah, I'm
sound was
sorry.
a bit distorted
I'm sorry.
just
All,
now.
all it is
But
what
it's
I'm saying
okay
is
now. You can.
they get a power trip wearing that badge, is what I'm saying. You know what I mean? You should never give power and authority to people who have an inferiority complex.
Exactly. Because that badge actually has meaning. And if you look back and see what that badge actually means, your head probably would spin. Because the reason why we call them cops is a reason. They were coppers. That's a whole history lesson y'all probably need to look up too. They were coppers. They were slave
Patrol.
coppers.
Slave patrol.
Slave patrol. That's why we call them cops. Their badge was made of copper. And they were slave patrol. And it trickled all the way on out to the KKK, all of them hanging our grandmothers and grandfathers on trees like strange fruit. And then now they police and they're supposed to be respected and protect and serve us. That's never going to happen. It's never going to happen in this system. Only way something is going to change is if Jesus come back, and that's what I believe, and that's what I'm going to stand firm on. Anything these people saying to me, the big turnaround is going to be when people versus the government, and then you're already seeing that. And then when the government turn on religion, that's when you're going to see the big change. Other than that, ain't nothing gonna change. We can
Well,
talk
look,
and talk and talk and talk our head off. It's not gonna change.
COVID exposed, oh, I shouldn't even say it right with the algorithm. The CVID exposed one thing. They try to put black folks as the face of poverty and struggling, but how many people turned away their stimulus that were white, black, blue, green, purple? Everybody needed a little bit of extra money. And let me tell you something. I don't think as many people are middle class as you think they are and stable. I think the average American is one, you know what I'm saying, health scare away from bankruptcy. They could get their job taken overseas. And that's the thing. Like I tell somebody, if you had a 400-year head start in white privilege, and the best you can do is be in a trailer park and tell racist jokes, you are a failure because we've done way more in a shorter period of time. We didn't have that head start. So if I can own a house and own a car and not be complaining, what's your problem? You had all of that head start. You had all those opportunities to get generational wealth. It's not my fault. The same 1 or 2% owns everything. So that means there's a problem with the lie you were sold. You know, like they say, to believe in the American dream, you got to be asleep first. That's why I set goals. I don't dream.
Generational wealth to what though? What's the end goal? What's the end goal?
No, I'm saying they dangled the promise of generational wealth, telling them
Oh,
if you just put your head behind the plow and work hard, one day you'll own slaves, and it never happened.
right.
If you
And
just
people
put
Yeah.
don't
your head,
even talk
yeah,
about having a modest life no more. Why people don't talk about having a modest life no more? What's wrong with
One
having a
second,
modest life
guys.
and being able to help restore this land? I mean, do we not see what's going on with the ecosystem right now? How they done
Give
fucked
me a
up the
quick
whole
second,
earth?
Connie. Hold on. Is that you,
It's
Nina?
me. Can you hear me? I was
Okay.
just letting folks
All right, there you
finish.
go. Go ahead. I wanted to make sure it was you before I took the overlay down. Go ahead, Connie. Thank you for coming up, Nina.
My
My
pleasure.
pleasure.
Yeah, I mean, we all have we all have our own knowledge and things like that. But my thing is the end goal. That's where I'm headed. The end goal. What is everybody working toward? The end goal. Yeah, you can talk about what this mean and what that mean, but what is the end goal for us?
Okay, I have I, I wish I was more positive, but from what I see, as long as black people worship the features of the white man, they're already in the heads of black people. So the game can't be won if you're constantly trying to procreate them. If you are constantly worshiping light skin, light eyes, loose hair, which this is what I see, like there's no winning since you're doing it yourself. They don't really have to do much. Yes, there's systematic racism. Yes, there's the mixture of Africa. North Africa is already mixed. East Africa pretty much the same. I mean, we can talk about religion and Christianity, which is the first Christian nation is Ethiopia. So it's not like the white man brought Christianity to Africa. We can talk about chattel slavery. We can do all that,
Thank you. Oh gosh,
but
somebody understand me.
but as long as black people are worshiping the admixture of the white man, there's really no winning anything. It's just going to be generation after generation until you produce a white man.
Let me ask a question real quick. So the Ethiopians were already practicing Christianity. That's what you said.
Yes.
How did the Europeans end up coming or going to places in the Americas to um
So
to spread Christianity?
it's
Let me know
fought
how it
that
got there.
it's thought that Armenia or Ethiopia would be the first Christian nation. So it was, I mean, it went to Europe as well, but the first Christian nation, if you think of it just geographically and within the Bible, is Ethiopia. It, it didn't, it seemed as though, but within Ethiopia, it was open to Jews. It was also open to Muslims. It wasn't, we're Christian and we have to indoctrinate everybody else. Um, you can tell with the Muslims, when they sought refuge, they went to Ethiopia. The Jews were practicing there too. It seems like Europeans held on to it, bastardized it, and then took it as their own, came back to Western part, like Central and Western
Oh,
Africa, and made it seem like it's a whole new religion.
okay. I got you. So
Yeah.
is that another example of appropriation right there?
Well, look at it this way too. Look at it this way.
Exactly,
To
Gary.
build on what she said. Okay, think about it. Jerusalem was once part of the Roman Empire, right? So through trade, religions and stuff changed. And actually, the Romans used to be pagans. They didn't even believe in Christianity. So then they came up with a bastardized version of Christianity and called it Roman Catholicism. So that's when they were basically they took all of their pagan gods and made them kind of like Christian gods and basically made this nice little mixture of different beliefs. And it was and that allowed them to convert uh, people who were already kind of pagan, and they could still maintain control and order because you had a growing number of people within the Roman society that were converting to be believers. They didn't even call themselves Christians; they called themselves believers at the time. So I think that once they came up with the blueprint for Catholicism and they allowed people to be uneducated, and they would only allow like the Pope or the kings or wealthy people to be educated. I mean, the rest was history. So that's what I'm saying. They had a chance to be in an echo chamber and perfect oppression with their own people, oppressing the Gauls and the Germanic tribes and so forth. They called them uncivilized. They used to call the British uncivilized because they really started to understand, again, through mixing over time, that a white person who didn't have blonde hair and blue eyes obviously had something else in his bloodline. That's why they had a hard time accepting other groups when they made this place a well, not so much Roman Catholic, but Protestant, white Protestant WASP, white Anglo-Saxon Protestant nation, right? Because you had the Catholics oppressing the Protestants religiously, and it all had to do with power. It wasn't even about belief in God. It was whether the Pope was going to have more influence or the king. That pretty much was it.
It's a completely different Bible when you see, I mean, and I'm going to speak of East Africa and I'm going to speak of Ethiopia mostly because it was never colonized. So there's not the influence of Westerners within that. There's The language is preserved. The Bible itself is Amharic. So even the Bible differences are crazy, right? Like when you look at an Ethiopian Bible and Ge'ez, and you see, uh, a Western Bible, you'll find missing books. You, it's just like it's in like the Book of Enoch is part of the Ethiopian Bible. It's not like some mystery, whatever. It's just part of it. It's just it's almost supernatural the way that they've taken these things, sold it to the world as if it is, um, and people believe it. People just believe it, or don't know it, or it's forgotten. It's not as if it's hidden. I mean, there's a whole country practicing the original faith of Black people, and but still, uh, it seems like the rest of the world believes something completely different and takes away from the originality of it. It's really, for me, it's hard to wrap my mind around, because you'll find. Anyway, I don't want to tell too much about myself, so I'm going to just be quiet here. But it is very weird to see, because it's not like some sort of hidden mystery, whatever, at least to some people who've lived it all their lives.
I think they understand that optics matter. That's why visually they had images of Christ looking a certain way. That's why visually they make sure not only did they relocate the Ashkenazi Jews where they put them, but they reinforce making that the Holy Land, making it a tourist attraction, backing up Israel, with weaponry. So when you talk to anyone now, they're going to say, well, those are the chosen people. You know what I'm saying? They're not even going to think that there were people that were chosen that went into Africa, or that have been in Africa for centuries. So that's kind of what I'm saying. They understand optics. They know a lot of times people aren't encouraged to do for self and think for self and question things. People are just indoctrinated. So when you're indoctrinated for a very long period of time, it's like you're trained to be a good employee, but not an entrepreneur. You're trained to just balance your checkbook, but not make investments and establish good credit. Bad advice is free, and we get it every day.
So when I see people, and clearly they're not, and tribalism is not great, but there is a good thing about tribalism, because you know who you are. And what I've seen the lack of is knowing who you are and being inclusive of everyone and everything. And that's a problem. I know that some people find that divisive, but really, not everyone is you. You are not everyone. There's you have to be exclusive, just like every other race of people are exclusive. It seems like uh, Black people, and especially African American people, are so inclusive that everything gets lost in the mix.
Do you want to, Nina? Do you want to say something about Indigo's stance? Indigo says, let me see if I can find it. Oh, it was Yamin. Hold on, it was Yamin. Yamin says, I disagree. It wasn't practiced the same as what we see today. I guess that's when you were talking about Christianity in, where was it? Ethiopia. So Yamin says, I disagree. It wasn't practiced the same as what we see today. Europeans definitely have a brutal history of introducing Christianity and Catholicism. That's their brand to the content. What do you think about that? It may have been a while back when you were mentioning that.
Oh, it's definitely not the same. I mean, from what I see of Christianity, Eastern Orthodox Christianity in Ethiopia versus Protestant, which is mostly, I mean, there's not as much Catholicism that I see. It's mostly Protestant. Completely different. Uh, I mean, Ethiopians fast 250 days out of the year. Just even the diet, the reverence for different saints, everything is. It's this. It's like a parallel universe. You've got the same kind of foundation, but the practices are completely different. Hmm.
When Nina, when you first came in the sector and I heard you speak, I said, I have a feeling Nina does like lecture or something in like s- African, something to do with, some history thing, something. And I'm saying, I've been hearing some stuff she says, and I'm like, is she sure she wants to be in this sector with all the drama and stuff happening here? Are you sure you want to be over here, girl?
Oh,
Because
I
even,
love the the
I'm saying,
drop. Get
did
lost
she
in it.
study this? Is she a lecturer doing something like this? And I'm saying, I could tell that you have studied history. Let's just leave it at that. I could tell based on some of the stuff you said when you just started coming over here, some of the stuff that went over people's head, and that is one of the reasons why I can't understand why people even thought that you were not
White. Oh
black.
my
And
god,
I'm
it was
saying
shocking.
it
I was
is
like,
this
what?
is
I'm
right.
I'm more militant than 99.8% of y'all militant.
The
And
fact
they
that you
were
don't even use the N
Oh,
word should say enough,
yeah, Nina, I was gonna ask, are you Ethiopian by any chance?
I'm not going to talk about my background at all.
We don't do that, Robbie, to be honest, because of the type of people who are in this
Oh
quote
wow,
unquote
there's
Yeah.
like
sector that we
trolls or
are.
something.
They
Okay,
make it
got you.
hard for
Yeah.
you to want to share stuff about yourself.
Oh, I
Yeah.
understand. Trust me,
Something that would
trust
have
me.
been natural for us to do, like
Yeah.
if it is come on camera, if it is tell your what you do for your job, just like share
Mhm.
little simple stuff that should be harmless, but they make it so the game
Yeah,
over
it's
this
really
side of
hard.
YouTube
Robbie,
That's
are you
literally
from
why
really
I'm not
another
on
harsh.
Twitter Spaces right now. I know what you're saying.
are you from another sector, Robbie?
I've heard that term sector. I guess there's like what different beliefs and philosophies, right? Like some people may be in the conscience sector, business sector. Um, nah, I'm just me. I'm just doing me. I mean, it's still
Mhm.
B1 for me, always.
Okay.
You know what I mean? I just I
So
actually discovered uh Carrie's channel from karaoke, and
oh
we just
Lord, so you
happened to
don't know us
stumble.
all. You don't know us all
No, no,
yet.
no, 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 no. But
We're
no, but I'm
all
not. I'm put it this way. I'm not a controversial person. I'm too old at this point to be worrying about things I can't change. It's something
Right.
about turning 44, where for Christmas I'm gonna give myself a bag of I don't give a fuck. My mom
good.
is too sick. My dad is too sick. Oh, I didn't mean to cuss, but you dig what I'm saying? Like
I know, I know.
if anybody questions like who you are as a person and you made it this far, all you can do is just continue being yourself and try to improve the experiences of others and treat people the way you want to be treated. You don't have time to like argue with people. Sometimes people half our age, people in their early 20s, they want to have these long diatribes of arguing and everything. For me, I focus on the energy that I leave behind and the energy that I intake from others.
Right. And you mentioned your parents and stuff, and I'm like, these are the things that are most important. So like certain things that may come up here in the sector, like it's just not that important to me. And a lot of people don't like hearing it. They're saying, oh, you're in the beef sector, you have to beef. You have to do this. You have no. All I gotta do is remain black, feed myself,
Mhm.
take care of my family, pay my bills. That's all I think is important to me. But I'm entertained by some of the things that happen here, and I don't
Oh,
plan on leaving
it
because it's
took me
funny.
as it took me a minute to really understand where I was. At the beginning, I was just like blah 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 blah, talking, you know, thinking things were
Yeah.
reasonable. I can say
Mm-mm.
this and that, and then I learned, oh, it's better to just listen, and
Yep.
people are gonna believe what they're gonna believe, um, and you're gonna discover a lot of. I mean, it's been a cultural exchange for me. I think it has been for you too, hasn't
Right?
it? Yeah, you learn
It
a lot
has
of things.
been. I have learned some stuff over here, Nina. I'm
Mhm,
telling you.
mhm.
It was a whole cultural shock for me, some of the stuff that I've seen and heard. And I realized that people are actively looking for stuff, instigating, just looking for stuff to pick on. It doesn't matter how calm you come, it doesn't matter how righteous in quotation marks you come. It doesn't matter if you come in your natural state and just giving who you are as an
They could
individual.
not believe
They
I was a
cannot
black woman for the first
Remember
9
what I
months.
said
maybe
earlier.
3 or 4 months. It was 9 months, Nina.
Something. I mean, there's still people who don't believe it.
Look,
It's
harming black people is a form of entertainment. Even for people who have a white supremacist mindset and black skin, there's some people, they're just professional debaters and time wasters, and they just want to troll and get under your skin. But if you totally ignore them and don't feed into what they want, they'll leave.
I think Joanna is sleeping. Let me mute her microphone. Somebody just pulled something. Hold on. Let me mute her. Hold on. Joanna, can you hear me? Okay, I'll mute her.
and what happened to Connie? I can't hear it. Where's Connie at?
I think Connie's tending to stuff in her
I'm
background.
still here. I have so much to say.
I
I
know.
can't even I don't even know where to start, but it's I'm just listening.
Okay. And I see Indigo down there texting her heart away.
I could tell from the very first, let us say, 2 weeks or so, what you were about when you came on the scenes, Nina. And I was like, I cannot believe the outrage. I just listen. I was laughing, and I'm like, is this serious? And I kept saying to myself, Carrie, remember you said it's just entertainment. Just listen and not get too upset about it. And I realized that this is how it is in the sector.
I
People are
had my
always
first
going to be nitpicking.
I had my first few people that, understood it right away. They were like Indigo. She knew right away. There were people that were like, okay. Even Demetra knew right away, right? Like me and Demetra couldn't stand me, but she understood I was a black woman, which I will always appreciate. So,
Yeah.
but there were a lot of people that just it took a long time, and I don't know. It was weird because it wasn't what I was saying, right? It wasn't my stance on stuff, because if they heard me, they would understand that. It was literally the way that I sounded. And there's a lot of smoke and mirrors that I don't know. We need more substance in the community. That's all. But Robbie, it's good to see you, a new person. You're gonna enjoy if you start exploring this place, man. It's so there's beauty in it. There's also so much craziness and drama in it too. So it's really interesting.
But Robbie, whatever you do, take it for entertainment only. Entertainment only. That's all I gotta say to you. Do not get too entrenched. Do not get too involved.
Nina and Carrie,
Right?
please don't tell this man what's going on over here. Please
We
don't
gotta we
tell
gotta
this
tell our we
man.
gotta tell him, girl, so that he and never tell your business. Don't give him any private personal information. We gotta tell him. We gotta.
Some of the
This
things
has been a good
I may not have
conversation.
listened to everything in the earlier parts when you just came, because like some of the things that you say, so people would be saying the worst things to each other when they're cussing each other, right? And then Nina would do a little socioeconomic read, a little light, and they'll, you heard what she said. She's over here talking about so and so, and I'm like, how are you gonna be judging her by what she said? Did you
Oh,
hear what you
Well,
said to your fellow black person?
I have
You
a
called them
question.
all sorts of names
When
and stuff.
when you guys have those I guess those disagreements and stuff, what typically are the type of topics that draw that? Like, what is the channel about, and what are the topics that kind of
Mhm.
cause people to be divided? You know what I'm saying? Without getting into too much detail.
t-
Petty drama. This is a petty drama sector.
I'm baffled. I'm stunned. I'm trying to figure out I'm trying to figure an answer
It's
for
just
that
it's
one. It doesn't have to
petty.
be
It has
anything.
nothing to do
You
with
could be
it's like
talking
a
about
big.
whole
tying
lot
your
of substance.
shoelace.
It's just it's Kool-Aid and popsicles and
Yeah, there's no
fucking
real
beef
topics.
jerky and shit.
People care
That's all it
about
is.
popularity, how much views they're getting. Uh, they,
Who can
I
be
don't know,
controversial.
Oh,
who's
so you
the.
talking about like beefing with other channels or people coming up to your channel arguing?
Both.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Everybody.
Okay.
It's like
It
it's
doesn't have to be anything. There doesn't have to be a particular conversation. They'll just be listening to hear her talk to see what they can pick out to say they don't like. That's all. And not
Mhm.
just her, just anybody. It's just the
Anybody.
nature of everybody over here.
Mhm.
They don't
Mhm.
just like have regular. Well, not everyone, because there are some really nice people over here. Let me make that
Mhm.
distinction. But then you could be talking about a candy bar. You could be talking about a chocolate bar, and somebody may say they don't like dark chocolate, and it may become a whole argument about people not liking dark people or black people, or it could be anything. It just anything sparks a cussing out. That's all I gotta tell you.
Or
A
the
lot of
clique situation.
misunderstandings.
Sometimes people judge you by who you keep company with.
Yeah.
Don't I know that?
Lots of group think. There's very little. There's lack of individuality. If one person believes something, and they're popular in the mix, then they have followers and they get whatever. But there's still a beauty in it, right? I don't know, especially if
I'm
you,
entertained.
yeah, if you keep yourself back, if you don't engage too much. And one of the things that I'm really happy about is, for some reason, I always knew, even coming in, to really protect my privacy and never speak to anybody offline, which I still haven't ever done. And that has helped me. Like, I don't know where I would be if, when I first came, I entertained all the, uh, people that wanted to engage, right? Like, I would have been eaten up and spit out with all my
Right.
information in the street had I done that.
Mm.
So, yeah.
It's unfortunate because then you really got some like really genuine people here who just happen to, come across the sector, and you may want to have like other dialogue, like relating to something else. It could be business, it could be other things that you're just curious about or want. But because of how people are, you cannot be having conversations with people in the back. Tomorrow they may not like you out of nowhere, and they'll find every single piece of conversation you had. They may have been recording you the entire time. They may have had screenshots of messages you sent, and those things will just appear out of nowhere. You hear me? So those are the
Oh
things that
yeah, I know
happen
what
over
you're
here.
saying. So basically, karaoke is the safest thing, and beyond that, I apply that
Pretty
same
much.
thing
Yeah.
just being a man in general. Like, yeah, I try to tell any like younger dude, I'm like, look, man, everything you do in this world now is photographed and tagged. So that means text everything. So it's just better to be honest and upfront and just don't ever be sneaky because now somebody can have receipts and call an audit. You know what I'm saying? Like the IRS on you.
I understand the whole idea of people wanting to show proof of something that happened, but if I fall out with someone, don't think that I'm gonna go try to find everything that we ever spoke on or whatever to show.
Mhm.
If you tell me something in privacy, it stays there because it was a private conversation. You know what I'm saying? So I don't see the need to bring stuff to the forefront. If it is a like very serious situation where you got to show proof of something, no, I can understand that, you know. But I don't see the
Right.
sense. Oh,
It's
I
so
fell
much.
out
I
with
don't get
someone.
even the doxing and like I don't care enough about who somebody is and what they're doing. Who cares?
Mm.
I never got that.
Most of the
This is
people
her
who you
real picture. This
watch,
is where she works. This is her husband. So what?
right?
I think
Most of the
doxing
people
should
we
be
watch is
illegal.
because we like them. We like their personality.
Right.
We like what they have to give. It's for the entertainment value. So apart from that, we don't want to know what color drawers they wear. We don't want to
Exactly.
know where they work. We don't want to know what they eat. We don't want to know where they live. We just want to know when they're going to hit the live button and give us some good content or if they're going to upload anything. We don't want to know who their sister is, you know. But I will tell you some of the things that have happened here, especially when they bring up people's information. Some of it has been quite interesting, to say the least, and some of it has been entertaining. That's all I got to say.
Some of it has, but the latest doxing uh, has been boring to me. It's like, I'm just gonna kind of refer to it, but not say it, whatever. But I'm like, I don't care. I what has she, and you know who I'm talking about. So she's in a relationship and she has children. This is something that I already know. Can you, I mean, I need some, like, it's not even interesting. I don't know. Maybe I'm not following it deep enough, but I'm just like, okay. And
Mm.
Yeah, I don't really care to know much about whatever people have going on in the back. You know, some of it is entertaining, and I'm not knocking anybody who does whatever, you know, because it's
Right.
I came here seeing some of the stuff, so I can't tell. And I always say I can't tell people how to fight. People fight how they want to,
Right.
but I'm just here just for the entertainment of it all. And as long as it doesn't, I'm doesn't affect my personal life, you know, I'm good. And I try to make
Hey,
sure it doesn't.
well, I
And
just want
that,
to say,
Nina, if you recall, you thought, you remember we had our conversation where you thought that I was saying shady things. And I thought about that. One night in particular, they were going on and on asking, trying to prove your blackness. And they talked your hair, what kind of hair products do you use? What's this music? All, and in that, my comments may have been construed as shady, but not toward you, because I kept saying, like, who care? Why do we care? What, where's the prize? You know, is Ed McMahon gonna knock on my door tomorrow if I find out? Like, what the hell? Why do we care? Can we please talk about something
that's
else?
funny.
Which that could have been construed as shade, but it was like real. I cannot believe, like 2 or 3 hours they
you
went
know,
on and on about it.
at the time there were so many people coming at me and so much shade. I was shooting, like, you know, at that time I was shooting, you know, like everything. And I got a few shots,
Hmm.
by the way. I did a pretty amazing job, if I may say so myself. So I was just like, oh, you want to shade me? Boom, you know, and you got, and I shot, right? Like, because there was so much coming. And I felt like there was some shade, uh, you know, like, and now, and I shot back, and that was it, you know, like, it, nothing too dramatic, and we never got too deeply into it. I
Mm-mm.
felt, yeah.
The funniest part of the whole Nina saga was when a white person, or let me say a known white person in this
Mhm.
sector, came on the panel, on Pizarro's panel, to check Nina to see how black she was. That was
Oh, it was horrible.
hilarious.
It was
The
ridiculous.
irony of it. That one took the whole cake for me. I am like, so she is married to a black man, so it makes
She
her think that is okay for her to come up on the panel. Let me test your blackness, Nina.
not
What
only
she
did
was
she try
asking
to
you about some song or something, I think.
not only did she try to test my blackness, she then said I was not black. It's like,
Oh my God.
Uh, and that's the same person who thinks it's okay to call people a nigger. I
Hmm.
despise the word. I don't use it. But to each his own. Do whatever you want. It's your mouth. Say the words how you want to. But I don't use that word because it's not associated with anything positive. It never has and it never will. And I don't care about people saying they're reclaiming the word. Why reclaim it? Why not find something else or call the
Right.
appropriate term that it is? Whether it's negroid, whatever it is, the correct word, negro. You know, I'm not gonna be using that term that was coined by white people to insult us, nigger. No,
Mhm.
I'm
never.
not using it. And she has the audacity to be saying, oh, my husband says it all the time. And we call each other that. And I call my son. And I'm like, okay, now we know where the problem lies. You
But
My
know?
you know, he came and said that he doesn't allow her to use that word, right?
That's a whole lie. They use it in the house. She says they use it together in the house. I don't
um
even think a black person should be using it. That's how much
no.
I don't think. What's the purpose of us using the word nigger?
I don't
It
use
was
the
used to
word
humiliate us, to
either
look
with the
down at
hard
us.
er or the a. It's just a word. I don't. My children thought that was a cuss word for until most of them were grown and out of here.
It is. It is a cuss word. I, in my book, to me, this whole reclaiming it, I don't get it. I also don't want to police any, you know, anyone black who wants to use it, but for me it's very, like, I just don't think it's necessary. It's,
Right,
Yeah, it's
that
not a
part.
necessary word, but I don't knock people if they want to use it. They use it. It's their own mouths. But I just know for myself. I don't use it. Those are the only two words that I blocked in my on my channel. Earlier on, Joanna was telling me some of the what I could get a bot or some of the words that I can block. That word cannot be typed in my chat. Nigga, Niggr. They don't. You type that, it doesn't go through. I despise the word. You hear me? But
Hmm.
I can't
Okay,
stop
so
people
you
from
so
saying it
I
though.
you thought that that was the worst thing for me in my journey, the most ridiculous thing ever, and it stuck with me. And I don't even know if I should share the story, but it was when I used the word "maid." I was on a panel with a white woman, and I believe maybe a black woman only by her voice, but you can't tell by the voice. And then I find out later a biracial woman. Anyway, so there, the white woman said, "You think you're too good? Go to your mansion." And I said, "Well, go ahead and clean my mansion. Be my maid." So I used it on a white woman first, or who I perceived to be a white woman. It was Lee Hugh. That was the first person. Then Aunt Donna came, when there were like three people cussing me out, and she's like, "Yeah, get her, get her." And so, of course, I was like, "You can be my maid too." And then she had an avatar, and I said, and I said to her, "You could be my maid too." And then everybody was like, "Oh my God, how dare you call a black woman a maid?" And I thought to myself, I looked at the avatar. I didn't, in my mind, I didn't see a black woman. I didn't know what her race was, but I didn't see a black woman. I saw a Mediterranean woman, possibly. There was a Nick called Italian Queen in there. So maybe I don't know. This is a room where it's a mixed crowd. I never thought that that woman was even black. But even if later on, when everybody got really upset, I was called everybody a maid. But I think people didn't understand, if you come from a place where everybody is black, uh,
They're
literally
gonna be
everybody's black.
offended.
No, no, no. Like, if you let's say I come from a place where everybody is black originally, like, hypothetically, right? Ooh, I'm not gonna say, but if the doctors are black, the the president is black, the prime minister's black, the maids are black, everybody's black, then it's not because, does that make any sense what I'm saying?
I know you're not. So let me see if I get what you're saying. If you come from somewhere where people are all most well, everyone is black, right?
Yeah, everyone's
It
black.
means that whoever, what for every profession, they're gonna be black people.
Yes.
So
So
it wasn't a racism read,
so
it was
if
a classism read.
right,
Right. So it's
so if
if
you're a maid, you're gonna also be black. If you're a carpenter, you're gonna be black. If you're a
black, if
doctor, you're gonna be black.
you're black, everybody's black. So people weren't getting that. People didn't understand that if you come from a place where everybody's black, that you're not going to pick out a black person just to do a demeaning work. Everybody is black.
And I was also looking at it another way because I was saying, why do people think the word maid should just be placed on people who are black?
Hmm.
So when she was saying you could be your maid, why wasn't it a thought that it was just the type of work the person did? Because
And
you
that
could be
that
Spanish and be a maid. You
and that
could be Asian.
they automatically thought black means servitude. In my
Right.
mind,
That's what I was saying.
that's not in my head, right? Like, that's just not what I think when I think of a maid. That's not the first picture that comes into my
Right.
head.
You should not
Of,
equate servitude or being a maid to just being black. Oh, if you're a
they
maid, you're
literally
black. And
they
that's why I
literally
don't use the
use
word
the
slaves either. I use the word enslaved because blacks were enslaved, whites were enslaved, these white people are some wicked people. They enslaved their own. You hear me?
mhm.
They enslaved their own. They enslaved blacks. They enslaved a lot of, well, a number of different groups. So I'm just saying, and that is why I use the word enslaved because anybody can become a slave. So I
Mhm.
don't just associate being black with slavery. you know.
They
So I
literally
so I say,
thought the it was a maid was a synonym for black woman. It
right,
that for me was like mind blowing when I finally understood. Like people are walking around this planet automatically thinking maid means
right,
black woman. It took me a while to kind of like accept that.
At the
Uh,
time, did they think you was a white woman? What
yeah,
did
that
they think?
that is one of the reasons why they thought she was.
yeah.
Just by her saying that is why a lot of people thought she was white.
Wow.
Well, the things that people say to each other on here, I wouldn't want to think that her saying you can come work as my maid could be the worst. Is that the worst thing that was has ever been said in the sector? It
No,
definitely
I
isn't.
mean, they
Like,
That's
how
people
did
will
that
good.
become
You
the
can't be
worst
people.
thing
surprised
ever?
because people grab and gravitate to some of the most weakest bullshit around here. So
They were
can't be
I
comparing
too
each other
know.
to jungle
surprised.
animals. They were comparing each other to jungle animals, calling, I mean, just the worst of the worst thing there is to say.
The word
Clearly,
bitch, it means a female dog. People were
it was
being
just like,
called
Hey,
bitches and whores and all sorts of stuff on
wow.
here. So you just saying,
Yeah. I was just gonna say I'm getting ready to call it a night, ladies. Carrie, Joanna, Nubiology, Sadate, Nina. It was nice listening to you ladies, and I commend you all for getting along. The space is really positive since I've experienced it. The karaoke is excellent. And just in my opinion, for living on this earth, having a sister, seeing her friends, having a mother, women are always very critical of each other, man. So that's why I think when a man has a strong woman in his life to get an opinion, women are able to read other women fairly well, not non-judgmentally. So the fact that you guys are getting along together and on the same frequency, I'm pretty sure anybody that's, off code or that's foul, they're gonna expose themselves. So y'all have a good night.
that's
Thank
a
you.
good
good
way
night,
to end it,
Robbie.
Good
Robbie.
night, Robbie.
Thank you so much, Robbie, for coming up. And thank you
All right.
also for coming to karaoke. I appreciate it.
All right. God bless y'all.
Same to you.
Well, he was nice, new
Oh,
Mhm.
yeah.
person.
He left us with a word, girl. He
He
left us with
did
a word.
a
People actually
word of
show themselves up. Mm-hmm. Oh,
right,
yeah.
uplifting the sisterhood and everything. All right, I hope.
You know how I find a balance with all of this? I go to other communities. I go to other sectors. Like
I
that's
had
how I
someone
find the
invite. I
balance.
want to think it's Indigo. Hold on one second.
Oh my God.
Is it indigo?
It is I.
Hey, indigo.
Oh
Hey,
yeah.
Indigo.
I ain't go.
Hello. Hi.
Indigo.
This is my first time hearing you on a panel. Welcome.
Thank you.
Oh wow, what a treat.
I know I saw
Yeah.
this name for a long time in the sector. So when I saw it, I'm like, okay, that looks like Indigo right there. There you go. Let me see if I can pronounce it. That P word right there. Is it Paltritudinous?
Paul,
Paltritudinous.
You
I
got
don't know how.
almost got it.
Paul Truden. You making me start. Paul
Okay,
Truden.
that word right there.
Yeah, Paul Truden means breathtakingly beautiful, or just
Mhm.
like simply beautiful.
All right. Okay.
Mhm.
Cool.
I
And
wanted
you
to tell them what it means and show off my big brain, Indigo.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, thank you for coming up. Okay, and Joanna is still asleep. Hey, Joanna, you may be not counting sheep. I don't
Joanna
know what
really would have
you.
enjoyed this. Too bad she's asleep.
Oh no.
I had to mute her because she went off a
I
few
was falling
times.
asleep and I had to turn on How to Get Away with Murder just to stay awake for a minute.
That I think we should probably wrap it up after a few more minutes then, because it's pretty late. We've been going at it, but I think I have the energy because I went to sleep before karaoke, so that's why I'm up so late. But go ahead, Indigo. Go ahead, girl.
Just I don't, come on panels often because my husband will kill me. But yeah, I try not to. I try not to. Try not to gonna be too controversial. Just want to say hi to everybody. So I wanted to say hi to Nina. I didn't get to speak to her yet. on the
I'm,
panel or anything. I haven't spoke to you yet. I'm Carrie on the
you just
panel
want
yet.
to hang with
Or
the girls. It's
yeah.
you make it even better. Seriously, yeah,
Yeah, thank
this is
you
a
for
big
coming
old
up.
pleasure.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Thank you for contributing to the conversation in the chat. And it is even nicer that you clicked the link, girl. Yeah.
Oh,
And
thank
it,
you. I have so much to say like on the subject, but like sometimes too, like my brain will go like so fast, and I want to say much, and I'll just start saying stuff, and it's like, England go shut up, shut up, Indigo, shut up. So I just type in the chat.
So, whichever part of the conversation you want to pick at and, go ahead and speak, you can go ahead and do that. Want to talk about what we
No,
spoke about, or skin, or
well, I agree.
melanin,
I
or.
definitely agree with Nina on that, and I don't want to give myself too much away either because of if I say too
mhm,
much, then I already have people trying to dox me as we speak. So because what's attached to my email is not my information, so they can. I don't really care, but without saying too much, I do have family that's like very much mixed, and in my own family, they equate skin color as a sort of beauty.
mhm,
So the lighter you are, the more acceptable in society you are, or even down to the names. Like even my name isn't traditional. I'll say it like that. Like you wouldn't find my name inside of a baby girl or baby boy name. So to my family who doesn't think I'm acceptable to society because I'm darker of the clan. I have my name is uh, American, European, whatever. I have sisters. I have 9 sisters. Most
mhm.
of them are lighter. I have
Is it an
two.
Indian name? I'm sorry to stop you.
Huh?
Is it an Indian name?
Yes, I have an Indian
And
name.
that is why I pronounced it indigo at first. It's okay. Keep
Oh,
going.
oh no,
That is
that's not
why
my
I. That is.
name.
Oh,
No, no,
okay.
no, no.
Okay.
Indigo's not my. Indigo was one of my nicknames
Okay.
for. I don't want to
Okay.
go right
Keep
to
going.
that.
Don't. No. No. Go back to what you were saying before. That's okay. Don't give too much. You can go ahead.
uh, so like I have like sisters that are very like light skin to the point where they are whiter than most white people, and but my family praises them how beautiful they are and everything else like that. They have specific names, specific reasons, and so on and so forth. So I do know that what our community of people, what we like to do is pin them as like these people are more acceptable or be more praised, and they do in higher ecosystem, like get better opportunities and so forth and jobs. Although on the flip side, there are still black people, and they're maybe higher than the totem pole than the darker skinned people. They're still on the lower end of the spectrum compared to white people. So this ideology and mindset of I agree with Nina that if we just start focusing more on our own phenotype, our own culture, worry about our own, and stop praising. Because this light is not always right. Now, not saying that we can help what we look like. We cannot help what we was born as. Some people were born to two dark skinned parents that come out light skinned. We just, it's just the way it is. But to stop focusing on what the white person, what their beauties and what they look like.
It's the worship of those
Absolutely.
features that are not phenotypically African, but then you want to connect to Africa, but you're and over here worshiping the admixture that makes it look the way it does. I mean, the
Right.
skin that you're worshiping is because there's mixture there. You're not appreciating Africans or African phenotype. You're literally denigrating that. And if it's in your head that deep, then there's no winning anything. They don't need to do anything. It's already the disease is already in your head.
Absolutely. I 100% agree. 100% agree.
And
Yeah.
that goes to things such as skin bleaching. It
Right.
goes to things such as the straightening of the hair. Unfortunately, I don't want to. People are. Let me stop talking. People are gonna pick and say, "Oh, so what's wrong with straightening your hair?" And they're gonna have a whole lot of stuff to say about it. It's weird the thing that people argue over here. It is weird, but I just gotta
It's
accept people for who they are. It
it's
comes.
it's
Go
not
ahead.
only weird, it's people are ashamed of what they're doing and what they're thinking, and if you point it out, they're going to come after you because of their own shame. But it's the most obvious thing. It's not like you're, this is rocket science and you figured out something that's so, like a complicated complex math problem or whatever. It's literally, hey, this is what you're doing. You clearly don't like this part of, you clearly don't like African phenotype. You clearly are worshiping the admixture. I mean, this is not some sort of whatever. If you're over here doing that constantly in your music and your art, in your daily life, uh, then what is it that you want to be? What do how can I say that you're pro, that you appreciate Africans or African phenotype, that all this I hate. You know what? I was looking at some reparation. I, I can't even. There was an article that came out recently. The first property reparation was given to a family recently in California. They had a beach and from 1912 to 1924, but the state of California took over that property with and said eminent domain and made it into some sort of state refuge or park or whatever. And the state finally gave it back to the family, right? Just recently, this week, I think, is when I saw it. And then I saw this is whatever. I saw the picture of the son that received the property, and they had a press conference, and standing next to him was his white woman.
Oh wow! I knew that was coming. I knew it. Oh, I just knew it. I was saying, what it was the motivating factor? I was waiting to hear it because it
I
wouldn't have been somebody with.
I mean, so point being, generation after generation, they will give you reparations back, but it's going to be, maybe 100 years from now or 50 years from now when people are completely diluted. I mean, completely something else. This has happened in Australia, where the indigenous people have admixture so much so that most of them are barely recognizable. So this isn't something new. I don't know what to make of it other than it is what it is. We,
There's
as
nothing.
long as we're not insulting each other, let's just continue to go on, I guess.
Bricks on Babes is of the opinion that we will never get reparations. I don't think this whole talk of reparations should be happening in 2022 because this happened hundreds of years ago. And why is it taking so long for these European countries to understand what they did and the fact that people need the countries that they took advantage of are still trying to be developed. You actually caused this whole idea of arrested development based on your actions. You took people from their homeland, you placed them somewhere else. you know you made people have to suffer for years, for centuries, and you don't think that you need to repay these people for what you took them through. You don't think if people decided that they want to return to whatever parts of Africa they came from, that they shouldn't be able to do so. You don't think you should help the black community,
No, they
or
don't.
whichever. You don't think
No, they don't.
we don't deserve it.
No,
And
they
the
don't
funniest
believe
thing is
that.
that when slavery ended, they're the ones who made their money. Whatever insurance or whatever it was, they left with a bag, you know? That's the weird part of it.
Okay, I have a hard time with with
Hence the
expecting
reason why
white.
we live in a capitalist country.
I, I have a hard time with expecting white people to do anything for black people. I mean, it's like asking. I don't know if you were playing a game or you were in war. It's like asking your opponent or your enemy to let you win, and I don't think that's that's reasonable to do. They're not going to do it willingly with the because of morality or anything like that. I think it's up to Black people to accept that and act accordingly. All this, you know, uh, trying to uh, trying to speak to white people in a way to uh, make them more humane or more moral or more whatever.
Mm-mm.
That's never worked. It's not
Mm-mm.
going to work.
Nope.
And as I
It
don't,
is not gonna work.
I'm gonna
Because
say
that's the
something that's kind
same.
of
They got
mean.
the same mindset as their ancestors. It is not gonna work. You're supposed to be below us. We don't
it's
want
human
you.
nature. It's
Right.
human nature
Well,
to
their
to want to.
nature.
I'm gonna say
Yes.
something that's really mean-ish. I had this conversation at work not too long ago. We talked about reparations, and it's kind of funny. It was most colleagues were white people. There were some black people that got heated in this argument, and of course, I didn't make it any better. So that's fine because I'm a very controversial person. Anyway, so I said, well, why do we deserve reparations anyway? First of all, we are fighting each other all the time. We're on social media, we're out in public, we humiliate each other, we fight each other, we degrade each other. Listen to the lyrics and the music that's being promoted. All these things that we down ourselves for. And you expect another race of people to say, hey, these people deserve something when we don't even take pride in our own selves to say that
I
we
managed to
deserve
get
something.
two more cups down.
That's my
Put some
personal
Fiji
opinion on
cup
it.
on that
Not
floor.
saying
Gotta
that as
get
a
some more.
people
I
that
don't
we
know.
don't
I can't
deserve
get
it.
it right now. I can't even know.
I'll
But
get it.
how are we as a
Gentlemen
people going
for
to say
tonight.
something that we
Gin and
demand
beer.
or we
Her tablet
deserve
is
to
a
have
charger.
reparations?
Check her tablet. It's plugged up
Hold
where
on.
mine's
Let me
normally.
mute
Hold
because
on, newbie.
They can hear you.
yes.
Oh,
Oh, I was gonna mute you. Okay, go ahead. Sorry
No,
about that.
no, that's fine. Like, how are we as a people can go to the government and say, "Hey, we deserve our reparations," and we out here killing ourselves and doing all types of things to ourselves
You're so right.
for as like it can't go as a collective to say it that we have a point of we just what we deserve if we're not being unified. Well, you could take the word unified or not unified or as a collective as a whole, to say that this is what we deserve. We're divided, basically. So we need to really work on ourselves as a community of people first,
We
I think,
we
before
do it.
we.
We do it in a. Um, I mean, in this country, at least amongst immigrants, at least we we stay within our communities. If we can do that, then I'm thinking if we could only expand that to for all of the diaspora and be,
Mhm.
you know, one and not ask for like this whole desegregation thing. Sometimes that's not for the best, to be honest with you. Like I I see at least in this country the denigration of the black family after desegregation and just the splitting apart, the less appreciation for your own um, culture and your own upliftment and confusion and all. It seems like other people are not confused. Uh, so that I totally agree with you, Indigo. I know good and well I can't form my mouth to ask white people to do anything because
Mhm.
to ask another human being to let go of their privilege, let go of having benefit makes no sense to me.
Mhm.
Like that just doesn't make any sense to me. And I can only ask the people within my own clan, within my own circle, to do better, which is
Mhm.
to to appreciate yourself, to not to keep money within your own community,
Absolutely.
yeah, to
Absolutely.
not denigrate yourself publicly, to just basic things. These are basic things. Don't be self-deprecating. Don't insult yourself to in the public. I don't just have some um I don't know, just care care for self and people that are like you. You know what the problem is.
Hmm.
The I mean, we're over here, or yeah, when I come out and I see it happening with African media too now, but and especially within African American media, which has been spread throughout the world, the denigration of the woman. It's embarrassing. It's
Hmm.
sickening. It's, like you can't expect any other culture to take you seriously if you're not taking yourself seriously.
Absolutely.
I can't expect other people to do anything for us. They're not. They're always going to find a way to benefit themselves.
Absolutely. And the Chinese people got the reparations. The Indians got their reparations. So what about us? So we have. I feel like what are we looking at? What is it different that the United States government felt the need to give? Well, if you want to call them their reparations, that's really bullshit. It's a slap in the face to them. But the Chinese got their reparations. So in a sense, there's a whole disconnect between whether we feel like why or we were silent for so long of why we let it pass by when we were more collectively unified. So now in present day, when more people feel outraged why we don't have never had so-called reparations. Well, in a sense, it really doesn't matter if we need to just worry about our own wealth and keep our money in our own communities and build our own businesses, be more self-sufficient with our own people. And maybe the solution is returning back to Africa, or maybe the solution is to build wealth here. I'm not sure what the is, but I would love to be more part of the solution than more part of the problem.
Even if we don't do anything, if we could just not normalize degrading black people, degrading black bodies. I'm tired of seeing that. Just the visual of it, if we could just stop that for a second, like people not normalizing degeneracy, really. Like, I feel so old, like when I say things like this. But yeah, it's like don't do this. Don't put yourself down. That this look is horrible. For like you see what hip hop has done in the past 20 years. You see the difference in the way women are treated in the community as opposed to what they were. I mean, it was never great, I don't think, but it's not like what it is now. And what's going to happen in 20 years? I remember when, hip hop was really, coming up, and little kids were shaking their booties to Juvenile, back that ass up or back that whatever thing up, and thinking, I don't know about this here. And now you have, Meg the Stallion showing both butt cheeks at every opportunity. It's like,
It was an awkward silence.
anyways, we've been everywhere. Uh, so I guess I'm going to go ahead and drop down. But I think we all pretty much agree, from what I hear of us.
I I agree. Hello, Gary.
I'm
Yeah.
still here. I'm sleepy.
Yeah, I think it's time for us to all sleep. And once Carrie gets
Yeah,
here, yeah,
I'm here. I'm here. I'm here.
no. Well, I'm gonna
Um,
drop
and
down.
I was saying earlier on that everyone is getting sleepy. We got Joanna who is going into another dimension. Connie got tired earlier on, so I think we should probably call it a night. And then later on tonight, I'm gonna come back. I'm here, guys. Not sleeping this time, Connie. I made sure Joanna is back. Hold on. Is that you, Joanna? Joanna, is that you? Oh, I can't hear her. So there's another person to click the link with Joanna's name, not hearing her. Yeah, so I was saying I wanted to make sure I never fall asleep on this thing again because I've done it before. It is not good. So whenever I'm tired, I'll announce it to you guys and let you know. And also, not to keep the lives too long if possible. But it has been a really, really good conversation so far. I want to thank Robbie Blue for also coming up, and Indigo, who I didn't think would click the link. You know,
I don't do I don't do it often, but
And that's why I'm still up here until care whatever, because I wasn't going to leave your side, but now that everything is
thank
whatever, I
you.
am leaving. Bye,
Right.
kisses.
I also want to
Mwah,
thank
Indigo.
Nina. Thank you so much for coming up, Nina. I appreciate you. I want to thank Joanna. Joanna, you're up here twice. Can't hear you for any one of them, so I'm going to remove you just in case. Thank you so much, Joanna, for coming up. I also want to thank Connie for coming up. Thank you so much, Connie. I'm hoping I didn't leave anyone. Thank you so much, New Biology, for coming up. I appreciate you.
Thank you
New
for
Biology
having
is
me.
busy. Yeah, so it was really good. I enjoyed the conversation. I had to step out a little bit a while ago, but I was kind of ear hustling still. So no, your girl didn't fall asleep. Um, did anyone else come up? Because I don't want to miss anyone. Rex came up. Yes. Rex came up earlier on. Behind the bar also came up earlier on. So I want to thank them also for coming up. I really do appreciate having conversations like this. And you see, I'm showing you guys that it's not all about numbers in the sector. Not that I'm trying to, you know, whatever. But I'm just saying there are times when we can have different discussions and do different things in the sector, despite the fact that I watch stuff in the sector, doesn't
Mhm.
mean that I have to do everything that everyone else does. I don't have to act the same way. I can do what I want. And this is one of the things I like doing. We may have conversations. It doesn't have to be about the beefing sector. It can be on other topics. And I
Exactly.
think the conversation was really good tonight. So I appreciate that. I want to thank everyone who came and typed in the chat tonight. Heat Wave, Brixton Babe. Brixton Babe came in a little
Oh,
bit
Heat
late.
Wave. Hey, I was looking for you
Heat Wave,
earlier.
Heat Wave went to sleep and came back. So we had Indigo, Brixton Babe, Heat Wave, Yamin. Thank you so much for staying with me throughout the night. I appreciate you. I appreciate it. I hope you guys actually go ahead and subscribe to Yamin. He's gonna drop his link, and even if he doesn't, I'll drop it. And also type this what you're seeing on the screen. That's the name if you want to find him to subscribe to his channel. I want to also thank um who else did I have? Trinigal was in here earlier on. Thank you so much for coming up for being a part of the conversation. She was also typing up a storm when you guys were talking about the whole Kanika Jenkins situation. Who else did I see in here earlier on? Barney. I want to thank Barney also for coming up. Not coming up for being a part of the conversation. Of course, I want to thank everyone who's up there in the clouds. I had to block a few trolls, not a lot. The spammers. There's a one that came in who wanted to do something. I didn't continue engaging with him or her. Thank you for giving me a click in the view. Thank you to everyone who. Oh, my three beautiful angels was also here. I want to thank everyone who was a part of the conversation tonight. I appreciate you all. I really do. Do you want to say anything before you leave, New Biology?
Oh, no, I'm just sitting here looking crazy because I'm sleepy. Thanks again for allowing me up, and I enjoyed this conversation immensely. I really did. We have to do it again. And I always say the same thing. I just appreciate having a space where we can relax, relate,
Right.
and release.
Right. And when are you go? Oh, I gotta also thank Demetra wasn't on this live. She was on the previous one. Thank you also to those who were a part of the conversation. Thank you guys. I really do appreciate it. Sly Jones was here also earlier on, and Family of Six Rocks. Everybody who was here. I appreciate you all because you helped to make the channel what it is. It's not just the content creator, despite what other people think. Hey, Louie, thank you for popping in. We're about to go. We're tired, Louie. We're about to leave, girl. You can red ball. You know. Thank you so much, Joanna. I still don't. Joanna is in the back. Is that you, Joanna? Still nothing. Let's try this one. Is that you, Joanna? Still nothing. I'll make fun of her tomorrow saying, how many times did you fall asleep, girl? Yes, yes, new biology. Thank you for that. And your platform is the same. And you should start doing more lives. You mentioned doing a live the other day, and I kept going back to see when you were gonna go live. I didn't you
And
didn't
I
end
was going to on my birthday, but after we left the car lot, honey, I was on the highway. My little blonde wig is on I-20 North somewhere.
it fell off?
It
Oh
did.
Lord.
I didn't even care. I had the top down doing 100. I didn't even care. I just
Oh, it didn't
took
even
my
fall
wig cap off and
off.
shook my curls out, honey, and kept on driving.
That girl got a new car for her birthday. Ow. That is cool. That is so cool. Right. Indigo is going back to sleep. Yeah. Thank you so
Okay.
much. I appreciate it. There's a link. What is this link about Indigo? Whose channel is it? Is this your channel, Indigo? Is it your channel? Do you do content, Indigo? Let me know. Okay, Louie says she's gonna red ball. I appreciate everyone. Thank you to those. Oh, that's Yameen's channel. Okay. All right. Thank you to those who stayed up there in the trees with us tonight. Your presence, I'm thanking you for that also. Thank you for those who typed in the chat. Thank you for those who clicked on the panel, came up on the panel. Thank you to everyone. I appreciate you all. Enjoy the rest of your day, whether it be, for work or cleaning, whatever it is with your family, whatever it is. Make it a good one. And just remember to take stuff in the sector as entertainment. Okay? Bye,
Amen.
everyone. Bye, New Biology.
Good
Thank
night,
you so
Carrie. Good
much.
night, everybody.
Oh, Dewana is coming back. Hold on. Now let me make sure it's her. Is that you, Joanna? Is that you, Joanna? Is that you? This person just came on. I don't know if they're just using her name or if it is that she's trying to come back. But we can't hear you, Joanna. You're muted. You're muted, Joanna. Okay, I can't hear her. Maybe she has her Bluetooth or something going on. But Joanna, I'm gonna be going now. I was trying to wait to see if it's. Let me unmute this one. Is that you, Joanna? I unmuted both of them. Mm-mm. Still nothing. Maybe she isn't hearing. I don't know.
Okay, I
Okay.
have hit my leave studio button 3 times. My computer must be sleepy.
That happened to me before, girl. Okay. Thank you, everyone. Bye, New Biology. And before I
Bye.
go, guys, remember there are two kinds of idiots, those who try to be smart and those who think they are smart. Whatever you do not let idiots ruin your day. Okay. Bye, everyone. Peace. Toodles. Bye, everyone. Look more. See you guys tonight again. I'll come on tonight, late night again, and we can talk again. So, bye, everyone.